Hello everyone, hope you're doing great and welcome to this new video. The very first Riftbound National Championships in history took place this weekend in Shanghai, China, as the opportunity to crown our first ever Riftbound legend. Analyzing these games and learning from these top players in the flesh is something that I love, so I decided to recast these games with you all live on Twitch. I plan on doing similar streams for big events in the future, so feel free to let me know if you like this type of content. And without further ado, let's get started with the video. We're just going to be seeing some great gameplay unfold. First round... Wait. Where are we at? What's... Why did we jump so far into the game? Like, what is this? Why are we so far? Can I just get to the beginning? Is that possible? Okay, great. Here. So we are dropped round 1 of Top Cut. So basically day 2 is Top Cut, right? They all played a day 1 full of Swiss rounds. I probably like something like X2 was the point that either you're in or if you're above X2 you're out. I think probably it's X2 or maybe X2 and a draw. And these guys made it to the Top Cut. One of them playing Lee Sin with the beautiful showcase, and the other one being on Misfortune, also with the beautiful showcase. So very interesting matchup, something that we are not used to seeing. But once again, as we usually do, we are going to like at the same time cast and also analyze. So I think this Lee Sin needs to go fast in the early game because it's most likely matched into MF Aurora. So this guy, this battlefield, by the way, is the battlefield that says you have to go to 9 to win. It's Ascension, Trial of Ascension, I think. But it's the Words Bundle version, so it's looking cooler, but it's the exact same chords. And on the other end, we have Monastery of Irena, one of the best battlefields for Lee Sin. So your Legends effect can basically become pay 1 to draw 1. You spend the buff to draw 1, so you pay 1 to make a buff, you pay 1 to draw 1, basically. Very interesting battlefield for Lee Sin. This guy is going to try and go fast. This guy is going to try and slow down the game using chords like Ghosts, maybe Rebuke, and dropping Aura on curve. And if he manages to do so, he might probably be in a good spot. Something that I do like about Lee Sin, and I'm like curious to see if that's the build of it. We might just be on a standard orange green build, which is basically like a Yi build. In a way, that might just be the case for that Lee Sin player, but we could also be on a build of Lee Sin that I'm like kinda liking. I don't think it's like super great into the metagame, but it has some perks and it's a heavy accelerate build with the Wild Claw Shaman. I also have this, by the way. Maybe I should use this right now. Give me a second just to check if it works properly. It should probably work. Wild Claw. So this chord, yeah, it works great. So I can show you chords even if they're not on board, but like there is a Lee Sin build that is very focused on accelerating chords through this chord, Wild Claw Shaman, also chords like Confront that or pseudo accelerates. Confront is this chord. Give me a second. Confront, yeah, these chords. Orange Lee Sin also, and maybe like Testify Folk, like a lot of good accelerate chords that are jammed together in the deck to make it a bit more aggressive and like probably surprise these slower decks. That could probably be this MF Aurora. So this is something that we will have a look at, and without further ado, let's get started in this game. So the only problem, if I show you the chords, I can't see the chat, but like whatever. I'll just jump on the chat after that. So, can we, if I do this, do we have a problem? No, it's fine. Okay, great. Oh, this bug is going to be a pain. If it occurs often, this bug is going to be a pain for sure. Can I? Please? Please? E? Wow. I would love if the game was not over already. Maybe they just ended the stream and so like... Cause now I don't think we are going back, are we? Maybe I should just like... F5, right? Thanks for the follow, Violet Spore. Welcome to stream. Hope you're doing great. Maybe I should, like, yeah. I think they ended the stream. And like if since they did do yeah, it's been like now it says streamed and not like live. So yeah, they did end the stream, and so now it should not be bugging anymore. Great. So let's get started with game 1. Did they roll the dice? We will get to see whoever goes first. Technically MF would probably want to go second, but like being afraid of what am I saying? Like out of these 4 cards in hand, I already am wondering how this guy beats Kesa. But we might have to add baits to the Kiana counter. So I guess something good coming out of this. Alright, so we are mulliganing 2 on MF side. Basically what you do when you don't have Aurora, right? You mulligan as much as you can until you get to Aurora. We do have the Aurora already on MF side, and this Lee Sin is thinking. So like he is on a lot of shield cards so far. We've seen Block, we've seen Sunlit Guardian. I'd be rather interested to know how this guy wins into Kaisa though. Because like that does not seem like an easy task when you are on shield cards basically. Welcome everyone, hope you're doing great. Maybe I should add a mention somewhere that we are on top 64, I guess. Shouldn't I? Thank you, hope you have had a great morning. Yep, I did have a good morning because I was sleeping in, knowing that I would cast this with you guys and not waking up at 2 a.m. So yeah, I did have a great morning. That being said, I'm sick and dying, so bear with my voice and me sneezing. Sorry guys, already I can tell you it will happen a lot throughout the day. But I'm really glad that to be doing that. I think, like, you know, you have to have some pride in something that you do. And I think something that I'm really good at doing is casting games. I think that's the best thing I do so far as a technical player and content creator. So I'm kind of excited that we get there and have a great time together. Maybe I should add something about top 64 though. Give me a second. I'm not so good at using Streamlabs there. Top stage. So he gets his hands on the first mate. So this should probably be top 64, I guess. If it's top like 128, we'll just update it as time goes on. Where do I put it? Somewhere right here, I guess. Maybe it's fine. A bit big, maybe. Here. Yeah. Something like that seems great. So you guys still have the information. And I don't hide the turn them sideways thingy. So we have seen, sorry, but I need to go back a bit because there have been several things going on so far. So on turn 1, we are seeing this MF going first. So MF most likely won the dice, and as expected, she decided to go first to make sure she would not be in too much of a tough spot facing an accelerate listing list. So we are dropping that confront. That also means that we will just need 1 extra ramp on MF's side to get to the Aurora curve, which is uneven. You need 9 energy to play Aurora, but if you find a single ramp court, you are able to get to 9, like this mobilize exactly. So now we are on the Aurora curve, and then we have the Clockwork being dropped on listing side. So not drawing, obviously it's too expensive in the early game, but we are still seeing that Clockwork awaken and being able to conquer points. We will need a lot of these because we are on this Aspirant's Trial, so we need to get to 9 to win that game on listing side. And that Clockwork is a very good way to start scoring them if it does not get ghosted though. Yo, Tatsuhiro, how you doing, brother? Lee Sin is thinking, most likely he wants to drop bodies at this stage of the game. Probably not conquering Monastery because you don't have a buff, so you don't... Wait, what? You do want to waste the buff? Are we getting ghosted? Yeah, we are getting ghosted. Okay, so maybe he was trying to bait the ghost. I think that's not a great idea there, because if there is no ghost, you can't conquer to score anymore. We are going to drop the Poro, and then for 3, we are going for the first mate. And now we are going into the Aspirant, right? Yes, we are. Okay, great bait. Great bait. I think we could have done the exact same going into the Aspirants, so we don't lose to the opponent not having Ghost, but that was a great way to bait Ghost, and score early points in this game. So like, I like this move pretty much. Feel better soon. Excited to watch. This is going to be the first time I watch tournament play for Riftbound. Oh, welcome on board then. I'll try to accompany you as much as I can. If you don't understand something, if you want me to explain something, if you have any question, feel free to ask Violet, because I would be more than happy to help. I do have experience casting tournaments, so feel free to let me know if there's anything you need, and I'll try and use this experience to help you. Okay, so we are seeing the catalyst. So right now this is pretty big, because as I told you before, we managed to get on that aura curve, getting to 5 runes with the mobilize, but right now dropping this catalyst we are already on 9 runes, which means next turn we are able to drop that aura and still have runes open to play other cards, while our listing opponent will most likely be on like 3 points, not more than that. So pretty big start on MF's side. We managed also to drop the scrap heap on board, so pretty good start here. Yo Major Armor, how you doing, brother? Glad to have you on stream. So it will now be a tough game on Lee Sin's side. Something that you want to look for, I don't know how much he mulligan though, but something that you want to look for if you are playing green into MF is that DeFi, because DeFi allows you to play into Catalyst like safer. Also, we are playing on a Ghost here. Does not matter if the opponent has Ghost though, because he's full tapped, he has no rune open, the MF player. But like the ability to buff with both Lee Sin and or Pit Rookie to get to 4 might allows us to play around Ghost, because Ghost is only a 3 or less might unit. So this is a cool play that we could have seen earlier on, but now it seems like it's a bit late. We are dropping that Kiana, knowing that most likely we are going to have one or both of... Oh, he's playing Dragon Rage? He's playing Lee Sin's signature spell. What the fuck is this list? Alright, okay. Interesting stuff here. We are probably buffing that Kiana. Yup, we are. Something interesting here is that, okay, we are retreating that Poro. We most likely know that we are going to lose one of our battlefields because there is Aura in our opponent's end. So we could lose to Dead Bloom, we could lose a card in our end to Mind Splitter. We now have to play around big bodies dropping for free. So we are playing that Aura, not too much thinking there. It's so broken to drop it in this spot. This game one, not gonna lie, MF is in a very favorable spot, but like far from over, right? And so we don't want to give that Poro for free, because if our opponent it's Dead Bloom, then Poro is just dead. So might as well retreat that Poro back to base and set up that Kiana so that we have a free battlefield to conquer next turn with that Kiana, and either draw a card or channel a rune. I think that Soul Gorger does nothing, no? Yeah, does absolutely nothing because we have no units in trash. So it's probably the worst hit that we could have gotten from this first Aura. And we are pretty happy with that one on Lee Sin's side. So right now we will most likely see Kiana conquering in this rightmost battlefields. We have a Zonia to defend it to next turn, so pretty good. I need to check exactly what the Lee Sin signature spell does though. Give me... Like, it's Dragon's Rage, I think. Dragon's Rage, yeah. Sorry, let me just show you. Coral Highlight, yeah, perfect. Move an enemy unit, then choose another unit at its destination. They deal damage equal to their might to each other. Alright, so the big problem for this card is that it's 4 energy and 8 power. So it's basically the maximum amount of stats that DeFi can crush. So it's a bit of a weaker card in the format. But in this specific matchup, it could end up being super useful. Like, you pick a big unit, you send it into another big unit, and then you can just kill both. So in this specific matchup, it's probably really strong. Into Kaisa and Yi, I don't think it is so strong, but like in MF, it's probably very strong there. So might be the card of the game. Could come up for sure. And we are seeing that Vital Flight on the Kiana, preventing the Lee Sin player from scoring and then either drawing or channeling a rune, thanks to Kiana's effect. So we will be going there with our Pit Rookie instead. And then we are dropping the Shield Bearer, I think is the name. Or no, it's Sunlit Guardian actually, it's the Guardian. bearer is another unit. So we are dropping the Guardian in base. We are building a strong base. It will most likely... sorry. We are recycling a rune to drop a clockwork. It will most likely come down to, are you able to retake a Aurora battlefield once? And we are seeing another Dragon's Rage, I think. So it's not a one-off. He's actually playing several Dragon's Rage in this Lee Sin build. Okay, pretty interesting. Pretty dang interesting. So this game probably comes down to, are we going to be able to retake an Aurora battlefield once? So like they have a Dead Bloom and maybe another unit. Are we going to be able to beat that? If we are probably winning this one. If we aren't, then this game is probably over, because once again MF had a great opening. Oh, Casanova is posing, not me, sorry. I'm using the turn them sideways flex. Once again, thanks to them for the content. I was not able to find the official broadcast on YouTube, and I wanted to have something stable to use, so thanks to them. You have a shout out there on top of the screen. Feel free to drop them a like and a follow, because they do tremendous content. We are eating that Mind Splitter, I think. Oh no, it's the Sabotage. And now we are discovering that there is a signature on Lee Sin's end. So a card that we probably were not playing around, because we had no clue this card existed, in my opinion. Or like, yeah, he's reading it for sure. I would have done the exact same thing. I was not even certain it was an action. I had a rough idea of what the card does, but I was not even certain if it's an action or a reaction or just a slow spell. Like no clue on my side. So we are dropping that Sabotage to try and scout for potential openings. And now if we have access to the Mind Splitter, we could be getting rid of both these Dragon Rage, which seems like a very key card in this matchup, in my opinion. But we don't have a Mind Splitter available right now. We do have triple bounce card though. We have the Fight or Flight, we have the Rebuke, and we have the Ghost. So we are more than ready to play around. So we will be dropping that MF to play around potential attacks on Lee Sin's side, and Lee Sin will have to be wary about these potential battle tricks. MF is being accelerated. We are going to be restanding a rune thanks to MF's effect, and we are going to be using block to give shield 3 to this pit rookie. But Ghost is going to come match it and send the pit rookie back to ends. Soul Gorger is going to match the other battlefield, and we are dropping our Mind Splitter. We did find it off the top, and now that's a big problem for Lee Sin, because both these Dragon Rages are gone, and that seemed like such a crucial card in this matchup. A bit of luck on MF's side here, but a bit of a problem now on Lee Sin's side. Dragon Rage being sent to the bottom of the deck twice in this specific turn might be the turning point of this game, because now we have to retake battlefields without our key cards. We draw a charm though, that could be of great help. And we are still so far from victory, so we want to retake with this Kiana for sure, to be able to draw an extra card. And like, I don't think we want to channel, I think we want to draw an extra card with this Kiana. So we could probably try and fight that MF, but that MF is 5. So we would also need bigger cards to be able to deal with it right now. Sorry, I'll just drink some water. I have throat issues. We are accelerating that Lee Sin right now for 7 runes and in Orange Power. What an insane card that Lee Sin is. I really like these cards, especially in Sett. I think it's very strong, and it is of course in Lee Sin too. And now we have the opportunity to go all in with this Kiana and this Lee Sin on probably the rightmost battlefield, right? So this Kiana is 5, then through Lee Sin's effect it goes to 7, and then Lee Sin could also go to 7 with the Legend's ability, and we would be on 14 might. So that's enough to deal with the battlefield with Mind Splitter and Soul Gorger, but if we do get it with Rebuke, then we have a tough time fighting this. Whereas if we go Kiana and Lee Sin on the rightmost battlefield, even if they do Rebuke one of these, we are still in the lead and able to face that MF without losing too much. Sorry, try to bear with my my sickness. If it's like unbearable, tell me and I like lower the mic by a slight amount so you guys don't hear me so much. So we are thinking on this inside right here. And the MF player is left with both a rebuke and a fight or flight. But like both discords, are we buffing that listen? We are buffing a first mate. So we are going for a first mate clockwork to try and deal with that MF already. So we accept the fact that we are losing both those small units if we get it with either a fight or flight or a rebuke. But that also allows us to make sure Kiena is going to come through. And that MF player realizes it and so is going to let this clockwork conquer. So that way you are not able to conquer with Kiena if you don't go fighting into these bigger units. We still could see a Lee Sin plus Kiana plus Guardian going into this leftmost battlefield that would put us on like 6, 7, and 6. So something like 23, if I'm not wrong. And then we would be able to beat it no matter if we're facing a fight or flight or a rebuke. So this is something that we could consider on Lee Sin's side, and that would also allow us to clear the entirety of the boards. What happens if they do clear Lee Sin there? Or I might be wrong there. Because if they go Lee Sin, Kiana, and Guardian, and they do rebuke or fight or flight Lee Sin, then you are on 5 and 4, so you are on 12, you are matching and you are clearing both, and then you can conquer with Pora. So yeah, I think that's the play. I think you go with all 3 of these. Let me grab the pen. I think you go with all 3 of these there, and whatever happens, rebuke or fight or flight, you still are able to at least trade, and then you can conquer with Pora. I think that's the play for sure. Also, he is pathing. I think that's a mistake. I think that's a mistake. Because like this is 5, right? This is 4 right now, and this is 6. If Lee Sin goes in there, this guy is 6, this guy is 7. So we are 13 altogether. So we are beating this. But if Lee Sin is kicked out, be it like fight or flight or rebuke, then we only have these stats for us, which makes make us put us on a 9 stat. But then we have the ability to kill this Mind Splitter here, force a cord out of MF's end, which only has 2, I think, in end right now. And we have these guys to retake next turn. We could buff the Poro with the Lee Sin Legend and then attack again. So I think we had to go for a trade right now because playing slow into MF is not going to favor us, in my opinion. In my opinion, playing slow into MF is not going to do us a favor. Big perks of being on a replay, right? I can pause and talk. We draw an extra Ghosts on MF's side. Not a card that is going to have so much impact right here. We are going to split our units to give the ganking to Might Splitter. So MF giving ganking to Might Splitter, then Mind Splitter going there to fight the Clockwork and conquer another battlefield. But now our units are in this split and we see the Dead Bloom dropping here. And now it's going to be even harder to retake this battlefield and we have to fight a Mind Splitter on another side. So I think we had to play it a bit risky last turn to try and score, in my opinion. But maybe we have another plan on Lee Sin's side. I can't say I'm very familiar to Lee Sin. I did study the deck's theory, but I can't say I'm really familiar with the deck so far. Not something that I've played a lot or run into a lot. So now we have both a Kiana and a Guardian with buff, and we could buff that Poro too to make them go well with Lee Sin. But once again, we are facing the same problem. If Lee Sin is sent back, then we are losing too much. Might say we need to play around that for sure. Oh, because if you guys don't know Lee Sin, maybe that's not a card that's been played so much lately. So I should probably show you what Lee Sin is, right? Here you go, guys. So Lee Sin is Accelerate, and then your other buffed units at this battlefield have +2 might. So if he's there with them, they are big, but if he gets sent back to base or to end by either Rebuke or Fight or Flight, then they all lose the buff because it's at my battlefield. So that's something that you have to take into consideration when you are making that push. Am I yapping too much, or is everything clear? Do you guys appreciate the explanations, or should I just focus on like shoutcasting the plays? Let me know what you'd prefer. I think we are doing a decent, and a lot of you are joining, so thank you for being there. Hope you having a great day, a great Sunday, wherever you are. And we are deciding to go for that push, but still not using the Lee Sin. This time it is Poro and Kiana, but we will see a Ghost being used on that Poro. Which means this Poro goes back to end, and this Kiana is dying to the Mind Splitter if we don't have anything else to protect it, which is not the case. So we are just burning that Sonya, and the Kiana goes back to base. And now we have a Charm available, but we don't have such great coordinate. And that's one of the reasons I think Block is not played. And I was curious to know how this guy got to top cut playing Block. Because if you're in the lead, Block is a decent chord. But if you're either not in the lead or into Kai'Sa, this chord is almost utterly useless. And that's basically what we're seeing here, is that you would need a Discipline or a chord with that kind of power, offensive power, to make out for the gap in power, but it does not find it, and instead is stuck with a defensive only chord. Appreciate the explanations? Okay, perfect, great. Then welcome everyone. We are talking sorry. We are talking meta Riftbound most of the time on this channel, so if you like this type of content, feel free to drop a follow, and I'll see you at 8 PM on every Wednesday, Paris time, for competitive streams. So both these guys are thinking that Lee Sin, I don't think he took the best trades available so far. I think he should have gone greedy with that Lee Sin. Like right now, what I'm feeling is he's trying not to lose and not trying to win. Like he's not thinking like, okay, but if I don't do this play now, what happens next? So now we are going to see the Rebuke being used on that Lee Sin is going back to end. And now the Guardian is dead too, and this game is pretty much over because we lost all our ability to push through the boards. And now we will just see more Aurora units stack up, and we are most likely going to see game 1 going MF's way. So basically, I think his thought process was like, yeah, but I lose a unit or two if I get it with either Rebuke or Fight or Flight. But that also gave him a shot at winning the game if these chords were not here. And that gave him a shot at having a trade if these chords were here. So it's like not on the completely negative side. Like you either have a trade or a winning play. And I think by not trying it, you go for a losing play, which is like, I'm not losing right now, but like in 2 turns, I'm doomed because I did not try and win this specific turn. This is something that I'm a big advocate of. It's like, that requires you to have a very good knowledge of what's happening in the game. And we are seeing another Mind Splitter. Lee Sin is gone and game is over. Lee Sin is gone and then we don't have anything to retake and game is over. GG's MF for game 1. See, this is something that I'm a big advocate of, is that it requires you to have a good knowledge about the game overall. But like, if you are trying to make a play that does not make you lose, if they have specific combination of chords in hand, but like in 2 turns you lost because you did not try it and they did not have the chords in the end, well, might as well try it. And in this scenario, he needed to go for that board. Thank you so much for the Prime sub, Violet. Thank you so much. Welcome on board. Welcome in the cruise. Nice to have you here. Thank you so much for the support. And congrats on being able to watch that full day of me shoutcasting things without ads. If you guys don't want to have ads, feel free to do what Violet just did and drop a Prime. It's almost free, and it will allow you to spend all the day without ads. I think it's more than worth it. Both for you and for me. Like, I think financially it's worth for me over the ads you would have watched. And for you guys, it's worth too. Because like 3 minutes of ads an hour, if we are here for like 5 to 6 hours, is quite some time. Yo, Crispy, how you doing, brother? Good morning, brother. Nice to have you on stream. So we finally drew one of these offensive tools that we needed in that discipline, but it's a bit late now. Battlefields are stacked, and not gonna lie, not going to try and hype up the thing. It is already lost for listing. There's no way he wins this game. Some interesting decks in day 2, not gonna lie. I did try to like not spoil myself about like what's being played and what matches are featured. So I will discover them with you guys, but so far, yeah, listening to MF is not something I was expecting for round 1 of day 2 for sure. I got it was not and did not want to anymore. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking about. And you also got a beautiful pink dolphin as a chat thingy. Yeah, listen is surrendering game 1. So interesting build on Lisin's side. Probably a matchup that the build could shine in, because like you are able to score a lot of early points and then shield, both shield and Dragon's Rage, sorry, or very interesting cards in this specific matchup. Thing is, he did not like take enough risks in my opinion, for sure. But like if this guy in this specific matchup where these cards are strong is losing, I can only imagine what that would be facing Kaisa, facing Yi, that have way more satisfying answers to these cards, and also just have better overall game plan compared to MF. So I'm not too convinced so far, but maybe games 2 and maybe game 3 will also like change my mind. Thanks for the hype train, by the way. Thanks for tuning in. So let's get down to game 2 already. Listen will most likely be starting once again. So something that I was talking about game 1 is the fact that MF basically wants to go second, because on average you are able to find 2 ramps a game. And so if you are on 3 and you ramp twice, be it like Catalyst that is twice, or Backpack twice, or Double Mobilize, whatever ramp you are able to find, you gain a full turn on that aura curve. You go to from 3 to 5, and then next turn is 7, and then next turn is 9, and you can drop aura already. While going first requires you to have 3 ramps to access that aura curve 1 turn early. And that's something that is more unlikely that accessing 2, of course. So like first game he was able to get like that mobilized into Catalyst, which gave him this possibility to like get 3 ramps. But most of the time MF is pretty happy going second and having a stronger aura curve. So this is something that we're going to look for. Right now Lising is going first, most likely. Maybe MF can still have a great opener and drop aura on curve, and that could still be a tough game even if Lising goes first. But he had a godlike game 1 on MF's side though. Being able to discard both these Dragon Rages was extremely crucial. By the way, shouldn't we add a bait counter to Kiana though? I think, I might be wrong, but I think Kiana was not able to conquer a single time. Or maybe once, and he drew a card off of it. She was not a complete fraud into that game, so I'm not going to add a 1 to the Kiana bait counter. But like basically, this is me hating on 2 cards that I think are way overrated, sorry, in Kiana and Time Warp. I think both these cards are overrated. I think both cards are being overused in lists and should not be so much. I'm not saying these are the worst cards in the game, don't get me wrong. But like there are a lot of situations, in my opinion, in which you would love to prefer other options in your deck building process. And so one of the side goals of today is trying and count how many times Kiana is a bait and how many times Time Warp is a bait, and they would have either won without it, or they don't change anything to the way they lose the game. Or maybe they are even a burden to how they lose the game. So this is something that I'm going to be counting for sure with the little bait counter right here on the opposite side of screen. So we are going into game 2. Let me just like mute myself for a second. That old man's dying. That old man's dying. Alright, so we are seeing the extra rune battlefields on MF's side, which allows Lee Sin to drop a Guardian on turn 1. Then MF gets to 4 rune, and now we still are in the need to either find a ramp, and then as we were saying before, if we are able to find 2 ramps, we are now skipping a turn. We already found 1 with that battlefield. Or we are digging for Aurora, but most likely we would want to ramp a second time, and then we are on that Aurora curve already for next turn. Yo Pappy, how you doing, brother? Welcome on stream. We are dropping that Kiana once again to try and apply pressure on both battlefields. We are also seeing the Dreaming Tree on the right side of the board being played by Lee Sin, such a strong card. We are grabbing the Catalyst on MF's side. So Catalyst will give us that extra ramp that we needed to get that Aurora curve for next turn. Because now we were on 6, we are going to get to 8, and then next turn is 10, and we could drop that Aurora already, provided that we do have it in hand, which I did not see yet, but seeing his pick, it is likely that we do. We do have that Aurora, I've seen it now. So once again, MF having a really strong opener, and Lee Sin might be in a tough spot. Also, something that you have to consider is that when you see this game, you could be like, okay, MF is the strongest deck in the game. He is having very strong openers. This is not something that's going to happen every game, and that's why I would probably not pick MF for a regional event, is that I don't think on like 10 to 12 rounds, if you're planning to make a deep run into the top cut, you could have such openers every game, especially in a best of 3. So Lee Sin is thinking we don't see that Dragon Rage so far. Seems like it was one of the key cards of his strategy, but we are seeing a Kiana that might be able to conquer, and she can only be answered with 1 rune, so nothing can happen, because for 1, the only thing that MF could do is either play a stack deck during your turn, which has like means no threat for Kiana, or either a Ghost, which only bounces a 3 or less might unit to the end, so Kiana once again isn't affected. So it was pretty safe to say that this Kiana would be able to conquer, and now we will be using that first mate to bring that Kiana back to base and make her able to conquer next turn once again. This is pretty smart on Lee Sin's side. So basically, even though MF's board is empty, there is something that could happen that would make that would make Lee Sin lose a body for no reason, and this card is Dead Bloom Predator. So I guess you guys know about it already, but since it's syncing, I might as well show you, right? Dead Bloom is a card that enters play directly in an occupied battlefield if its owner wants to do so. And so like here, Lee Sin would just be giving this Dead Bloom Guardian away to Dead Bloom Predator if he does not retreat it. Whereas if he does retreat it, he has both an extra unit in base that can't be challenged by Dead Bloom. Also, he played around Dead Bloom because now he can't enter a battlefield since there are no occupied battlefields. And third thing, it will work in his favor later on because this Guardian is buffed, and so he can be comboed with Orange Lee Sin from the champion zone to be even stronger in the later game. And we are going to see a Volibear, such a big body. So Volibear is a 10 might unit that has shield 3, and that says whenever your opponent moves in the other battlefield, in the one where I'm not, you draw an extra card. So big problem in terms of might, but that also something that could be interesting on Lee Sin's side. If we manage to hit that Dragon Rage, we could probably be able to to use that Volibear as a strong target to deal damage to another unit. And we now have a lot of bodies on this side. Once again, only one rune open. We are not afraid of Ghost. So the only thing is, do you want to conquer with Kiana and then accept that you are most likely losing it to a trade next turn? Which I think I would do for sure, because like either drawing a court or ramping a rune, in this scenario I would favor drawing a court for sure, is something that is really strong. And so Kiana did the job in this game. It's a peculiar matchup, so I would not say like this gives us overall vibes on how good Kiana is. Let's not be result oriented. But like this Kiana did the job here, conquering twice. Guardian is going to score. We are now getting on 4 points. Then we are setting up a Lee Sin in this battlefield. Alrighty. And a Charm into Volibear to punish the big boy. Alright. So very interesting play here on Lee Sin's side. This Guardian has tank, so there's no way Volibear does damage to this Lee Sin because it does not have the necessary might to outmight both Lee Sin and Guardian. So we are seeing that Volibear die. We are now conquering with both that Kiana and that Lee Sin. We are on 5 points already, and MF's board is still empty. If we are able to find a good push into next turn, we might be in the driver's seat for Lee Sin here. We will be hiding that Zhonya's. Ideally, we want to protect Lee Sin. We don't care so much if Kiana dies. So we are going to hide it in Lee Sin's battlefield, and we are going to pass with one rune open, which will be used most likely for a DeFi in our end if needed. So we are now in a very good spot on Lee Sin's side. Now this is the big push coming in on MF's side. Right now we are both able to play a unit from the end using our runes and a free unit of Aurora, so this is the turning point of the game. Are we able to retake or establish boards, or are we just losing it all? This is something that we're going to see right now. We are using that sabotage. Are we going to use the DeFi? I don't think so. We are just giving the option. Either you discard DeFi and I can use Engwards, or you discard Engwards and you know that I can DeFi your battle tricks. Pretty interesting so far on Lee Sin. I really do like how this game was played, and I really do like the fact that we did not see blocks. Hopefully these got sided out. And so very interesting thing on MF's side. Not trying to take a losing play by keeping a lot of runes open to play his battle tricks. We are either dropping Aurora, so we know that we are in a tough spot, and we are basically saying either I don't lose this game and then this next turn and then this game is over because I have access to both these Auroras, or you are able to win it, and like anyway I would have lost. So pretty well played on the MF's side in my opinion. We are going to see that Dead Bloom enter play and try to kill that Kiana, which will be saved by a Zhonye. Go back to base. And then Kiana is going back to base. That Dead Bloom is full tapped. MF has no runes open. So that Dead Bloom is most likely going to die. But that does not mean that it was not crucial to the way that he was able to retake tempo here. Now we can get to 7. But if he got to 7 using Kiana, so something interesting, Kiana ults, he gets to 7. Then if he has access to like something like First Mate or a move court, he could go like Kiana back to base, then First Mate, restand Kiana, and then stack everyone in the battlefield with Lee Sin. And if he ults, he wins the game. And remember that Lee Sin gives +2 to every buffed unit on his battlefields. So this is something that could have been tough to deal with for MF. And the fact that he now needs to deal with Dead Bloom to score that 7th point is already a good thing on MF's side, because now you force Lee Sin to split his units. Yo prof, how you doing, brother? Apologize, but my Kaisai deck has time warp in here. The copy I'm being real on Crispy's side. So bait counter is, I think both people are overvaluing both Kiana, and we are finding that First Mate. So that's exactly the play I was talking about here. So great that we were able to find that Dead Bloom on MF's side. Very crucial, actually. So what I was talking about is, like, I think both people are over-evaluating both Kiana and Time Warp as, like, some of the strongest cards in the game, which I think that's not the case. And so we have a bait counter every time one of these cards is either they would have won the game without it, but they used it, or they lost the game because they had it, and if they had another card, they could have won. This is going to increase the bait counter, and at the end of the day, we will know for sure if Time Warp and Kiana's were good or bad cards. Obviously, just kidding. It's a bit more much of me ranting. I don't like these cards. But like, these cards are not so trash. By the way, bear with me, I'm sick, my voice is terrible, I know, sorry guys. Hope you're having a great Wednesday, sorry, Sunday. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. So we are using that discipline to draw 2 extra cards here, and we find a Rune Prison that could be very crucial. That could be very crucial on Lee Sin's side, because Rune Prison, no matter how much might your unit has, is a very key card, the stun mechanic being so strong into one of these bigger units. I really do like that draw. Need some help with these Airy matchups? Need help playing Airy or playing into Airy? I could probably help with both though. And that Lee Sin is going to go into that Dead Bloom. We find the trade. We are able to get to 7 points. And now we are probably able to go for that specific strategy I was talking about. Are we going to stack everyone in a battlefield? This could be the turning point of the game, because if we manage to do so with the Rune Prison available, we could have won the game, but we don't have the Rune Prison. We used all of our runes playing that first mate. So do we decide to play it slow? Looks like we do. We are stacking runes, and we are... Are we passing? Shouldn't we at least send a Poro to force a contest? Probably Poro at least is something that we have to look at. Playing low once I... Yeah. So, yeah. Tempo is very important, and in control matchups, which are the toughest ones, if you make a mistake and lose like a body for... Like, you could have saved... Game is over, you lost. So yeah, it's very tough to play into control matchups. Like, not impossible, but you need to be almost perfect on playing the deck, in my opinion. And there are still some games that you can't win. Like, whenever Kaisa gets like double Falling Star into Captain Rain, well, GG's. But like, any deck in the game would have lost that game, so can't really say like Ari is the problem there. These cards are just a bit overtuned, in my opinion. So we are now thinking, I think you just send the Poro and you pass, no? The problem is we are on double Aurora. So if we get it with like Dead Bloom, we might just lose everything, even if we stack in a single battlefield. So Poro's getting there. We are not drawing a card because we held that battlefield at the beginning of the turn. We are dropping a Sonia or a block. I think it's block. But he's most likely baiting on a Sonia, but I think it's block that's being eaten right here. To upload your Ares list. Yeah, you can go on my Piltover archive. Maybe I should add a comment for Piltover archive there, because I've been saying this a lot in the latest streams, so maybe I should just add a comment. You can just go on my Piltover archive and the list has been updated, and it's free, of course. Let me just try and add a comment real quick. So we are taking a long time thinking on that list inside. What we are playing around right now is most likely something like Dead Bloom twice. And I don't think added any extra units would make up for that. Right now, we are on 6 might here. Like, that does not change anything in my opinion. Might be wrong. Is there a way to like see user profile? Something like that. If I go to my decks, it's decks/me. But can I get to my profile? I will try and like put a link somewhere for you guys. So now the question is, are we able to retake both battlefields? Because if we are, on MF side, most likely this game will be a tough one for Lee Sin, since double Aurora will be rampaging over the board. Volley is getting there. We are seeing a block dropping, so this Lee Sin is now 10 because he gets shield 3. So now it's 10 into 10. And we are seeing that Volley trade. But maybe MF has some kind of battle tricks to play around this. Can I just do this? I think this works, no? Can you check if this works? Prof? Give me a second. Can you check if you click this, do you land on my profile? Because if you do, I'll just put a comment. So, like, exclamation marks list. We are finding that Dead Bloom, and we were able to clear. So once again, not so sure adding an extra first mate here was what we were looking for. And we will be getting rid of this first place. Okay, so I kinda don't like the way this turn was played on Lee Sin's side. There were some interesting interactions, and Mind Splitter is just going to discard this second card here. But the big problem is we sacrificed way too much. And now we know that with the Soul Gorger, the Mind Splitter, Lee Sin has no resources and the Auroras are going on a rampage. It works? Okay, great. So let me just eat up that Wisebot thingy. And now I think game is over. So it all came down to that breaking point of MF being able to retake both these battlefields. And now it's going in MF's favor. Lee Sin can draw an extra card, maybe 2 of them with the Kiana conquering and the 7th point drawing also, but that won't probably be enough to hold on that battlefield with the MF effect of giving ganking to a big boy in the other one. So let me just do this, then this, and exclamation mark lists, lists, find all my lists on my Piltover archive profile. And here you go. And now you could probably use lists. Should work. Yeah, perfect. Great. Very great. So we are conquering. Wait. What happened? What happened? What happened here? So what we were expecting happened, right? Kiana went in there to try and conquer. We drew 2 cards out of it, one of the 7 points and one of Kiana, I think. And we drew that orange Lee Sin. Is this what happened? Did you see the deck overviews for the... No, I did not. I tried not to spoil myself as much as I could. So we are dropping that Lee Sin in there to give the buff. Then we are probably sending everyone and praying we will be able to hold. Lee Sin's effect is going to be used. We are now able to buff that first mate. In my opinion, that will be the play so we don't get hit with a ghost. And now we have a Defy in hand also to play around a potential battle trick. So we are on... Yeah, so 4, 6, 6 and 7 are 13, 13 and 8 are 21. And on MF's side, we are now, right now, able to generate certain might. Oh, we find the signature, but that might be a big bait because it would get defied probably if we were to use this first. So we are going to see the Gentleman Duos being played. Pretty strong card in this situation. So you guys might not know what this does. This is basically challenge, but way more expensive. Way more expensive, but you can't defy it. And so that's exactly what I was... so duo. What's the name of the cards? It's orange though. Let me just get down to orange. It's a 6 energy card. Where are you at? Nowhere to be seen. Or am I just... Oh, yeah. Not proving ground. Okay. So I need to go there to find proving grounds. So that's this course. So basically, as an action, you can give +3 to your unit and then resolve a challenge. So both units deal their might to each other. And it got very clutch in this situation since there was no way Lee Sin could play around that card since it can't be defied, being a 6 energy card. So it's a trend that we've seen lately in Riftbound is that sometimes having a more expensive card, like recycling 2 runes or paying more than 4 energy is pretty good because you can play around DeFi. Sorry. I think Lee Sin had a real shot at winning this game 1. I think he should have probably won game 1 if he decided to go for the winning play. On the other end, that game 2 was really tough, well played on MFE's side. Might have been some optimization available on Lee Sin's side, but still, double Aurora back-to-back is something you are afraid of no matter what deck you're playing. So pretty good gameplay on MFE's side so far. And that's basically the big, like, quote-unquote big problem with Aurora. Is that sometimes you don't have a lot to do as a player for the deck to win the game. And that's what happened here. He went Aurora, and then the deck basically won on its own. And now something pretty cool that we could do is I'm going to clear my throat because I'm dying once again. And then we can already jump onto what I think is top 32. You guys correct me in the chat if I'm wrong, but I think we are jumping right on top 32 here. Sorry, my bad. This goes away. This goes here. And we can skip the poses and we can just like go on and on. Pretty cool. Pretty interesting game 1 though, seeing those rogue decks. Let me just clear my throat and I'll be back. Yo guys, I'm doing the try not to die challenge and I tell you what, I'm losing it. I'm literally losing it. Thanks for the follow, Optimistic. Thank you, brother. Bro, like, life is tough. Not gonna lie, life is tough. Probably if you pay attention, you can hear, like when I mute myself and clear my throat, and then like for 20 minutes I'm talking, and you can hear my voice going down here, and then I clear my throat, and it's back, and then down. Like tough times ahead. Tough times ahead for sure. But we'll get there eventually. Alright, let's go. Ads are done. So let's go for top 32. You need to get sick now for when the Europe regional comes. It's a bit too far for me to not get sick again. Thank you, by the way, for the follow, Optimistic. Thank you, brother. Hope you're doing great. Hope you're having a great Sunday, and welcome to the stream. So both, what are the decks? I think it's Yi, no? I think this one is Yi, from my perspective and what I can see. And then this one I don't know. Let's just fast forward a bit so we can have clearer intel. So we are indeed on Yi, and we are facing Teemo. Alright, facing Teemo right now on stream. Would not be surprised if that would be announced at Houston. The European one? Yeah, maybe, probably, yeah. I will need to snipe for tickets though. No way I don't get tickets to get there. No fucking way I don't. And I hope we are going to have a 2K people event. Just like they are having right now in China. So we are seeing Aspirants Ground being played game 1 on Yi's side. Will allow you to get to 9 points. Or both players to have to get to 9 points to win the game. But that's definitely something that is an advantage to Yi. That being said, Teemo is not such a terrible deck at playing into the later game, especially because of Mundo and the battle tricks he is able to achieve with a lot of runes. Oh, this guy is sick just like I am. And on the other side, Teemo is on Zones Warren. So Discord 1, draw 1. We are now pretty much certain that this guy is on a Mundo list. So if you guys don't know what Mundo Teemo is like, it's a lot of movement tricks, ride the wind, maybe fight or flight, most likely also tide turner, and then we are stacking the deck to find Mundos through a lot of great draw power cards, and whenever we find that Mundo, we move it around the board to slam everyone there and score 3 points. So that's the game plan on Teemo's side. On Yi's side, we are not so bad ourselves at generating big bodies. We want to take it slower in the early game, ramp runes, access the later stages, and then we are able to generate bodies so big that nobody can deal with them on a consistent basis. Is the meta pretty wide for this tourney? So I think most likely what they're doing production-wise is that they are picking legends that are unexpected at this stage of the tournament, so that way we can see different games, and then they are expecting that when we are on reduced player counts, so top 4, top 8 something, we will see a lot of Mastery and Kaisa, so they are anticipating it by putting lesser played legends on stream. In my opinion, that's what they're doing here. But I think most of the top cut is still like Cases and Yis. I've not seen the reps, but like that must be it. So we are seeing a last stand, another tech chords. And we are on an Aurora build. So another Aurora game, and I think Teemo is not especially good at dealing with Aurora. I'm not so sure Teemo has a winning habit into Aurora because like Mundo is big, but too many big bodies are bigger than Mundo sometimes. So yeah, not so sure it's the best version that this Teemo list could have run into. But now we know for a fact that he will need to try and go fast, use his strong early game cards like Traveling Merchant and some other stuff to try and score early points. And if he manages to do so, then he might have a shot. But that, that Aspirants trial, forcing him to go to 9 points will probably be a problem. We are dropping that Teemo to have a turn 1 unit, and we are now passing. Nice to see other decks, yeah, for sure, for sure. We will be seeing a lot of Kaisa in 2E, which I guess for me are still interesting matches because there are strategies and a lot of things that we can talk about watching these games of Kaisa in 2E. But still, it's interesting for like the audience to see several different builds in the early stages of the top cut, I think, and different legends too. We are dropping that Monk. So Teemo on board, we already discarded a Singularity, which is a trash card in this matchup. Not being able to reach both White Flame and Dead Bloom are a big problem for this card. So it's pretty fine that we get to discard it in the early game. And then we are seeing that Teemo and that Monk trying to fight for the boards and scoring point. On the other end, this Yi player replies with the Catalyst of Aeons, being able to ramp 2 extra runes and to try and play his bigger units earlier to contest these battlefields. Monk is going to conquer, and now we are going to see Teemo getting to what he does best, which is like digging through the decks, stacking, playing cards. Another Monk will be dropped. We are going to pay an energy to bounce back the Teemo with the legend effect. Then we are going to hide a card, and most likely, yeah, we are going to burn a rune to hide another card. So now we have 2 Monks that both get +2 whenever you play an hidden card. So this turn they could get 2 +4. Monk. Oh, Ember Monk. Yeah, this one. So this turn they could both get to +4, and we are going to start forcing you to commit onto these battlefields that we owed and try to punish him with our hidden cards. So far we know there is a Teemo there that can get to 4 might, and we also know there is a Council of the Past, most likely Eden. But the opponent does not know about this one, he only knows about the Teemo so far. We hit the Dead Bloom out of the Aurora. So Dead Bloom is going to come and fight that Monk, but now we can flip both Idens to have a trade here. So we are consulting the past. This Monk is going to get +2, and then we are most likely flipping that Teemo too, and then we are on 8 and 8. So that Dead Bloom is not able to conquer, and we can find a trade. And since he is out of runes, we know that this one is going to go through. So Monk is down, Dead Bloom is down, And we have a shot on Teemo's side at scoring 2 extra free points this turn, which is very important in the early game. Also, we are starting to get into that Mundo range, so this is something that Yi player has to be careful about. We are getting another Katchouze the pass, so another way to dig through the deck right here, pretty interesting. And then we are going to see that Tide Turner being dropped, swapping that Monk for a quick play to the other battlefield and scoring 2 extra points. So another one of these movement tricks that people don't know so much about, that I should probably show you. Give me a second. Tide Turner, here we are. Just showing you that cards. Here we are. So Tide Turner now on screen, something that you guys might not have seen so far, but it's been seeing more and more play on Teemo's list lately. Mostly because it allows you to move Mundo around, but like in this situation, it was kind of a free accelerate for that monk to go and conquer another battlefield and score another point. You thought I was English at the beginning of the rec. I'm not, but I'm trying my best to go unnoticed as a French person. Just kidding. I guess it's a good sign. Means my English is not too bad despite me being sick to death. We are going to see that Fifolk accelerating and coming to combat that Tide Turner, which will be met with a Katchouze the past. Most likely we are digging through the deck once again, drawing 2 extra cards, trying to go and find that Mundo. We do drop a Tide Turner and a stack deck. We are going to use that stack deck because this card is an action, so we are stacking the deck even further, going for that Yordle to try and dig the deck even more. And then we still have a room open, but we're not going to use it most likely, and this Tide Turner is going to die, so Fifolk is able to conquer, and we will be discarding a card on his side. That card being Mountain Drake, because we already have 2 White Flame Protectors, which are way better big bodies dropped from Ants. And we are on several last stands too, so this is probably a very sick card for the mirror. But I would be interesting to know if this works in the Kaisa matchup too. Pretty interesting tech here on his side. That last stand, I might as well show you last stand. So basically, you are doubling your might, your unit's might for a turn, but then it dies on the upcoming turn. So that's a card that we did not see play so much, mostly in my opinion, because it's so weak to Defy. Like the stats are pretty bad. If you get Defied, you tap 3 and you burnt 1 for nothing. And also losing your bodies is not something that you want when you already have big bodies, but maybe in the mirror match, having such bigger bodies is crucial to retaking battlefields. That's probably something that this guy is considering while adding these last stands to its list. And we've already seen 2 of them, so we know it's not a one-off tech coach, but rather a real strategy of his. So Teemo getting to 6 points. Remember that we are in that trial situation, so we need to get to 9 and not 8. And so Teemo will need to find a way to retake both battlefields, else it will be tough to get there. Oh, sorry. Sorry, the sneeze coming from downtown to get me. A ciao, but I'm back. Alright, so what's happening here? This Teemo player is thinking, and we are going to be dropping that Yordle to draw an extra card and dig further into the deck. We are seeing that Ravenbloom that will also be dropped in this battlefield. And then are we passing? Passing with like... It's weird that we decide not to set up a bit of base to at least pressure that Fifolk, because we have that singularity in there. So like if we set up basically anybody and that Fifolk is alone in the field, we could probably singularity it and then just conquer for free. So that's something interesting in my opinion. probably... What is last stand? Is it an action? I think last stand is an action. It is an action, so you can't react to Singularity with a last stand. So that could have been something that we wanted to look at. Maybe Tide Turner also. Like Tide Turner, Retreat Monk, then Singularity, then kill Fifth Oak, then Monk there, add another card. This is also something that we could have a look at. I think he has a Tide Turner in it, but I might be wrong though. I might be wrong. And now, are we able to retake this battlefield on this side? This is far from impossible. Right now, I think we have a Dead Bloom in hand, and if that's the case, we could go first Mountain Drake, then Dead Bloom, or we could go White Flame on Mountain Drake and then get in there with 18 mites. And if Teemo does not have something like a fight or flight, and this does not get met by a Defy, we are most likely losing everything on this specific turn. I really love the dice addition, by the way. Really love the dice addition. I find it so much more convenient than these pieces of plastic that we're fumbling around last official streams. I really love the dice addition. I think it's a great way and a clearer way to show for the stream what's happening on the board. Big dice user myself. So we are coming to fight with these 18 marks, 18 mites, sorry. We are using that Stupefy to draw a card. We find the Guerrilla Warfare, then we are going to use another Stupefy here to draw an extra card. We are just going to go -2 on the dice. And then we are flipping that Teemo. And we are using that Convergence on... What are we using it on? So this, like, Teemo is 4. Ravenbloom is 1, 2, 3 extra because we use Truth Bells. So Teemo is 4. Ravenbloom is 5. This guy is 6. And then we probably do Convergent here. Yeah, well, exactly. So we are now on 6, 6, 5, 4. So we are on 12 and 5, 17 and 4, 21. While Mountain Drake is only on 18 so far. But that's still a big trade. Like, Drake is dying for sure. But you take away a lot from Teemo's boards if you're Yi here. So you might very well be okay with this trade, in my opinion. If there was no Aspirants trial, maybe yeah, you are not okay, because it's a bit scary to have him go to 7. But like right now, knowing that he has to go to 9 to win this game, this is a very decent trade in my opinion. So we are losing everything but that Ravenbloom. And then he is thinking, but remember that we still have an Aurora at the end of this turn, so far from done here. We could eat a Dead Bloom, we could eat another Mountain Drake, we could eat a Fifth Oak, we could eat another White Flame. So a lot of great cards to eat off of that Aurora to regain tempo in this game. And the thing that I was talking about, he sometimes has a hard time dealing with units in base if he does not have access to the charm cards. And right now, setting up a unit in base instead of smashing everyone in the battlefield, so that next turn you can go Singularity to kill that Fifth Oak and then conquer an extra point for free, is something that could have been considered, in my opinion, on Teemo's side. Because right now we are finding the Dead Bloom and we are indeed, as planned, losing that battlefield. So obviously a bit of luck finding that second Dead Bloom after the one that died earlier, but still something that was very possible, and that happened. We find the Dead Bloom and we kill that last unit remaining to conquer both battlefields, and now Teemo is basically left on an empty turn trying to set up to conquer in the upcoming ones. And we are going to see a pass here, and now Yi will be able to drop 2 units for free with his hand and his Aurora. So big problems on Teemo's side here, and game 1 going Yi's side in my opinion, except there's some kind of a big switch in the game's tempo that I did not see coming. I really like the addition of Confront in Yi too. I think having the ability to accelerate your big bodies is sometimes very crucial. I did try War Up, but I think Confront is just another better card. And one of the big problems on Teemo's side is that we were not able to find that Mundo yet to go rampaging all over the board, conquer and move it with something like ride the win, but that Mundo seems to be stuck in the deck and we are not finding it yet. And even if we do happen to find it, we are only getting to 8 points and we need 9 to win this game. So we would need to be able to conquer and then next turn come fighting back with that Mundo. Something interesting that we could do, but most likely he is aware of it since these Teemo Mundo builds have been quite popular lately. Another body is going to be dropped off of the Aurora, and this one will be... Isn't it mostly a Mountain Drake for sure? I think it's either Mountain or White Flame from what we've seen so far. Oh, there's Fiffolk, obviously, yeah. So we have another Fiffolk here eating the boards. Not the best, but like you're already so far ahead that it's very fine, I think, in my opinion, to get this Fiffolk. And we also have Zonia in base, I think. In the battlefield, sorry, Eden. So we will be able to save that Dead Bloom no matter what. So right now, I think what we find the Mundo finally. And this Mundo, let me tell you what, this Mundo is pretty big. So probably on Teemo's side, the plan is try and trade on the rightmost battlefields to get to 7. And then we try to secure the win with the Mundo in the upcoming turn. We have like what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Something like 15 plus cards in trash on Teemo's side. So that Mundo is 20 plus might. We could get surprised by the last stand though to beat that Mundo, but that Mundo is a big boy. Very big boy. Thinking on Teemo's side, sorry. But I think the plan is to try and fight that Dead Bloom, and if we manage to retake, then maybe we could be able to win the game off of that Mundo. We are going with both the mech and the Yordle. Pretty cool interaction is that the Yordle has tank. So if you're going into an 8 might unit with both Yordle and mech, you can't lose your mech. Because they have to focus the Yordle because of tank. So pretty good keyword there. Only problem in that interaction. Alright, so we are dropping that Mundo. We are going for it. Only problem is that in that interaction is if they play last stand, they are well above both Yordle and mech. So they have a trade anyway. We are dropping that Mundo already. And now we are facing the pressure from this Mundo being used to either ride the win or Tide Turner or whatever next turn to close the game. Fight or Flight will be used. We will recycle a rune to send that Dead Bloom back to base, reacting with the Zonia, and now we have a free Conquer on Teemo's side. Not much you can do if you're attacking an open battlefield. So we'll be seeing that Yordle go in a battlefield. We are also seeing a Guerrilla Warfare being used to add back 2 Eden Chords to end. One of them being Fight or Flight and the other one will be a Katchouze the Past. And so now that Mundo is still pretty big. He is at 18 might. Now he goes back to 19 because Guerrilla goes to trash. We are hiding a Chords, a Katchouze the Past in this scenario. And we are getting ready for next turn. It will be Mundo or nothing. We know Teemo has a Fight or Flight in hand. Probably several, seeing how many cards he drew through the game. So we have to prepare to face several battle tricks on his side. Probably like ride the wind into like several Fight or Flights, maybe even Rebukes. So we have to stack bodies now, else Mundo is going on a rampage next turn. Consult is going to draw us 2 extra cards. We are finding another Consult, and I can't really see the first one he drew. Not so sure what this is. We are getting to 7 points on this side, but remember that we are on Aspirants. So we need to get to 9 to win this game. Now it's very crucial that we have 2 bodies in there, so we are not losing to a single Fight or Flight, of course. But we also need to keep runes open to play these last stands that we have been saving since the beginning of the game, and that seem extremely crucial in this kind of game states. Are we passing with everything open? We are. So we are resolving that Aurora, and we are announcing, Teemo, that we do have a lot of battle tricks in the deck ourselves, and that most of the interactions coming from our hands are enough to suppress that push of Mundo next turn. Thanks for the follow, Gij. Welcome, brother. Nice to have you on stream. Do we have a unit left in the deck? Do we have one? Is the question. And it looks like we don't. So we are just not going to resolve Aurora because we don't have the ability to find another body, which means we are already able to calculate on Teemo's side what we have in hand. So far, I think we've seen 2 Fifolk, only 1 White Flame, 2 Dead Blooms, and I think 1 Drake, but maybe he did discard one at the beginning of the turn, the game, sorry. So we probably know that there's at least 1 Fifolk, 1 Dead Bloom, and 1 White Flame left in hand. We could already deduce that from the situation, if they're playing standard rushers, that is. So Mundo will be recycling 3 cards, at the beginning of the turn, getting down to 18 mites, and now we are going for the final push. Will the combat tricks be enough? Actually, something that we get another Fight or Flight. That is very sick. Something that I did not count, but you could probably count while he's revealing the whole deck with Aura. You could probably guess most of his hand, right? Like, if you see every G-Fi in the deck, you know that he does not have D-Fi in hand. So maybe that's something that you could also have done. I did not do it myself, but that's something that you could have done if you are the Teemo player. So we are going to see double Fight or Flight on both White Flame and Tasty. That's a 3 points. And now, is it about Mundo being able to capture this rightmost battlefield? We are going to use the mech to score our ace points, discard a card to give an extra might to Mundo and get an extra draw too through the zone's warrens. Is it tight turn or no? We are discarding another useless Mundo to draw for a stack deck, which we're going to use right now, I think. Because if we are able to find a guerrilla warfare or something along those lines, we are able to find another Fight or Flight. This is so sick. This is so sick on Teemo's side. Because right now, we are not taking it. So are we looking for something specific? We find the right wind of the top. So now Mundo is able to move around pretty freely and to avoid something like last stand. That being said, having access to Fight or Flight would have been a way to play around that last stand. Like you buff a unit and then I Fight or Flight it back to base, and so I don't die to the last stand. So Mundo is going there with 17 extra, so 23 might there on Mundo's side. I'm dying, guys. I'm legit dying. Sorry about that. So Mundo is getting there. And we are thinking on this side, but we most likely have to use one of those last 10 that we saved for that very moment. And we are going to be dropping, I think, one of these right now. Let me just sneeze for a second while they're thinking. Alright, sorry about that. Great, so we... what did we see, right? We saw a Confront being used at first to draw an extra card. Know everything about our options available, because maybe this draw could be potentially crucial, and we find a charm that won't be of help right now. So we are looking to try and hold that push. Will these last stands be enough to do so? By the way, please, just to make sure, when I go and sneeze, I mute myself with the mic. Please tell me that you don't hear me. Sorry if you do. So we are calculating on his side. I really kind of like that POV of like the boards plus players plus ants. Pretty cute. Maybe we should have played with the fight or flight instead of the ride the window on the Teemo side. Because now that Mundo is on, once again, 23 might, I think. Yep, exactly 23 might. And the last stand is going to be dropped on that Fifolk. So now Fifolk is on 12 might, while Deadblim is on 8. We are on 20 might, but we are going to be able to last stand again. We see a Stupefy on that one. Alright, we see a Stupefy. So now it's neg 1. Mundo is on plus 18, so we are on 24. And that Fifolk that was on 12 now got to 11 and now is on 22. So this Deadbloom is winning still. This Deadbloom is winning still. Are we just going to ride the wind that Mundo to the left battlefield and tell you, okay, come in and reconquer, because that will be a tedious task. And we are seeing a third last stand, and it's... No, it's still the second one. No, it's still the second one. So we are now on 22, if I'm not wrong. I think I calculated it correctly. And now we are able to match that Mundo. But if we are facing a ride the wind, for example, sending Mundo to the leftmost battlefields, then it could become tough to reconquer next turn, because a White Flame Protector would not be enough. That being said, you have Zonia, so, but I don't think he plays first, mates. Yeah, we are going to see a ride the wind here. So Mundo is going back to the other battlefields. And that, there's a problem here, in that Fifolk is going to die of temporary, so it could be going back to base and withstanding to attack. But since it will be saved by the Zonia, it will be recalled in an exhausted position, sorry. That being said, I think we found the charm on his side. So we just have to charm that Mundo away from the battlefields back to base. And that game is over if we don't have an answer on Teemo's side, which I think we probably don't have. Except if this card that's hidden is a Tidebreaker. That could be an absolute banger of a turn. Like, charm Mundo to base, then you attack, then Tidebreaker and Mundo comes back. That could, what a banger of a turn that would be. And this might be what we're seeing right now. So that Fifolk is still sleeping indeed. And we are seeing the charm being played here. Oh, we did hide a Katchouze the past. Oh, so we did not have the Tidebreaker. Sorry, you guys, so we did not have the Tidebreaker, or we did not see the line. But if we did have the Tidebreaker, did we have it? Because like then he only loses of double charm, I think. But he has no way, or only wins, sorry, out of double charm. But he has no way of forcing Tidebreaker, except by going to fight into this battlefield. Because like if he charms the make away, you just Tidebreaker, and then Mundo comes back and he does not have the double charm anymore. So did we misplay on Teemo's side? I think if we have Tidebreaker, this game 1 is checkmate. But do we have it? We would need to look at the end to make sure that we do. And I'm not so sure we will have the opportunity to do so. So I think we have it. I think like right here under Fox is a Tidebreaker. Oh, this must be it. I think we had that game. Can we see the end? Oh, we can see it here, probably. It is a Tidebreaker! It is a Tidebreaker, so we did not see the line. We did not see the charm line. Oh, so sad. We did have that tiebreaker, and if we did hide it instead of a Katchouze the past, this game was over, because then whatever happens here... Sorry, let me just get back to the point in which Mundo is there getting charmed out. If this is tiebreaker, what happens is you keep it there, Mundo goes there, and then you let them attack. And whenever they do attack, you flip the tiebreaker to bring Mundo back in. And most likely, this game is over. So we do not see the line on that Teemo's player side. And that's sad, because this game was most likely a win. But now Yi is getting away with game 1 of this top 32. Yeah, it was a tiebreaker play for sure. Let me just check once again. I think we have it. Yeah, it's here for sure. Discord is a tiebreaker. This is a tiebreaker. So we had the dub and we missed it. Such unfortunate turn of events after such a close game, but that was cool. And we did see some technologies putting in the work here, with these several last stands being played to outmight the Mundo. And that guy is thinking, but maybe he's just not thinking that he could have won this game 1, in my opinion. So we'll just jump directly into game 2, but what a banger of a game 1 that was already. And what a deception that must be for this Teemo player. I'll just clear my throat once again, so I'm ready for the start of the game. So welcome to you all to this stream. Nice to have you guys here. Sorry for being sick. I'm sick to death, but that's not an event that I wanted to miss. So we are currently recasting the Top Cut in China for whoever did not want to wake up at like 3 AM in the morning. We are recasting these games together, analyzing the plays, analyzing everything, and we should probably have a great evening together, because I think we are still here for several hours. One of the big perks of recasting is we can skip pauses, so that's something that we'll be doing, so we don't have a lot of dead time on our hands. And we are now seeing a Teemo versus Master Yi in top 32. Game 1 went his way, and I think Teemo could have won that game 1 for sure. So something really interesting. We'll have to see if he finds a way to make the right decision and win these games in game 2 and 3. Did bro just check the opponent deck when shuffle? Which one? Not so sure about that one. So we are for sure seeing the last stand putting work in this matchup, and we are keeping it in the main deck, and we are also playing the Rune Prison to match that Mundo. So most likely Rune Prison is in the sideboards. We should probably know this because of Aurora, but I'm not so sure, and I don't want to go back to see his full deck reveal. But I think we added these Rune Prisons post sideboards, and that's something that is pretty interesting in this matchup to play around the Mundo. Teemo player? Maybe, I don't know. No clue. Did not see, I was just fast forwarding. Yordo will be getting into the battlefields, and then we are seeing the Monk being dropped, and then Teemo being eaten thanks to the Legend's ability to pay an energy instead of a power to hide cards. And since there have been updates on the rules, you can now hide cards directly from your champion zone. So this is something very interesting of a mechanic. You know that Teemo is there, but that's still a body and value on board for a cheap amount of energy. Zonia will be dropped and turn will be passed. We are now on 7 runes, so next turn is 9 runes and we'll be able to drop that Aurora. That being said, we are not on that experience trial battlefield anymore. So last game that went down to one last point and was very close could have been won without this battlefield, and we'll have to try and see if this game will be going a different way because there is no appearance trial. We are going for this monk into Ravenbloom play, tapping 3 runes, and that Teemo is going to be revealed and added back to hands directly. We are now adding an extra card, adding another one, probably adding something like Console the Past instead of the Teemo to make value out of the Edens this turn, because we know it's either Aurora and a body or just a body. And if it's Aurora and a body, you are afraid of the scaling, but like this turn is pretty cheap. And if it's just a body, then you're in an even better spot, so why not make value, right? We are seeing that Aurora being played on Master Yi's side. And so now the question is, what do we find? If it's a Dead Bloom, then maybe we are happy to have a trade or lose the Yordle. If it's not a Dead Bloom though, and we are finding that Fifolk that will go straight to base. So 2 extra points on Teemo's side, we are now on 5. And that Aurora is live, that Zonia is live too. We would pretty much love that this Fifolk dies to proc the Zonia, by the way. This is one of the units that you are happy that it does not die, since having it die generates a draw and 2 extra runes as a death rattle. So Teemo is thinking, but we have that Mundo. We see that guerrilla warfare already. And we now have 2 hidden cards in these battlefields. We are playing a Stupefy on that Fifolk to draw a card and cycle through the deck. We find the Fight or Flight, such a crucial card in the matchup. Fox is going to be dropped. We are going to be recycling a rune to do so, but not accelerating it. So this Fifolk is now 2 might, but what do you want to do? Not much, in my opinion. You just leave it be. It's just to like not lose too much tempo and still be able to generate some board advantage. And we are passing turn indeed. So now is the time he needs to make the comeback happen. He's down 0-5, but he's also up an Aurora. Oh, and he draws the Mountain Drake. Such a bad draw. So we now have 2 White Flames and a Mountain Drake in hand, and that's not something you want to see off of your draw, but rather you'd like to drop it off the Aurora. I watched the replay, he literally cheats. The Teemo player? Huh. Does he? Okay. Interesting. Or not interesting maybe, but like, huh. Teemo being flipped, so we are buffing that Monk. Teemo also goes to 4. So now we are forcing a trade. Either you kill Teemo and Ravenbloom or you kill Monk. And that's something that you have to consider. So he was indeed cheating. Okay. Well then, big problems. So he was playing another game. What do you mean? So we are seeing that Rune Prison on the Monk. But what does that change? Nothing, right? Okay, so using that Rune Prison, we are effectively doing 2 things. First thing is we are baiting, hinting that we have another buff card. So that way we are buffing the Fifolk to get over both, and then we kinda like slay these battlefields. But then why not just wait for the buff to be played for you to use the Fight or Flight? Because like if you go Rune Prison there, alright, nothing happens. Then what? You just have Dead Bloom get in there of Aurora. But like, this Fifolk does not conquer by any means. Apparently, and take this with a grain of salt, he also cheats in other TCGs already. So some people talk about it on Reddit or other streams. Okay, okay. He does have a bad rep in China, I heard. Okay, okay. Well, do not know how far the cheating goes. I'm just going to cast this game as like a normal one, but like we know that he's kind of a cheater, so I'm now rooting for Yi. I don't like Aurora Yi, but I would like him to win this one, basically. Interesting. Or rather sad, but like, you get me. So Zhonya dies, Yi is saved, Monk is dying, so once again, why would you stun this? Because like, if the play is this one, stunning does not change a single thing. Now we see the Dead Bloom being dropped down. Why would you stun here? I don't get it. I don't get it. Why would you stun here? Am I dumb? Am I missing something? Like, the stun has almost no value in my opinion. If not like no value at all. You are just proccing Zhonya's anyway, stun or not. So, nah. Not so sure about that one. Dead Bloom will take over the Zhonya or sorry, stun or not, the Dead Bloom is now taking over. We are scoring the first point and we are getting rid of most of Teemo's tempo. Now we just have a Fox in base and we see a Mundo dropping, but he's way less of a threat than he was last game, because now there are only 5 or 6 cards in a battlefield. We are dropping the Ride the Wind early though. Sorry, in the trash, not in the battlefield. So this Mundo is now 12 might able to deal with the Dead Bloom Predator. We are going to see the Guerrilla Warfare being dropped and accessing once again probably Fight or Flights and Teemo. We now have the opportunity to retreat this Mundo to base because he's been made active by this Ride the Wind combo. So we will probably be retreating this Mundo now. Like, do you want to lose this Mundo? Maybe you are fine though. Maybe you are fine. But like, if they have last stand, you are fully tapped. Last stand on Yi is 12, Mundo is 11, but then you have Teemo. Okay, so you might... But then you are on White Flame though. White Flame is 14, Mundo is 11, Teemo is 4. So that makes it 15, which is 1 card short. 1 might short, sorry. But still pretty decent trade if you manage to kill the Mundo. And that Teemo player is fully tapped. But now he's on 7 points too. So you need to be able to conquer both, so you're tough times ahead. I missed the fact that this got him on 7 points. So now you need to retake both, and that's a completely different story, knowing that you've added the Fight or Flight. I saw that he was on 6, but my bad, he was on 7, and that changes everything. Thanks for the follow, Otsuna, by the way. Thanks for the follow, brother. I missed the fact that he got to 7, but that changes basically everything, because now you have to retake both, and that will be extremely hard. Best thing that could happen is finding another Dead Bloom out of that Aurora, because if you don't, you're most likely doomed already. And we don't have the runes to play Confront and White Flame. Oh, this is such a tough spot for Yi. If he had the opportunity to play both Confront and White Flame, he could have had an active White Flame Protector to try and deal with these boards. And that game is over and Teemo is going to win it all. So I don't know to what amount he was confirmed as a cheater. Maybe it was stacking, maybe it was looking at his opponent's deck, as Eno said before in the chat. I don't know, but like, tough times for Yi. Wait. Tough times for Yi, sorry. So we will be having a game 3. But by now, if Teemo played the first game perfectly, using that Tidebreaker to play around the charm, this would have been a 2-0 scenario, and this would have been a win on Teemo's side. And now Yi will be... Is Yi going... I guess he is going first, right? Like, he's going first, trying to find a ramp, and then dropping Aurora. Because, like, he already used his ramp 1 map. So what are we on now? We are on Dreaming Tree now, aren't we? Or is it something else? Let's just fast forward to the start of the game. Huh. Let me just use the mouse. Here. great. So game is starting, both players sided, and he is in the driver's spot, going first into this game 3. Everything fine. We are just mulliganing 2 chords away. Does not give too much intel out, because like if you're on Aurora and you don't have Aurora, you most likely mulligan too. So we are seeing Sigil of the Storm on his side, which is whenever you conquer here, you recycle 1 of your runes. So talk about a way of slowing down Teemo. But then on Teemo's side, we are seeing the Bundle tree happen, and this card is so strong at allowing you to hide 2 chords in these specific battlefields for you to be able to make your Ember Monks even stronger and value your consults and stuff while still having a Teemo to protect them. We are drawing a Mountain Drake, something that I hate about Aurora. I was jokingly replying to someone from Lorkna, I think, on Twitter yesterday that saw Aurora for the first time and tweeted, so if I drop this, I win the game. And I just replied, no, if you drop this, that just means that your other 3 cards in hand are big vanillas. And that's basically my feeling with the deck, is like, drawing dead bodies feels so bad. Especially in a format where some decks can go like real fast. Annie is a threat, Teemo is a threat, Kaisa is a threat. All of these decks can go real fast. And we are already seeing that Monk dropping down on the battlefields. We'll be using Teemo's effect to hide a chord, and that's exactly what I was talking about. Having the Monk in this battlefield is such a big plus for Teemo, sorry, because now this Monk is 8 might on his own if you flip 2 hidden chords, and he can even get to 12 if you have control of both battlefields and you flip 3 Idons Eternal, which is made possible by Bundle Tree. Oh, Kitty Cat woke up. Do you want to come and say hello to the stream, baby? Kitty kitty! You want to go on the computer? Go up, baby. There she goes. So we are dropping that. We did not have the runes to play that Aurora since... Oh, and we are seeing the Charm onto that Monk. Going back to base. And he dropping to try and contest that Ravenbloom. We did not see the runes to fight for... To drop, sorry, this Aurora. Now, we are going to use our Hidden Chord, which is Teemo, and we are on 6-6, taking the trade and getting rid of that E, while also losing both units. But since you still save the Ember Monk, I guess you're in a fine spot if you're Teemo. Thanks for the follow, Rambones. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, can't wait to have real cards and play real games. I've opened a lot of cards lately. I've opened the case on stream last Friday, but can't wait to start playing with them. I've only opened them, but I did not get the opportunity to play this weekend, so I'm eager to start playing with real cards. Thanks for the follow, guys, by the way. If you like competitive Riftbound, Meta Talk, and all, feel free to drop a follow. I'm streaming every Wednesday at 8 PM Paris time, and you can also go check my YouTube, !YouTube in the chat. I make a lot of content talking about metagame, competition, tournaments, recasts, deck guides, and so on and so on. So feel free and welcome. Nice to have you here. We are seeing a Find Your Center being dropped, which means on his side that we are in a tough spot, tough scenario, that Aurora is betraying us at the moment. We needed it the most because we don't have Aurora, we don't have big bodies to drop, and we are stuck playing terrible cards back to back to back. Sabotage will see play. Are we playing into that unchecked power? Or are we deciding that Ride the Wind is much more of a threat? We are getting rid of that unchecked power. A card that is very efficient at dealing with Aurora since they stack so much in the battlefields. Unfortunate news regarding Teemo player. Yeah, some guys in the chat, I have been made aware of this. I decided to cast this game as a classic Riftbound game because like whatever sorry, whatever happens, we are still seeing plays and back and forth, be it stacking or whatever. But just be aware that this Teemo guy is cheating, apparently. I don't know in what extent, but he's cheating. And so we are obviously rooting for Yi. But now Aurora is biting back, and he did not find such a strong play. And he's kinda stuck digging through his deck. Yeah, we are dropping a Mountain Drake, and that's the big problem playing Aurora when you don't have Aurora. In end basically means you are committing horrible play after horrible play after horrible play because you don't have another options to do anything else. I try to stop by if regionals are in Europe. I'll try to see you there, brother. Would be really cool. Thanks for the follow, Tutu. Welcome. We are sending that monk back to the battlefield, and that Yordle is going to draw us a card. Mundo is getting there, but the trash is empty. So it's just a small Mundo there to score points. Welcome, brother Tutu. We have that acceptable losses though. So, okay dude, feel free, drop the Aurora. Then I just drop the losses and you lose the Aurora. And if it's only life for a turn, it's not enough. It's not enough. Would be fire to have all the bows with the Ari list. The Blurry gang. The Blurry gang out there. We would need to find a cosplayer though to represent the crew. So we will be seeing that Stupefy, which is basically less 1 might on the Drake, but also +1 on Mundo since we are stacking the trash. And then we are now on 9 into 7. If we find a way to Right the Wind is going to be used, we are going to be met with a DeFi on his side. So we are indeed playing DeFi, but then we are using it not for acceptable losses. So we are copying. Oh, are we playing losses here? So we are using mutation to copy Mundo's power onto the monk. And then Mundo is now 9, and we are going to be playing losses as an action to kill the Zonia. And then Mundo goes to 10, and since Drake is 9, we have a trade. We do have a trade. And we are most likely forced to use Rune Prison on his side again. Because now it's 9 into 9, but this Mountain Drake is the only card we have so far. So we can't afford to have it die. And so right now we are on 9 to 9. Since Mundo is stunned, we would conquer. But that also means that if the Teemo player finds a way to play another card, this Mundo goes to 10, and then even though he's stunned, this Mountain Drake goes back to base. So we are seeing that acceptable losses being dropped. We are killing that Zonia, and then Mundo is 10, so he's not dealing damage. But Mountain Drake is unable to conquer, except if we use that last stand. But do we want to use that last stand and lose the Mountain Drake next turn? I don't think we do. Are we going to see this? Yo, Latlan, how you doing, brother? Mundo card is goofy. Mundo is a cool card. Mundo is a really key card in a lot of matchups. It's just like not so good into Yi, but Teemo can make it so big that like whatever, it's fine, even into Yi. For most decks like Kai'Sa and Ahri that can make full use of Mundo, it's a card that you want to side out into Yi. But like Teemo's strategy is so good at revolving around Mundo that you can still keep it and it's still worth it. So we are going to see that last stand being dropped. That Mundo is now going to die, but that also means that this Mountain Drake as temporary, which means he's dying next turn, and that's a big problem because we've seen this Yi end and we know that we don't have another unit available. So we will have to draw something big to make full use of that Mountain Drake. We are recycling because of Sigil and getting to 1 point. We do have that White Flame, but you don't want to drop White Flame on an empty board. That feels like such a waste. And we are still not able to find that Aurora though. So Teemo will be channeling we won't be fighting this Mountain Drake this turn, in my opinion. We are in such a good spot. Team, the Yi player having nothing in base, and we are dropping another Mundo. So we are now on... What are we on? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We are now on 11 might if the 2 remaining runes... No, it's all of our runes, right? It's all of our runes, indeed. So we are... So the Drake dies. We are not able to accelerate that Mundo through something like a ride the wind play, but we are still in trouble. We find a Folk off the top. So finally, a card that we could use to try and make value, but it's unfortunately way too weak to be dealing with that Monk. And if you let that Monk be, next turn you will have to fight a Mundo coming onto the other field to close out the game, so you need to fight. But what are you going to do with that Folk White Flame combo that does not work very well in such a slow-paced game on Yi's side? I think, unfortunately, this Teemo player is in a very good spot right now. So we will be dropping that Folk and accelerating it, and we just have to go left, I think, and pray it's enough. But it's such a poor play. Yeah, it's so bad. There's no way this odds. Like, you're on a bluff, basically. Alright, so now you're on a bluff. You're on a situation of, okay, I do this, which makes no sense if I don't have a play. So maybe I do have one. But if you're Teemo in this situation, then you just go left with everyone. And that game is over because he has no way of retaking everything through double Iden, Ember Monk, and we have the fight or flight to close it out. This game is over and Teemo is declared the winner of this round. Unfortunately, cheating. This we have been made aware about. Unfortunately, cheating, but still able to win this one out and access top 16. I guess if you guys are saying he's blatantly cheating, then it means he's been caught. So I guess it's fine and he won't be going that far in the tournament. So let's play. What do we have as a matchup here? We are yet to flip our legends. What did you guys grab, by the way? Oh, there's something I wanted to ask. Let's say every time there's a big Asian event, I don't go live like in the middle of the night, but I do what we are doing now, which means recasting like later on during the day. Is it something that you guys would be interested in every time if you knew that this was a thing? Like, instead of waking up at 2 AM to watch this live, what do you think about watching this like 10 hours after it starts on a more normal time frame? But then we can do this together and I try not to spoil and we are watching games together. What do you think about this? Like, would this be something you're interested in? Because to be fair, I don't feel like waking up at 2 AM or 3 AM to have like 10 persons on stream, like Europeans that decided to not sleep and Americans, or all of them are sleeping or dead. Do you think that this would be... I don't think that this would be very smart on my end. Also, some people are already doing it live. Quick shout out to Turn Them Sideways for live casting this event. You have the shout out on top. Feel free to drop them a like and a follow. They're doing such great stuff covering Riftbound, and they were brave enough to spend the whole night up with you guys to watch it live, which is something that I did not have enough faith to do. Thanks for the follow, Camp King. I want you to wake up at 2 AM, thank you. No, so basically what I'm saying is I won't wake up at 2 AM. The question is, are you guys interested in watching it later with me? Or like most of you are anyways watching it live and then it's no point doing this kind of stream, right? Also, that gives me a great YouTube VOD, so maybe it's worth it anyway. That's still something I'm trying to ponder, but like for this first big national event, I wanted to do it with you guys anyway and like test the waters, see if that's something that we could be interested in, do it more often. So we have a really interesting matchup in that top 16 in Sett versus Yi, I've been a big advocate of Sett into Yi. I think it's a very favorable matchup for Sett. The only loose condition that you don't have control on as a Sett player is ooh, Altar of Unity in Yi. Okay, so we are not on a ramp build. I think Altar is whenever you hold here you spawn a token, so this must be a tempo list and not a, or at least a ramp list and not an Aurora list that we've seen so far. So maybe in no Aurora game that would be great. So yeah, what I was talking about is I think the only losing games that you can't do anything as a player in when you're Sett versus Yi is games where you don't have any spells or you have so few of them and they are met with DeFi. Then these games are very hard if you're on Sett, but rest of the games you have, I feel, a pretty comfortable matchup going into Yi. You have access to such big amounts of might through your orange set and also such great tools like Eden Blade to get rid of units no matter how strong they are, that I feel like Sett has a decent if not favorable matchup into Yi. That's one of the reasons I've put Sett so high in my tier list, and that's also one of the things I'm going to look forward in this game, in that is that Sett player able to take over the game, and that would be interesting. Also, I think that we saw this Sett player on stream already for a previous event. I'm not so sure, but I think we saw this guy on stream already for a previous event. Maybe a Kaisa player? Can't remember too well. Ooh, Double Charm is also a very strong opener on his side, because then you can just charm a unit that dies, Sett spends the buff to save it, and then you charm it again. And so it's such a strong opener into Sett, and that's already a turning point in the game, seeing this Yi having access to both charms in the early game. And I saw a Kiana in Sett's list, which I pretty much dislike if you're on Sett. I think Kiana is way too slow of a chord, and Sett is a tempo focused deck, so you need chords that make you able, that make you give you the ability to go fast and like take over the early game, so that Yi is forced to commit into battlefields, and then you can push with your orange set to retake and have great trades. So I kinda don't like that Kiana into Sett. That might very well be our first Kiana bait counter of the day. And we are seeing a Poro, so we already know we are not on an Aurora list, but we might very well be on a ramp list still. And that Poro, with Yi going first, will allow him to try and fight for that battlefield and generate tokens potentially. Since Sett is not a deck that has so much access to resources, in terms of like spells and stuff, having a 5 might Poro as at the battlefield is really strong here. And we are indeed on a ramp list, so we are dropping that Catalyst to get to 6 might. You're going to cover Eastern Regional? Yeah, most likely I'm going to do it. Probably, maybe, I don't know. Maybe I will do it, because like, American hours are more decent than Asian ones, sorry, if you're European. So maybe live, maybe with a bit of delay, but like I will pretty much do it for sure. Maybe live. We are dropping that orange set now, a unit that will be able to come and fight into the Poro. But there's still a big problem in that we have double charm into Yi's hands. So we are setting up... Oh, please tell me we don't. Please tell me we don't. We are not spending the buff. Let's go. This is something that I'm a big advocate of. In most of these games, these Sett players are spending the buff. But like, bro, if you get charmed, your game is over. And he did not. Was decision to not be greedy on his end here. What is an extra card if you lose your most important card in sets? In orange sets. Great decision making. Could seem rather obvious, but I've seen so many games and recasted so many games in which these players are spending the buff. But great that it does not. And now we will be met with Hopefully not buff into Charm, which would be like terrible for Sett once again. But rather with something more board establishing, so this orange Sett can at least get a trade in on that Poro. And we are thinking on this side. We don't have a buff, so we don't want to kill that Poro for sure. Oh, Kitty Cat wants to go out. Just give me a second. Here you go, baby. So since we don't have a buff, we are covered from this double charm play right now. But that does not mean that we're not going to see it later. It's still a big problem and probably one of the key points of this game. Because what's very important in Sett is when you're facing Yi, you have to not give up your units with buff by sending them to battlefields for free. Else Yi trades them and then charms them back in and kills them because you don't have a buff anymore. But double charm is the perfect way to work around this specific situation, because then you can just like charm them in, they die, they lose the buff, and then charm them in again and they die. And so there's not really much you can do as a Sett player into this situation, except maybe holding runes open for something like a Needle Blades. But that would be an insane read because double charm is very unlikely. So we are seeing the Yi champion dropping down to come and fight that pit Rookie. Rookie is now dead and Yi takes over this battlefield. We might be having a cool trade there with that orange Sett now, if we do have access to a buff. Because this orange Sett on buffing is 8, and then if you find a way to buff him again, you are on 9, which overtakes that battlefield on Yi. And then you can trigger both your effects of Monastery and Sett in sequence to spend the buff, draw a card, rebuff him because he conquered. So that would be a very strong play. Do we have a way to find it? And we do have one in the pit Rookie right here. So we are most likely going to go for that play and challenge this Yi. There's a rune open for a potential Engward, sorry. Oh, we spent both buffs? So we are playing around that Engward. Alright, so we are playing around that Engward, spending both buffs. But then we will be able to rebuff that orange Sett by conquering. And so we outplayed Engward for sure. Interesting. I thought with that, I think he has, we know he has Call to Glory in hand, which is like spend the buff plus 3. So I thought he was going to go at 9, and if the Engward they get to 10, but then you spend buff and you get to 11. I think that was the play. I think that was most likely the play. Because then you draw an extra card off of Monastery. And if they don't have Engward, you are in such a good spot, because you don't have to use Call, and then you still draw and you still have a buff. So that's probably what I would have gone for. Going at 9 with buff. And if they go Engward, now they're full tapped, I go Call. But we get to keep the Call, so maybe that's something that will be valuable later on in the game too. And we are now going to drop a Fiora, I think. If he's on Fiora, I can only hope he is on that triple bar list. Because if he's not Fiora, I don't like the card so much. But if he's on that triple bar list, then why not? Also, very interesting, Fiora has ganking and shields. She has to be mighty for that to happen. But like, you could spend Sett's buff to play Call to Glory. And then this Fiora is 7. And that makes her mighty. So that triggers all of her keywords. And that way you are able to surprise your opponent in a way. And then she has ganking, so if you are able to buff her through multiple turns using spell, it works kind of like if she had a permanent buff. And that's pretty good. Then she has shield, ganking, and deflect, so a very cool unit to have here. And like, not afraid of having this Fiora in a battlefield because of ganking, so she can just fight for the other battlefield anyway. And you found a way to play around Charm, because now they can't charm you out or charm you into the Poro, and then you are losing the battlefield for free. Because now what we're going to see If we're Yi on a Yi beginner maybe, or like comfort player but not pro player, we are seeing a charm on that Fiora into the Poro for it to die. But that would mean Call to Glory spending Sett's buff, then Fiora is 7. And that would be a problem for Poro. So this is probably something that we were playing around as the Sett player here. I'm not so sure Ice-T was the way for my throat, but like whatever. Sorry guys, bear with me being sick. And we are not taking that bait. We are not falling into the trap of this Sett player using the charm right away. Maybe we'll use it anyway, but like there's still a bit of thinking going into this play. And we are using that charm, bringing in the Fiora to the Poro. And now we are in a very valuable Call to Glory situation. That being said, if we do spend Sett's buff to protect that Fiora, that would mean that Sett gets dealt with by a potential Dead Bloom or Accelerate cards. So we might let that Fiora go. No, we are using the Call to Glory here. So Sett dies to a potential Dead Bloom or FIFA play. But now that Fiora is mighty at 7 and she triggers the deflect while also outmighting the Poro. Or are we going to use the Defy on that? We are not. We are using the Defy on that Call to Glory, so this Fiora is not going to be able to trigger. I think it's good. Not going to be able to trigger all of her keywords, and is just most likely going to die to Poro. And now we spend the buff on Sett, and we are being met with that double charm. And I told you guys, whenever that double charm drops, if we found a cool spot to play it, then it's probably the turning point. And let me tell you what, this was a very cool spot. Very, very cool spot. So we did find the play here on his side. And now we have a lot of advantage tempo-wise. And we are going to be playing another Catalyst to access extra runes and pass turn. So we made up for the runes we recycled for charms by using the Catalysts. And we are now in a very strong situation. We found another orange set, but this one might be a bit slow because he is already on 5 points here. And we only have a pit rookie to make up for it. Also, we did mulligan that Kiana away that we saw in the starting end. And I really like that play because here, this is exactly what I was talking about. If you look at this whole game, if you analyze every play, there is not a single spot in which playing Kiana was favorable. You did not have any opportunity to make a great use of Kiana because if you drop it before, it's too slow and not able to counter. If you drop it now, game is over because they will like close the game before Kiana does anything here. Thanks for the follow, Lexo. Welcome, brother. Nice to have you on stream. Hope everyone's having a great Sunday, by the way. So that rookie is now on board. And we are going to have to use it to find a trade, which is far from easy in this situation. We are also missing on a buff generator. We did not see a showstopper yet. We did not see an arena bar yet. And I hope, seeing the list, seeing the Fioras, the Kianas, I hope we are on that triple bar list. Because if we're not, then we might have a tough time making full use of these units. And the double charm, it's really hard anyway, bar or not. So we are thinking here, but I don't think we have a cool way out. We are most likely going for that promo range play. Primal Strength 30. Let me just show you the card, because some of you might not know it. It's been kind of cut from Yi lists so far. Here is Primal Strength, the card that is holding on until his starting end, since his starting end. Then this pit rookie gets to 9, but that's still not enough, in my opinion, to retake the game. And we are just deciding to play it slow because we don't have a great answer to the situation, and so we let Yi get to 7 points and generate another token. And we are now, we are now condemned to be able to retake both battlefields next turn, using potentially that primal strength as a lever and that orange set as a strong push too. But what if he is able to just establish one strong battlefield here? Or even use another charm? We don't have a buff generator, so if we did draw into our third charm, then that game is most likely over. And we can see that he is very cautious in the steps he's taking in this game, trying not to make any mistake, and so far he did a perfect job at it. Pretty big play after play on his side. My guy is taking a nap, right? My guy is just taking a nap in the middle of the game. He knows this game is almost doomed. And my opinion is kinda right. This double charm play was such a big eater. Maybe you just let that Fiora die so you still have a way to protect the set with the buff. Probably you just have to let that Fiora die. But then if you don't have any buff generator, that set is unable to reconquer anyway, so not like you're in such a great spot too. Thanks for the follow, King. Nice to have you here. If you guys like Riftbound competitive content, feel free to drop a follow. It's free. You have access to all my votes, and you can also go exclamation mark YouTube in chat to see everything edited I post on YouTube. And I'm talking competitive Riftbound most of the time, every Wednesday at 8 PM Paris time, and then some extra streams when I feel like it, or when there are big events like this one. So thank you guys for the support. Means the words. And I'm sick, sorry, so bear with me. Are the deck lists out for this event? I don't know. Since we are doing kind of a recasting thingy, we are just dropping a Dead Bloom in base to set up for next turn. Since we are doing kind of a recasting thingy, I tried not to spoil myself. But yeah, maybe try to look on Twitter or something. I think it's a bit early for Archive to have them all. So now we are condemned to retake both battlefields. Not much to see here, just a Poro and a token, so retaking won't be such a tedious task. The big problem will be, are you able to defend next turn into what's coming? And that might be a tough time. Sett is not so great at defending, at least not as good as he is at retaking. And this Dead Bloom is such a threat already, waiting in the base to make its entrance next turn and close the deal. And we are sinking onto Sett's sides. What are we looking for? Do we have a play? We have free trades. Pitch Rookie into the token sent with... Oh no, actually token is 3 max. So we would need a buff there to go with Scout and Rookie. And then we just buff the orange set and we have a free trade into Poro. So we need a buff or a challenge is fine too. Ooh, Kiana being drawn there. I think it's time we put ports of this overlay to use. Give me a second. Here we go. We are keeping up with the Crusade, guys. The Crusade against... Like, it's basically like the historicals one. Like, 1,000 years ago, the Crusades. It's like, in 500 years, you guys will realize that I was right from the beginning and Kiana and Time Warp were bad cards. We just need a bit of time to prove our point. That's it. So we have the free trade, we have the buff, and now we are either going for a challenge. And if we are doing so, I would hope we are doing it on that Dead Bloom Predator. Or we have to change the token. But I would love to be able to change that Dead Bloom here. And we don't have another option than to challenge that token. Such a problem here. So we have the Scout conquering, but that Dead Bloom is still live and well. Pit Rookie is going to get in there too, and we have 4 runes open for a potential Primal Strength play. What about just going 3 into the token? Everything trades, and then you challenge the Dead Bloom and you bet that they won't be able to push through your Sett next turn. Wasn't that a correct play? I think that was the play, no? Like, you have strength, so you are in a tough situation already. But you still have the strength. So you are on 5. If they play... Yeah, if they play White Flame and you've dealt with the Dead Bloom, yet they don't have a unit that beats Sett under White Flame. So probably you are going for that play, right? You trade everything, Pit and Scouts in the token. And then you just challenge the Dead Bloom, right? Most likely that's the play I would have chat. Because like right now, you are looking for a losing play, in my opinion. It's like you are looking for a play that is like, yeah, but I do not lose right now, but next turn I lost. In my opinion. Whereas if you deal with the Dead Bloom, you might create an opening. Obviously, if they have Charm and so on, once again, you just lose the game. But like, the game is already lost, so might as well try to go for an opening and going for a more risky, yet winning play than for a quote-unquote losing play. Because what he did right there, in my opinion, is I don't lose right now, but next turn I'm almost doomed. It's like minimizing the losses, but not creating an opportunity for the win, in my opinion. Because like here, if he is at 7, okay, he has a free draw. But if Dead Bloom is dead, it does not have an easy way of pushing through that orange Sett, backed up by Primal Strength. It's not an easy task at all. It's not impossible for sure, but not an easy task at all. And so right now, we're going to be buffing that Clockwork Keeper to go and deal with that Pit Rookie here. We could Strength here. We could very well Strength here. Because then Sett dies to Dead Bloom. But you spend the buff to bring it back to base. And you did not lose a single unit nor a battlefield. So Strength here seems decent. You would be tempted to use Strength on Sett, but since Sett has a buff, might as well save it with Legends effects. So I think you want to Strength here. Yeah, that's what I'd be doing for sure. Because they committed a lot already. They don't have 8 runes open now. So they can't White Flame, they can't Dead Bloom. And we are not. So he's now drawing 2, one of the buff and one of the 7th points. And we draw... Ain't that the Charm? Ain't that the Charm that we just drew? No, it's Discipline. So that Dead Bloom is getting in there. And now we will be going for that Primal Strength play. And if they do have a DeFi, game is over. And we did let them draw 2 free cards to search for that DeFi. But I don't think they have it. So that Sett is now 12 mites. Discipline could find an opening though. If Discipline draws into Engwards or whatever, this game is over. Because Token conquers then. So we are thinking... I should just use nickname, by the way. Why am I saying the E player? Or maybe it's like easier for you guys to get it. But like these guys have nicknames on stream, I just noticed. I'm like, sorry guys, I'm dying. I think great. So we are using that Discipline to try and find an opening into this game. And do we get it? We do not. It's a Zonius being drawn here. So now that Dead Bloom is on 10, but that Sett is on 12. And we did not get the DeFi neither. We had either Discipline or Engwards or DeFis as winning top decks. We did not find any of them there. And now that Sett will be holding on for dear life, but we have only 1 card in hand. That is a Kiana. That's not something that we are very happy with. We will be playing another Rookie to buff that Rookie. And then the Zonias, and we are passing now. So we need to find the play here, else game is over. Either first mate or accelerate anything, confront maybe. Any card that would help us retake, but we don't find one. We find the code to glory. And this game is over. Yi goes away with game 1. And once again, that's exactly the concept we were talking about. Why would you try to make a losing play when game is already over? Like, you're minimizing, trying to reduce the losses on your side, but you're not creating an opening for winning that game. And so if everything goes according to plan and you don't top deck the exact card you needed, that game is over and he wins it in the next turn, and that's what happens. So I think that Sett player had to go for the greedier play to try and come back from that double charm situation that put him in a very tough spot rather early in the game. How about we skip to game 2 though? This is something very important and also something very odd to manage, since you have to have such knowledge about the game that you can kinda calculate everything that could happen in the turn. I'm not saying that's impossible, right? You just need to know a lot about the game. But like, if you manage to do so, sometimes you just have to realize that anyway I'm losing this game, so might as well try and risk it. And that could create an opening for me to snag the victory. So we will be seeing Sett go first, most likely. Probably try and dig for a better start, even though Primal Strength was a pretty decent card that he kept in his opening hand, and that worked well here for him in this scenario. So I'm now sure that we saw this guy on stream, because I remember having fun with my friend saying like, imagine I'm like shoutcasting on the official broadcast or on the scene, and it's like finals, and I have to go like, welcome to your 2 final contestants on my left side. And I was like, this is a nightmare for the casters, right? Or the host rather. Like, but like, I'm certain we saw this guy on stream already playing in the top cut of one of these early days regionals. So still a very decent player. But I don't think it was on Sett. I think it was on something like Katchouze. But like, is a name I will remember. So we will be Sett going first. We decided to swap champions. Very interesting decision. So we are now on yellow Sett, turn 1. Sorry, in the champion zone, going first. Interesting decision here. Don't think I like this one so much though. Because like, orange Sett is very crucial in TE. Your win condition in TE is little bodies going to the battlefields and orange Sett waiting in the base with the buff. So whenever Yi retakes, you can then retake the retake with your orange Sett. So not so sure why we are going onto that yellow one, but something rather interesting. And a unit also that I think is very undervalued. I really do love that yellow Sett. I think it's a strong card. I think you should probably play 3 off, especially for the Katchouze matchup. And I think if you do so, you should play 3 bars, and then you can play Fiora, and then you have a very consistent deck at buffing your units. We are dropping that first mate already. Interesting decision here. Why not dropping the scout? I think we have a scout in hand. Do we want to make full use of our runes here? We will be met with both a Poro and a Clockwork Keeper. So 2 units to pressure battlefields. They would have pressured the scout for sure, but isn't that what you want off of scout? Like, it dies and then it channels a rune after scoring a point. I guess that's basically what you expect of scout, right? Like, best case scenario for scout is spawns, conquers, scores, dies, channels. That's what you expect for it. That could make a cool shirt though. You know, like, eat, sleep, rave, repeat. But then this time with spawn, conquer, score, so spawn, score, die, channel. Spawn, score, die, channel. That would make for a cool shirt. So we are seeing that challenge being played. Okay, so that was the plan all along. Dropping that first mate, draw a card of that challenge on a Poro. So pretty good play here. I did not get a chance to see his full hand, but like, pretty cool play. We drew a card, which is sometimes tough in Sett. We were able to to conquer, score a point, and now we can drop this scout in a battlefield already to kind of play around that charm on the first mates. If they go clockwork to the left and then charm on the first mate, which would be, by the way, a terrible use of charm. Like, charm you need to use to punish both Sett champions. You can't use on like such weak units. But it's still decent. And now we are seeing a clockwork get in there. We are passing prio, and so it will be met with a discipline, drawing 2 cards. And we are rather happy even if we don't draw another buff. Because now, oh, we do have a Find Your Center and another discipline. But now we are able to retake everything, kill both, and we drew 3 cards using 2 from our end. We accessed Catalyst and Defy, which are both crucial cards in the matchup. So all these guys are dying. We retook tempo. Pretty interesting play here. Pretty valuable on his side. And now Sett having to build a board from scratch once again. But now we don't... Okay, so we draw the pitch rookie. We don't seem to be on boards. Or we are extremely unlucky. And we are never seeing them. Like, I'm talking multiple boards. Like, not one of. But then do we want to drop yellow sets if we don't have a way to buff it immediately? Something I'm curious about. And now we have that orange set being dropped. We are still in a scenario where double charm could be a problem. But so far so good. They could go for something like drop a unit into clockwork, then retreat clockwork, then champ charm. But like, once again, it's not supposed to happen on a consistent basis. Oh, Kitty Cat wants to come back in. Come in, Kitty. And back she is. We are using that clockwork to draw an extra cards. We are keeping that Dead Bloom. So basically, Dead Bloom is extremely strong in this situation when you're in the lead as Yi, because you will never need to drop it before your opponent commits orange set on the field. And then you can just Dead Bloom into Sett, kill it, spend the buff, charm it back in. So you just need to find one charm, which is basically the key card in this matchup once again. And the usual way you would want to use it. It's like you take the trade, they spend the buff, you charm back in, you kill for good. As Sett is able to really big amount of mites in the base, and that can be a pain for you sometimes. So now we have the Yi player sinking once again. And we've seen that he's made tremendous play decisions so far. So he seems like a very good player, and thinking we're going to wait definitely to see great Riftbound happen. So we were going for that Catalyst play, generating extra resources for the upcoming turns. We're going to be on 12 runes next turn, rerouting that clockwork to not have it die for free, then dropping a Poro and passing turn. So both Poros and clockwork were not enough to hold onto these battlefields while being met with a buffed orange set. So rather than bluffing for a potential combat trick from end that it does not have, after using 2 disciplines, the Yi player decided that retreating those was the correct option, and he might be right. Because now you have a lot of pressure of free conquers and also of valuing both your White Flame Protectors and your Dead Blooms. And your Pronos Trances too. We are conquering with that set and also with the scout right here. But we did give away that set. So right now, if that set is being traded, tough times ahead. I tell you what, tough times ahead if that set is getting traded. Because Charm would be a big problem. Charm into Dead Bloom next turn would be so devastating. I don't think I would have sent that set to a battlefield yet. Because then you're only losing it to double charm basically. He has no other way of reaching bodies in the base. Except charm twice. This is the Yi player that just lost last round, I think. Got eliminated in top 32, I think. So we are dropping the set in the Soaring Scout battlefield and then a pit Rookie to try and buff that Sett, make him a 7 might unit. And like this is strong, but if you don't have pit, tough times ahead. What if you are on board? Then we are talking a different language for sure. So now this Sett is 7 might and also has access to the tank keyword. Maybe I just need to show it to you because like this one has been by far the less played of both brothers. Here you go. So you can see while the Yi player is thinking. But this guy is a tank, and then I get +1 for each buffed and unit as his battlefield, and that includes himself because he's a friendly unit. So he's now on 7, and let's say Pit gets buffed, he goes to 8, and so on and so on. Pretty strong card, synergizes really well with Orange Lee, with Boar. So yeah, something that I like to see. Not so sure that I do love it without Boars though. Also sick cards in the Kai'Sa matchup because 7 is the exact number Kai'Sa hates to have to deal with. It's just above Falling Star, requires 4 pings of Ichthyan Rain, trades 7/7 into Darius. So like 7 is just an overall very good stat line into Kai'Sa. We are going to see Deadbloom punishing that orange Sett. And are we going to see the charm? If we do, we don't. I think it's a pass on Yi's side here. So no charm, but we are still spending that Sett's buff. Thanks for the follow, sees the data. Welcome, brother. Nice to have you on stream. Hope you're having a great Sunday. All of you, by the way, not only sees, but like thanks to have you on stream. Thanks for coming, brother. So yeah, that yellow Sett is a really strong card, and now we need to find a way to rebuff that orange Sett so that it now outmites Deadbloom. We are probably using that primal strength, but being met with a Defy could be terrible here. We have both Karma and Pit Rookie though. So is it what we are looking at here? For 2 buff, then spend, we go to 8, then Karma, we go to 9. And wait, we don't have the runes to do that. We are missing a single rune, I think. We are on 7 runes, in my opinion. Oh no, we are on 8. So we can go Karma into Pit and play around DeFi by only using units. Pretty strong play here. So we are spending, we are now on 8. And then we will be dropping Karma for sure. Using the vision to recycle a card. I might as well show you Karma, because once again, a card that did not see play so much. Here is Karma. The bigger one. So basically it has vision, and whenever you recycle a card, you can give a buff to a friendly unit. And so you can use the vision to put the card at the bottom of your deck, which is recycling, and so you have a free buff on play for Karma. I'd prefer Boar as a buff generator, but it's still a decent card. So yeah, kinda good in this spot. So we are able to outmight the Deadbloom, but we are seeing an Engord here, drawing an extra card, and we draw the Charm. One turn later, it would have been so devastating before, but now with the Engord, we are still in a 12-12 trade scenario. And so that Sett is now dead because no buff. Karma pre-release, this card is nice. Yeah, that's a great card. This Karma card is a great one. So basically what happened is that this Deadbloom went to 10 because of he, and then an Engord pushed it to 12. And so that Sett that was 12-2 traded and died. And so now we have no Deadbloom left, but if we have access to something like a White Flame and or a Charm, we are in a very good spot in if you're the Yi player. So we're just going to use 7 runes, drop the champion, and have it enter ready through its effects. And then are we going to go into the Dreaming Tree battlefield to secure it and then next turn use the ganking ability that this Yi has? Or are we just going to try and fight? Because Sett is full tapped, but we have to remember that there is a Call to Glory, but there is not, since we are on that sabotage play. Is this day 2 recast? Exactly, Macro. This is exactly day 2 recast. For all those who were too lazy like me to wake up at 2 a.m., we are recasting that. Welcome on stream, brother. Welcome on stream. And thanks to Turn Them Sideways, there is a shout out at the top of the screen. I'm using their feed. I was not able to find another one on YouTube, so thanks to them, big shout out. Feel free to drop them a follow and a like, because they are doing tremendous stuff covering Riftbound. So that he is going to conquer the Dreaming Tree, and we are probably playing it on the slower end, because next turn we can make use of the ganking ability. But now we know that there is no Call to Glory, so we could also just charm yellow Sett in, and then he is 7 into an 8 might Yi. And that is, if not game over, a very big push. Yeah, we are dropping that charm. Once again, the key card of the matchup, the only card that allows you to access the base. And so we are killing that Sett right now. That will be, of course, saved by the legend effects. Does karma work when you recycle a rune? I don't think so. Let me just check. One or more cards, but I think runes are not considered as cards, aren't they? Scout is dead. We are taking over with that Poro. And then we are once again left in the search of ways to buff, to make full use of that yellow Sett. And once again, as I was talking about earlier, an arena bar here would have been tremendous, but we did not find a way. Oh, these are terrible cards to draw into. Both these cards are useless right now. C3 and Scouts. No buff, no push, no play, no combat trick. Nothing we would want to look at if we are a SL player. Nothing we would want to draw for sure. This yellow Sett is probably going to stay in base, I guess. Why would you sacrifice it, right? Like this he is 8 mites, and you don't have a way to push into it. So either you stack everything onto Karma and you hope that you are able to ult, but then that's a terrible play because he has a half point advantage, or you play it safer, having them in the base, and that's, I think that's what you have to do. Rookie there plays around Deadbloom, it's fine. It's fine. But like nothing you would want, and then you are using your whole hand to play. So they know you don't have anything up your sleeve, and you are basically exposed to anything they can do. So if you guys don't know about the half point theory, I'm not the only person on earth to think about this, but I've decided to call it this to make this simpler. Basically, it's that both players are at 5 points, but if the game goes on and each player holds their battlefield until the end of the game, Yi is in the lead. Because like EL is on 6, then Sett holds is on 6, then Yi holds is on 7, Sett goes to 7, and then Yi goes to 8 and he wins the game. So that means that Sett will have to retake at some point. They did have an equal score in the previous turn, but it's definitely not enough for Sett, and he will need to repush at some point. And we have the second Deadbloom, I think. Yeah, here's the second Deadbloom Predator. So we are now killing that Karma, retaking, and we are basically letting Sett on a retake both or die situation. And I think this Sett player is most likely doomed right now. What's the draw though? I don't think there's a draw in the deck that's enough to make up for this situation. So we are going there with a 8 mites, I think. Because Sett is +1 because of Citria. We are saving that Citria. And that Sett is indeed dead. And now we need to fight that Deadbloom. And so we're okay. We're going to find a way to kill that Deadbloom with that Vengeance being played. So Vengeance is a card that I also need to show you because you guys most likely don't know what it's about. Really simple card. It's just a kill a unit card. Rather expensive, but also something interesting in the sense that you pay 2 power to play this card. So this card can't be defied, and that's crucial in Yi matchups. You have a lot of value playing this card because then you can kill big bodies for not so expensive of a cost, and they cannot defy it. There is nothing they can do about it. So pretty good top deck in this particular situation on Sett's side. Maybe not enough to win that game, but still, we are still alive. Kiana being dropped on his boards. And then we are seeing a charm on that Citria being sent with the scouts. And we are passing here to Sett. Alrighty, so interesting play, that charm. The goal is for Sett not to win, obviously, because if it just goes like scout to the other battlefield, game is over. So interesting that we found a way to play around this on his side, and maybe that was the only way to play around this, or maybe an accelerate was enough to like first mates or wall up or confront. So actually I think there were several ways to play around this situation, but still interesting. And now we need to face that Fiora into scout into C3 battlefield, so 7 mites already. I think Sett has 0 cards in hand, once again. He's throwing a prayer. He is throwing a prayer. So Clockwork conquers to get a free draw. And we are seeing that Fifolk drop, and that's enough to conquer. We are now on 10 mites, which is more than what we needed to win this game. And this is game 2 going his way in a very cool fashion of a Riftbound game that was very interesting. This Yi player played really well around every interaction. I think there were some things that we could have discussed regarding Sett's play, but he was by no means a terrible player. He was a great Sett player. I think he was a bit too scared in game 1. But like, you're on stream in top 16 of a Riftbound National, sorry, the first Riftbound National ever actually, and you played pretty well, but that Yi player was very confident and making very good decisions during all of this game. Let me just clear my throat while I'm looking for the next game. Okay, don't know if I'm well, but I'm back. Usually you say I'm live and well, right? Not sure if I'm live, but and well, neither, but I'm back. Alright, so let's go for top 8. I should update the overlay, right? I should for sure update the overlay right now. Let's go for top 8 and see what both players are on. Are you guys, like, enjoying the pace? Am I talking too much? Tell me. Stay alive, bro. I'm trying. Weird thing is you sound completely normal, lol. I tell you what. I can already hear my voice is not normal. But maybe I have an annoying voice anyway. So that's what you mean, and you might be right. You might be right. So we are having our very first Kaisa mirror. So let's take a few seconds to talk about that mirror match, because I've seen so many people online talk about the fact that this is not an interesting game. This is most likely whoever draws most spells that ends up winning this one. And I could not disagree more with that statement. This is a very skilled, if not one of the most skilled mirror match out there, with like both players having to play on the edge of building enough tempo to like take over fields and build a strong base, but not being punished too harshly by a Catherine Rain. So like, this is a very interesting game. And we will probably be able to see some very insane plays, because if you are in top 8 playing in a Kai'Sa matchup, that probably means you played a lot of Kai'Sa mirrors before, and you are a great player in winning those mirrors. So this is something that I'm looking forward to, and I think we will have a tremendous top 8 here. I have no clue if it's just the accent or not, lol. How would you rate my accents on a 1 to 10 scale? Like for an American person, don't rate it based on French standards. That would not make sense. But like, if you meet me in the street, could you notice in like 30 seconds that I'm French? Or what would it be? Because I've had guys tell me that my English is very good. I've had guys tell me that my English is terrible, and they would rather listen to the AI translation. So I've had like basically both extremes in some sorts of like trying to figure where I'm standing at. 10 out of 10. I don't think it's 10 out of 10. I think, like, not to be like faking modesty or anything, I think it's something like maybe 7, 8. Like, very good for a French person for sure. But like, I don't think you would think I'm native. Or like, maybe you would think I lived there, but I speak another language primarily. Sorting all my quotes during your debrief, it's okay, I can only listen. Great. Well then, I'll try to give you as much intel as I can by using words and not images. So we are going on to top 8 in a Kai'Sa mirror. Right here. We are seeing Arena's Greatest on the left. Oh, what's the name of this one already? It's the one that says both players gain a turn on on turn 1. So pretty good battlefields to spice up the game in slower matchups, but like pretty neutral in the mirror in my opinion. Maybe slightly favorizing the player that goes first, but like not by a huge margin. And on the other side of the field, we are seeing, I don't know what battlefield, I did not have time to see. We are seeing the Void Gate. So both players throwing at their neutral battlefields game 1, which is a very logical choice in my opinion. Thanks for the photo, Froze. Thanks for the photo, brother. I would assume you live there, but not native. Yeah. That's where I would be ranking myself at. It's like decent, but not native. So yeah, thank you for confirming myself, Crispy. Thank you for confirming it. That was my self rating. For French people, it's really good. Yeah, thank you, Bede. Thank you, brother. I've been working with English speakers and natives for most of my life, basically. So it's only normal that I get good at something that I do for most of my life, right? So we are dropping that Sentry, very good chord in the early game, because that's not a chord that you want to use a spell on. Very, very interesting that you can force spells with chords that still give you value. And we are doing the exact same on the opposite with that Pautiporo being dropped. And you don't want to use a spell on power. So both these chords already having impact in the early game. We are developing a Kai'Sa in base, which is a play that I'm not too fond of, but like most Kai'Sa players have been doing it, and they have way more experience than I do in the mirror match. I'm always afraid that in this kind of situation, you end up being met with something like a Falling Star and then a Stupefy, and then game is already tough, right? And that's what we are going to see, the Falling Star going to punish that Kai'Sa being dropped without accelerating. What I would suggest, what I would do most of the time is keeping that Kai'Sa to accelerate it when your opponent is full tapped and making sure you at least draw a card off of it. But that's not what we're seeing here. And also dropping it, he used all of his runes, so it was a free conquer for Poro onto the Void Gate. So something that I'm not too fond of on Kai'Sa's side, but once again, these guys have way more experience than I do playing the mirror match. Oh, we are seeing a main deck Draven to try and win in these Kai'Sa mirrors. Pretty interesting, the main deck Draven tech. Stupefy is now used onto the Sentry to draw a card. Oh, it's onto the Poro actually. So we did pay for the deflect with the Kai'Sa, And now we have a sentry that's able to potentially trade into a Poro. But what about using retreat? Since we need that extra rune, Poro is a strong unit in the matchup, and then we are able to fight back that sentry. Sorry, next turn with the Poro that's already waiting for it in base. We'll be seeing another sentry, then a what's the name of this called? Whatever, Legion, you drop it for 2 instead of 4. Hopeful, sorry, took me some time to figure it out. Hopeful and the sentry both being dropped in base. And now we have a free trade with that Poro into the Void Gates. And we draw into another Falling Star. So we are seeing all 3 copies of Falling Star in that early game. And that could be crucial to how the game goes. Thinking here, because having a lot of spells like these in hand also means that you don't have a lot of bodies to drop, which could be a problem here. But also, just dropping a Poro once again and playing that Falling Star onto the Hopeful would already make up for most of the tempo that the rightmost player AI was able to generate. How about I use nicknames now that we have a mirror in the top 8? Oh, by the way, I need to put this... Oh, sorry. Sorry, you guys. I need to put this top 8 thingy in the middle. Yep. Great. Perfect. So, as expected, Poro is going to get to trade into that sentry. And then we are going to accelerate that Katchouze to draw a card. A play that I like a lot because in that situation, in that exact scenario, if you are watching at the board, the only card available on on AI's side is that you can an Extecray for 1 rune, but you can't punish that Katchouze being on format that goes over the Extecray. So you are doing that exact play I was talking about, drawing that free card, valuing that Katchouze, and then you will be dropping the Falling Star to also protect it and force something like Darius to generate a punish onto that Katchouze. And so we drew an extra card, and now we are just going to be dropping that Falling Star onto the Hopeful and paying the extra cost with the Legend's ability. And we are now passing. So 2 Falling Stars used, but a lot of tempo consumed. And now if we don't have something like a Darius on Katchouze's side, we are not able to punish that Katchouze champion in the battlefields. Stupefy going to be used on that Poro, and then we are going to see the sentry into Poro trade. Once again, do we have a Darius available to trade for that Katchouze? We do see the Darius, so that Katchouze is going to die, and we are going to be able to clear the board once again using not a single blast spell. And we have a lot of cards in hand. We have the rune advantage, we have the spells advantage, and we are not so far behind on the boards and on the points. So we are now in a great spot. If I'm AI, I feel like I'm in a cool spot. Basically something that I say almost every stream, but like, okay, so we are once again going to clear the boards using that Iketan Rain. Something that I say almost every stream, but that's a very key concept to understanding Riftbound, is you have to understand the 3 pillars of what makes you win a Riftbound game. And these 3 pillars are card economy, so cards in hand and runes, tempo, so board states, how many units do you have in base and at battlefields, and also points. These are the 3 pillars. And if I'm the guy on the right now, I have more runes and more cards in hand, so on that resource pillar I'm ahead. I have more boards, so on that tempo pillar I'm ahead, and I'm tied in points. So I'd say I'm in a very good spot if I'm AI on the right. I was able to withstand all of these Falling Stars being used in the first turns, and now I'm trying to get back into the game, but no need to be in a hurry because I have more resources, so I'll be able to generate more bodies, so I'll be ahead in tempo, which I'm already, and so most likely I'm going to win in the later game. So this is something that you have to consider when you guys are playing Riftbound yourselves. Obviously, this once again requires some knowledge about what your opponent can do to trade with your boards. But in this scenario, it's very important to understand if your AI, that you don't have to be afraid and that you don't have to waste resources. So he's just using that retreat to deal with the falling star. We will see Darius accelerate, and Darius is going to stay in base because we don't want to give a free trade there. But we are now getting heavily punished by a falling star, and I think he just top-decked a falling star, by the way. I think he just top-decked it, and that could be such a game changer. Accelerate Kai'Sa, conquer once again, and then falling star the Darius would be such a huge play on AI's side. So we are going to see that falling star being played, that Kai'Sa being accelerated, once again drawing an extra quad, and once again we are building that differential, we are drawing cores, we are generating boards, and we are slowly but surely winning that game 1. On the other end, we still have that Draven stuck in the end, and we are not finding the right windows to drop it. Where we see it drop this turn, we are using another Void Seeker. Cool thing that we are drawing into so many blast spells, otherwise this game would already be over. And we are dropping that double portal, finally able to set up a bit of boards that probably won't be cleared right away. But the cards in the hands are so slow right now. Such a tough time establishing boards. And that Draven that we kept in our starting end did not find its way to the board yet. And that's a bit of a problem because we are already far behind. And now AI is thinking, is most likely on 3 cases, so we could see another Kai'Sa punish, being very efficient there. We are thinking, calculating the potential outcomes here. And we have what? 11 runes? Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we are on 11 runes, yes. So we could basically play anything that we want to. We are just playing a Watcher in base to set up for next turn. And we are passing once again. We know that we are ahead on every possible metric. So why would you need to go fast when you can just take this game slow? And we are drawing into another cleave. Not a good chord in this scenario if you are the leftmost Kai'Sa player. This cleave will be met with this Poro being met with a next tech ray right now. We are recycling a rune, but we are so much ahead that we don't care. And we are going to see a Void Seeker dropping down, killing the Poro, dropping a rune, and once again, you don't have any boards to build with. We are dropping that Draven right now, but he's not even that strong. He's only on 7 points and could very well get cleared by something like a Nikachan Rain or a Fox paired with another spell. We see the Stupefy here. So don't get me wrong, 7 is a great might stat, but for a card that you've held the entire game being unable to use, it's not good enough in my opinion. So we are thinking on AI's side, really like how this guy's been playing that game so far. We are pushing that Fox into the battlefields to get to, I think, 6 points is the number. And then we are recycling a rune to drop that Darius. Hopeful is going to get there too. And always sending the Darius. We are not sending the Darius, something really interesting that you have to do in Kai'Sa. Because sometimes Kai'Sa has a really tough time at scoring both battlefields on an empty board when you're at 7 runes. And you know that your opponent is on main deck Rain, you've already seen one, so might as well see a second one is possible. It's a potential thing that could happen, sorry. And so if Draven goes to trade into that Fox and then you get rained on the rest of your boards, exactly like that, this could be problems, because then you are on 7 with an empty board and it's very unlikely that you will be able to conquer both battlefields in a single turn. But playing it slower, once again, is exactly what you need to make sure you have a shot at winning this game. Because now, yes, there is a Draven, but he's not in base anymore, so you know, and Time Warp will come and close the game. I think he just top deck Time Warp, but like, whatever. We are seeing a Ray being played here, so Darius is just going to get there once again for the exact same reason. And Time Warp is going to win us the game here. Thank you for the follow, Rally Boy. Welcome on stream, brother. So Darius, most likely going to conquer. The only thing you are afraid of is Void Seeker in the Void Gate. Is it deciding to play it slow once again? Because now he is playing around that Void Seeker. There's only one card in hand, so if it's Void Seeker, then Darius is on 7, Draven is on, what, +5, so he's 8, -3 is 5. So Darius trades, and you have the cleave too to make up for it. So you now have a free trade, and AI is going to win that first game. Extremely well played on AI side. And once again, a play that, a thing that people have been saying as if you have more spell, you are winning that Kai'Sa mirror proves to be wrong once again. He got met with several Rays, several Falling Stars, several Void Seekers, and he still managed to get away with that game 1 by playing out of his mind around tempo and setting up the base. So really insane play on AI's side. Very good game decision. And we could add also a +1 to the Time Warp theory, because once again, if you guys don't know me, nice to have you on stream, welcome, you can drop a follow. We are doing competitive Riftbound content every Wednesday at 8 PM Paris time, and also on YouTube and a lot of other stuffs, and also streaming for occasions like this tourney, National in Shanghai. But there are 2 cards that I'm currently crusading against. Both these cards I think are extremely overrated, as Kiena and Time Warp. And I think both these cards, 1, you don't need to win, and 2, most of the time when you draw them, you are baited to use them, or they take the place of another card in your hands and you lose because of this. And so the bait counter is exactly anytime we are going to see a player lose because he dropped them and it was not the correct play, or he drew them when he needed another card, or he wins the game while having them but does not use them because they are not the correct play. All of these occurrences are going to increase the bait counter, and at the end of the day, we're going to know if this event proves me right in the fact that both Kiena and Time Warp are extremely overrated cards, or if I'm just like crazy Jingus and you should have to play these cards. Bro, pulling the viewers and the followers today. Yup, exactly. Exactly, thank you for being here, all of you. Feels great to have you here on Riftbound. Time Warp is a bait card for sure, yeah, for sure. And Kiana is a bait card too, in my opinion. It's way too slow. Way too slow to be relevant in the current format. The only way I could see Kiana being a decent card in the current format is if you are running a build with like First Mate and War Up and then Confront, and then basically Kiana has Accelerate printed on it. And then maybe I could consider playing it. But like other than that, there's no way I'm running Kiana in the current formats. Yeah, I did used to be a big Yu-Gi-Oh! French streamer once upon a time. But for Riftbound, I'm pretty glad to have all of you here. So thank you for being here, guys. I really love the support. Thank you so much. In Sett, I did not play Kiena in my set list, and I don't think you should. It's way too slow of a card. If you want to play a 4-drop, might as well play Fiora, in my opinion. Yeah. Sett has several ways of accelerating cards, and I was playing 3 Confronts, 3 Showstoppers, and 3 First Mates, and I still thought Kiana was too slow. Time to read the 50-minute rush bait video for White Time Warp and Kiana bad. I'm basically doing this every stream, so like I don't need, like I feel to make a specific dedicated video. So we saw the Kai'Sa player that just lost game 1 go first. Rather normal here. We are on Double Watcher, Rain, Darius, and Falling Star, so pretty much off a slow start. And on the other end, we see AI dropping that Yordle already to secure card advantage. Fiora is great, but does not provide the draw. Yeah, Kiana does not provide the draw into Kai'Sa neither. Like, most Kai'Sa players are complaining about having to pay a rune for deflect, but like, they are also more than happy about having to pay like one or several runes to either Void Seeker or Falling Star that Kiana so that it does not resolve. Yeah. I mean, we are not talking specifically about the Kai'Sa matchup, but like, you can't build a deck and not expect to meet Kai'Sa. So we have to talk about the Kai'Sa matchup to think about the overall worth of a cards, in my opinion. If your local is like full on mastery, then maybe you just don't want to care, but I'm talking like regional level of competition. You're shooting. Nah, I'm streaming Riftbound right now. So that Poro is being joined by a Kai'Sa in base as we are setting up resources, but right now we are once again getting heavily punished by a Falling Star plus Stupefy play, and this time we do have it. I think this is a pretty strong play right now and really something that you don't want to be hit with on AI's side. So for sure, you are forcing a play by like putting up these boards. But if they do have the Falling Star Stupefy, then tough times ahead for sure. Is it Stupefy or is it Retreat there? If it's Retreat, then you are not punished. And we see this Bright Mother too. Pretty interesting cards. Hello Guts. Yup, you are allowed to play Chinese cards. The only thing you have to make sure is that each of your decks, so Rune, Main, are consistent at being either only Chinese or only English. You can't have English and Chinese mixed up. But you can play Chinese Legends, you can play Chinese Runes or Chinese decks, and you can play a Chinese Rune deck with an English main deck. You can do all of these. You just have to make sure that each and every of your decks is consistent at doing one of these. Do you think we'll have at some point 2v2 or free-for-all format competitively? I don't think so. I don't think so. Thank you for the follow, Rachuk. Welcome, brother. No, I don't think... Or maybe just like fun formats. But I think one-on-one is already so good that we are seeing the retreat. Okay, so quite interesting thing here. So this gear, I don't even know the name of, so I will have to look for it. But this gear is basically you tap it and then you go neg 1 might on a unit. It's insanely strong in the Kai'Sa mirror match because... sorry, all of these units that are a pain to deal with become very accessible with this gear. Like Kai'Sa is now 4, so you can use Extec Ray, you can use Falling Star to kill it. Darius is now, Kai'Sa is now 3, Darius is now 4, so you can kill it with Void Seeker. So this card is pretty good in the matchup. We saw a retreat being chained, but then Stupefy for reducing the might once again, and since it already had 3 Extec Ray damages, it just died on the spot. So insane play once again on AI's side, forcing the interactions and reading his opponent's end. Very cool play on AI's side. Let me just show you this code. So it's Orb of Regrets. It's basically Stupefy but every turn. And now we are stuck with a Darius on boards, having to fight back to take control into Kai'Sa, Poro, and a Sentry. And slowly but surely, we are getting in that same game 1 setup in which AI is ahead in both resources and points and tempo. And so he is in a very good spot in my opinion to win that game. Obviously, nothing's done yet. We are retreating that Poro right now and channeling a rune, drawing one of Sentry and drawing one of that Dreaming Tree. So of that play, playing into Rain, we drew one of Retreat, one of Sentry, channeled one, added power back to hand, and we are now on something like 10 runes with like 10 cores in hand, and we are ahead in score. Tremendous play once again, and that's the exact key interaction I was talking about. The Stupefy plus Void Seeker combo on the Darius, making it a piece of cake for AI to remove it from the board. That's an extremely strong interaction in the matchup. I've been a big advocate of playing 5 might and 7 might units into the Kai'Sa matchup, and to find a way to work around this, AI decides that he will be playing that Orb of Regret to kill those units. Thanks for the follow, Ashcore too. Most locals don't care. Yeah. Most locals don't care. It's only if you are planning on competing. For sure. For sure. If you're planning on competing, then you have to make a decision. So now we have to establish a board again on the left player's side, and we have been met with a Darius and another Sentry route right after using that Iketan Rain to try and have a bit of a break. And now we are thinking, we do have several great options, one of them being this Sprite Mother that would allow us to contest them boards right now. We are going to be dropping that Falling Star to get rid of Darius. But once again, we are forcing a spell on AI's side and getting away from it with still a lot of boards available. Yodo is going to draw a card, we are dropping a Sentry, and we are passing. And now once again, 4 points for AI and still able to use units to conquer for more. We have a Fox, we have a Kai'Sa too. Kai'Sa and left player is full tap, so we are going to be accelerating that Kai'Sa once again, exactly what we were talking about. Accelerating it into the reverse row, so that right now, if you want to come and fight that Kai'Sa, she just retreats to base, and we are seeing that Falling Star. Oh my god, everything's clicking right now. AI is playing out of his mind, but he's also finding every single piece he needs to close this game out. Everything's clicking, and we don't even need to use that Mask of Regret to win that game. And I think it's almost over, guys. We are on an empty board. We draw our second Iketan Rain, so we have a shot at clearing that board, but that does not mean that we are in the lead. And that's exactly what AI has been forcing all along. He's been saying, okay, now you have to use a spell. You have another one? Okay, use it. You have another one? Okay, use it. But every time you do this, you will lose card from your end. You will not establish tempo, and you will have to pay runes. So I will get ahead and I will win in the end. And that's such amazing play on AI side. Completely controlling that top 8 matchup. Insane play on AI side. So we are forced to rain. That's the only card that gets us out, of this situation. And then we are passing once again. But what happens now if AI establishes a strong board and passes again? Then you have to find a way to contest battlefields. Else it's just going to double conquer and then the game is over. So we are now using everything on AI side. So it's 12 or 11 runes. Yeah, 11 runes to drop Watcher, Raven Bloom, and Hopeful. So exactly what we were talking about. And now, what are you going to do if you're that player on the left? If you establish a board, you are still losing. So you need to both conquer and be able to defend them battlefields, and that will be tough for sure. We have 2 Watchers, but they have proven to be quite useless in this scenario. And what are we doing now? We have 8 runes, so most likely we need to play a Sprite Mother to at least grab one of these battlefields. But does that mean that we are able to defend it then? Probably not, right? Probably not. And Watcher is so big that it's threatening even without any spells being used. So what are we gonna do? We could go something like Sprite Mother, then Hopeful, and then we hold runes for X-Tech Raise. But I don't think it will be enough. Far from it. Size of the dices? What do you mean? Oh yeah. I mean, I like to have big dices so we can have like very clear intel on what's going on the stream. I really do love that. And I'm really glad that they switched from the quote-unquote tokens. And we are just scooping on that Kai'Sa's side. AI is winning and advancing to top 4. Such a tremendous game on his side. Such tremendous play. To be fair, this is probably a game, like if you're a Kai'Sa player and you're looking for a way to get better in the mirror, this is probably a game you should look at because he knew exactly what he had to do and he executed it perfectly to run that 2-0 smoothly and get himself into the top 4 of the Chinese nationals. So now I think they are going like top 4. Both top 4 games are going to be broadcasted, I think. I don't want to spoil myself, but I think they will be broadcasting both top 4 games. So we still have quote-unquote 3 rounds left to go. I could almost add a bait time warp counter, because like if he did draw time warp in this game, it would probably have been useless. He was winning anyway, and if the other player drew time warp in this game, he was losing anyway. So how about we add another time warp bait counter? So far we've seen 2 Kai'Sa games, and in 2 of these time warp was a fake cards. Because like maybe he had it in hands, but like even though he did have it in hands, it was useless. I think I've already seen that player on the left on stream too, in a previous regional playing Kai'Sa too, I think. So probably one of these top players that's very consistent too. And I think we saw him in one of these previous early days regionals. I don't know exactly which one. And we are in that Kai'Sa in Yi matchup. So supposedly a tough Kai'Sa matchup, but we are going to see if lists found ways to adapt to that matchup. Something that you are rather happy about if you are Kai'Sa is dropping that Poro. Seeing that Poro drop on board, because that means we are not on Aurora. And then that also means we have a bit of an easier time piloting that one. So we are just answering with a Yodo and passing the turn right here. I think we have both top 4s and then the finals, which would be great. One more round to go, right? Poro sent to this battlefield candlelit, so we are now able to take a peek at the top 2 cards of our deck and decide whether we recycle none, one or both. So basically, we put them on the bottom of the deck to dig for better options. Sabotage being a very good card in the matchup, but we decided to bottom both, I think. So now we will be using 3 energy to drop a Find Your Center, ramp a rune, draw a card, and draw into another Fifolk, which is another of these very strong cards in the matchup, because not only does it have Accelerate above any spell that you could play as actions, so it's almost guaranteed to conquer and score a point, but also if they have to kill it, you channel 2 and draw 1, so you are in a tremendous spot the turn after, having access to 2 extra runes and an extra card in hand. So a really good card in that matchup that Tasty Fifolk is. We are going to see that Ray being played on the Poro. Poro now dead, nothing will be used, no Engward to meet that Ray. And then Yodo is going to conquer Candlelit, scoring a point and allowing Kai'Sa to look at the top 2 cards of the deck. Probably 2 cards that are going at the bottom. Maybe you keep the Cleave, but for sure that Recall is going to the bottom of the deck. The only card you would use it to play around is Charm, but you have way better tools to play around Charm, so most likely you are sending these 2 cards to the bottom of the deck and you are more than happy that you did not draw them and looked at them instead. And we are thinking. I can't read them names though. Does anyone speak Chinese in the chat? Sorry, I need to clear my throat. Throat clears. So we are keeping one card on top. Maybe the cleave. I think it's the cleave. Does anyone of you speak Chinese in the chat? Because I would love to be able to call them by their names, but I can't read Chinese. At all, basically. I don't have a single notion of Chinese. I do have a bit of Japanese in me, but no, not Chinese. So we are now on that Fiffolk turn. We are just going to drop Fiffolk in the base for free. Basically, and next turn it's already going to apply pressure, both by if I die I ramp a lot, but also you give me free trades if you don't have ways to match it. And we have all the matching runes from the tournament boosters packs, which is pretty cool. This set looks pretty cool. I prefer the main set runes, but I do like these ones too. So thinking on Kai'Sa's side that Fiffolk is a bit of a problem. Fiffolk can trade for free, but we are going to see that Falling Star being used on the Fiffolk. So sure, you are getting rid of it, but you also gave 2 free runes and a draw, and that's exactly what I was talking about. We are in that win-win situation in which Kai'Sa needs to make a decision and pick a poison between losing a body and losing runes to kill a unit that is very good at being killed, if you could say so. Yordo going to be retreated, and then we are going to develop a Kai'Sa in base, I think. Exactly what we are going to do. We drew into the core that we stacked the turn before, so maybe we drew into that cleave to try and play around Charm, potentially. But we have a lot of tools on his side, being that Fiffolk, all those disciplines, and also that first mate to have extra plays. So now the whole purpose of this turn is to set up a unit that you know will stay alive up until next turn. And if you manage to do so, you have a very good time in my opinion. So for 8 runes and paying a green power, we are already going to accelerate another Fiffolk. But this time it's ready to trade, and we are going to come combat that Ravenbloom. And we are wanting for that Kai'Sa player to use a Ray potentially, and it's the retreat that we're going to see. So Ravenbloom goes back to end. We are now having access to an extra rune, which we are quite behind on, so pretty good on Kai'Sa to have access to that extra rune. And then the Fiffolk is going to conquer, and we are going to score a point. 2, we want to play the Charm. Now that is full tap, I think Charm is... I think Charm is a very cool card here. And maybe that Kai'Sa player got a bit greedy at using that retreat right now. Because now if we have the Kai'Sa being charmed into that Fiffolk, we are losing it for free. We are going to see a Clockwork being dropped to see what options we have access to right now. And we draw into a Zonia that we could very well hide to make full use of this Fiffolk once again. And then I think we are just using that Charm, right, to punish that Kai'Sa, preventing the Kai'Sa player from drawing an extra card. And yes, that's what we're going to see. We are going to see the Charm onto the Kai'Sa being brought to the battlefield. No retreat available, and maybe a small mistake on Kai'Sa's side here, because now this Kai'Sa is dead and we are passing. We are not hiding that Zonia, maybe afraid of a rain that is killing Clockwork first. Sounds maybe like something that you would want to play around, because like if you guys don't know, when a player activates rain, he defines targets, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then you resolve the other way around. And so let's say he goes 1 on Clockwork, then 2 on Clockwork, and then all of the rest on Tasty. You could flip, sorry, you could flip Zhonya's to protect Tasty, but if he goes the other way around and kills Tasty first, then Zhonya would proc, Zhonya would proc, and there's no way you could play around that. Because like you hide it in the battlefield, so if you lose control of the battlefield, it dies. So you have to use Zhonya's, and then you just lose it and Tasty dies again. So there are ways to play around Zhonya if you are on Kai'Sa and you play especially Rain. So these other spells don't have enough sequencing to play around it sometimes, but Rain most of the time gives you a better sequencing to try and play around Zhonya's. And that's probably why the Yi player decided not to hide it yet. Might be a bit too early and a bit too easy to play around. Also, when Yi hides the cards, most likely it's Zhonya's. Like, you know, they don't have any other cards to hide. So yeah, most likely you know you have to play around it. It's not like you're playing around several Hidens and Zhonya is just one of them. Sorry, trying to clear my throat once again. We have 3 more rounds to cast, so I'd be happy to be able to see it to the end and still being able to talk. And we are thinking, by the way, that card, I might have to show you what this card is because probably you don't know about it. It's a card that we've seen pop up recently in cases list, and in my opinion, the only explanation is that it's a 5-mat card, and as I've been repeating myself since the beginning of the stream, 5-mat cards are good in the mirror, because shield is not something you would want to look at in the mirror, and vision is not such a strong keyword, but having extra 5-mat units that don't require you to burn a power to enter play is something that you might be looking for. So yeah, quite interesting that we've seen this tech pop up more recently. Oh, Kitty Cat wants to come in, give me a second, I'll just hide this. Come on, baby. Great. So we are of course making use of that vision effect, but like it's not strong enough to justify that you are running that card. In my opinion, it's most likely to punish the Kai'Sa matchup. And that's also probably why we've seen Orb of Regret in the previous match to play around such cards being more represented in the current days of the formats. So the lists are still evolving, and to everyone who's saying the format is resolved, well, I guess I just proved the point. Because like, it's not like because you think you found the best deck that you can say the format is resolved. Like, that's not how things work. So right now we have 3 disciplines that we are going to want to value as much as we can. Ideally into spells, like you use a spell that exactly kills my unit or just kills it by a slight margin, and then them disciplines are going to hit hard to save it. So that's why we are keeping them, I think. Also, they work pretty well with Zhonya's, because then you have a first mate available, so you could use body to attack, trade it, and then Zhonya puts it back to base. Then first mate restands it, and you can use disciplines basically twice, because like you use them when you attack, and then you reuse them. Is something that we could see. We are seeing a white flame on that clockwork coming to trade on a Yordle right now, so 10 into, this is for sure going to conquer. And now if you are Kai'Sa, you are thinking of a way you will be able to retake those battlefields, and it's tough, it's very tough, because even that clockwork will be 4 might while defending with this passive, and so if you attack at 5 and you are met with either an Hang Ward or a discipline or whatever, it could be very tough for you to play around that. So retreat is going to go through, Yordle is going back to end. I don't think you want to defy that retreat, so yeah, Yordle is going back to end. Kai'Sa will be ramping an extra rune, and this clockwork will be conquering, but we do now have the perfect setup. We have both battlefields, we have a strong base that Kai'Sa will have a tough time clearing. And we have a lot of cards in hand and runes. So once again, remember the 3 pillars. We have card economy, we have tempo, and we are even in score. Which means, in my opinion, that Yi is slowly but surely getting in the lead into this game and probably in the driver's seat right now. We'll have to see what Kai'Sa manages to do next turn with the runes that she has. So we are now on 9 runes, aren't we? Oh, we are on 12 runes, okay. So we do have everything available. We can make plays happen here. We can make plays happen here. Fox is something that we could consider. It would help retaking both battlefields right now. Would also put us in a spot in which White Flame is very effective next turn. But like at least you are able to retake a bit of board and score points right now. So this Fifolk is now on 3 and this Clockwork is now on 1. Remember that whenever you're defending alone as Yi, you get +2. So basically this Fox is -1 on maximal power of units. So like Fifolk will get to 5 and Clockwork will get to 3 instead of the 4 it was supposed to be at with the passive of Yi. And we are thinking once again on Case's side, do we want to drop a Falling Star to play around potential combat tricks? We have that smokescreen available, so we are rather safe. Though. Fox is crazy cards. Fox is a good card indeed. We are going to see the Discipline being used here. So now we are on 5, and with the Discipline that would put us at 7, as I was talking about earlier. And so now we are forced to use that smokescreen. So a single combat trick enough to force the smokescreen on an already dead unit. And if you are Yi, you are more than happy with that outcome. That being said, you are now fully tapped, so that Clockwork is most likely dying to you. But you forced Smokescreen, a very crucial card in that matchup. And you also forced Kai'Sa to commit all of her units onto battlefields so you can try and trade them. Ooh, Time Warp. Are we going to add another counter to the Time Warp is bait counter? Are we going to add a +1, guys? Maybe we are. And we are going to see the Falling Star on that White Flame. And that is so strong. That is so strong. The 12 runes paying off here. Because now Yi does not have a single way to push through the board left. And he will have to generate everything starting from his end. Not impossible to do. He has the Accelerate Champion still. But it's a very strong Falling Star here being dropped. Does not mean the game is lost though, because once again, if Kai'Sa outs, she gets to 7, and Yi is way more than capable of defending a battlefield. And we have a Kiana. Is this double +1? Is this +1 to Kiana bait and +1 to Time Warp bait? Ooh, I would love that. Maybe Time Warp is winning in this scenario though. Because like if you are only able to retake 1 of these points, then you just Time Warp and you ult twice. That being said, this Yi has ganking. So you could push it, use Discipline to outmight the Fox, and then restand it with First Mate, and gank it again on this G-Well farm thing. So I think that's the play here. Discipline, draw a card, and then you have the First Mate in hand. We saw it already. So you can just push the Fox, kill it. Vilmo is only for base. You can't retreat to base. So this guy is dead. Now we are seeing that First Mate being dropped. And First Mate is going to restand that Master Yi. Yi is going to trade Fox. And we will be in an empty board situation again on Kai'Sa's side. And we will top deck most likely a Time Warp that will prove to be utterly useless. Don't tell me we have 0 cards in hand, by the way. Don't tell me we have 0. I think we have some and they're just somewhere else on the boards. Because if we have 0, we are in a tough spot during time warp, lol. Oh, Kitty Cat wants to set up here. Let me just make room for cuts. And we are seeing that first mate. I really value those cards that restand in either War Up, First Mate, even Confront. I really do value these cards. And yeah, Kaisa sees the first mate and knows that this is probably the winning play, because now Fox is getting traded by Yi and we have 2 cards in hand. We will also be recycling a rune to drop the Zonia. And yeah, Kaisa knows it's tough time. Are we drawing the time warp? Are we drawing the time warp? Wait, crucial moments. Crucial moments. Please tell me we did stack the time warp and we are drawing it. Yes! Let's go! Let's go! Time warp, bait, counter, +1. Oh yes, let's go. Nah, come on. Come on. And Kiana was bait too. He had Kiana in end for like half the game and never found the tempo to drop it. He never found the tempo to drop it. Let's go. Let's go. Guys. Omega Zero was the GOAT of Hearthstone. When I say GOAT, he was one of the top 3-4 people that most impressed me on every TCG. Okay. So if you guys don't know Flash is somewhat of a decent One Piece player. Attending Worlds, winning European Championships. So if Flash is saying that a player was impressive to the point that it's one of his GOATs, I'm really looking forward to seeing Omega Zero play then. But so far, the game going exactly as we expected it to. Every single time we had the opportunity to drop Time Warp, it was bait. And every single time we had the opportunity to drop Kiana, except in that Lee Sin match in the first round, it was bait. I should make people pay for my predictions though. I'm some sort of like diviner or something. I should make people pay. Do you want me to tell one card in your deck that is bad? $10? Time Warp is bad. Let's go! The Crusade is going well, guys. I think I'm winning. I think the Crusade is going well. So we are seeing it go 1-0 the way of Yi in a very close game in which he needed to have exactly the specific combination of chords to try and win it all. And this is what happens right here. He found the Yi, he had the Yi and the Discipline already. He found the first mate, and that was enough to seal the deal. By the way, thank you to everyone who joined. Welcome on stream. First thing I want to do is shout out Turn Them Sideways, because I'm using their stream as a video to recast. They are doing a tremendous job at casting Riftbound and bringing you Riftbound content, so feel free to go like and follow what they do. Thanks to them. Once again, big shout out. And also, if you like competitive Riftbound content, feel free to drop a follow here, because we are streaming Riftbound on at 8 PM Paris time on every Wednesday. And we are talking competitive Riftbound, decklist analysis, recasting games, and so on and so on. So if you like what you're seeing, make sure you drop a follow, because there will be a lot more of it in the upcoming future. And hopefully we can making big doing Riftbound content, and hopefully we can swap to full-time doing Riftbound content. And hopefully I can spend every day together with you guys talking about this insane card game that we just got from Riot. And I could not be more happy to have such a card game released, because it's really one of the, if not the best card game I've ever played, and trust me, I've tried a lot of them. Let me just clear my throat once again, sorry. Also, thanks to you guys for bearing with my life death. Thank you for the follow, Chazarilla. Welcome to the crew, brother. Hope we are all having a nice time together and you are enjoying the show. So we'll be going into game 2. Kai'Sa will most likely be starting in a slightly unfavored matchup. Not unwinnable because we saw that there was no Aurora in his deck. So even, except if he's siding in Aurora, which I think might not be the case. We have not seen an Aurora, meaning that Kai'Sa could still win these games. It was a very close game one. But like still, this is a tough matchup. If one of the toughest, if not the toughest, sorry, matchup for Kai'Sa. Why is Time Warp so bad? Is it too expensive and no chance to drop it? Thank you for the fellow addition. Welcome to the crew, brother. So, Time Warp is extremely expensive. It only wins you the game if you're ahead in resources, so runes, and you have it in hand at the correct time, and you already have boards that survived. So you have to be ahead in resources, boards, so you have units to value it, and score, so you are close enough to 8 points to win the game off of it, right? That's the first problem. And that's talking about getting it in the optimal conditions. Because then if you draw it in the early game, it's a trash card. If you draw it while being behind, it's a trash card. And also, one last thing that it's a bit more of theory than actual gameplay is that right now everybody is on Time Warp, right? So you don't need to play Time Warp for people to play around Time Warp. If you are playing Kai'Sa, they will play as if you had Time Warp, basically. Because they have to. Because if you do have it, then they're doomed. So they will play around it even if you don't play it. So if they have an out, they will play for that out. And if they don't, then they will lose anyway. So why would you like play a card that's only good in specific scenarios if your opponent is anyways going to be playing around it? So that's my take on Time Warp. I think Time Warp is way overrated. I think Time Warp was an interesting tech choice when people were not aware that the card existed and did not know how to play around it. But like right now, playing Time Warp is most likely going to prove being useless. Maybe it's going to win you some games, and most of the games you're going to win off Time Warp, you would have won anyway without Time Warp because you were just ahead in all three pillars of the game, being resources, score, and tempo. Basically, that's my take on Time Warp. You have the right to disagree though. But like, so far, really... Sorry. So far, it's proven to be true out of all games we've seen. Do you get decklist of opponent in Top Cut? I don't think so. I don't think it's open decklists. I'm not like 100% certain, but I don't think it's open decklists. And by the way, regarding Time Warp and Kiana, you guys have the right to disagree. I'm not saying I know everything and I'm a god of the game or something. I'm just trying to use like facts and like theory to prove if a card is good or not. If it's good, I'm playing it. If it's not, I'm not playing it. And like right now, everybody is on Time Warp, and I think not everybody should. But once again, you have the right to disagree, and you might be right. Never forget that the most important thing is to forge your own opinions and not listen to others and not think about what they say and be like, okay, I should exactly believe what he said. Just forge your opinions, whatever way, playtest or theory or whatever you like. It will always be the correct choice. So we are dropping a Yordle right now, trying to establish a bit of that board and to draw extra cards to access our solutions right here. And it's a pass. So we retreated everything since we held twice at the beginning of the turn. No point in giving out free bodies. And so, right, this guy seems cool. He seems funny. No point in dropping free bodies, and like you can keep runes open. You will also have to try and retake because you're not so close to victory that you could try and bet on your opponent not having the answers. So, great decision here to get back everything. Fifolk is going to conquer this target pick, so you are going to be standing 2 runes at the end of the turn. Being the Yi player, FIFO gets in there, and then we are thinking on his side, scoring our very first point into this game. We could tap basically everything to play another Fifok and then still have runes open. That would be of use if we are like missing on great draws and stuff and we want to dig the deck. But that would also mean that we are most likely losing at least one, if not both, next turn. So something that we have to be wary about. We also have access to a Find Your Center, which is not so great in this scenario. It's a bit too early. You want to value it at 1 energy when your opponent is on 5 points to just cycle through your deck and draw an extra cards. So are we going for that Fifok play, or are we looking for a bit more of establishing a base for the upcoming turns? We could also very well go Fifok in base. That would be a cool play, but that would mean that rain could be a problem too. So we have to have answers, be it Zonias or like Engwards / Discipline. So a lot of things to think about here if you're Yi. Because right now is crucial. You are ahead in resources, but you are behind in both score and tempo. So you need to find the perfect way, the best way to convert your resources, which are runes and cards in hand, into tempo that then translates into points. Sorry. So we will be charming that Katchouze, and we are probably being met with a retreat if we have one. Because that Katchouze most likely has a free conquer next turn. So we'll probably want to save it. Yes, we are retreating that Katchouze. And it's all good, apparently. So we are channeling that rune, grabbing the Katchouze back to end to be able to potentially accelerate it once again next turn. And then we are thinking on his side once again. We do have a lot of cards in hand on Katchouze's side though. I thought Katchouze had only like 4, 5, 6 cards in hand, but we have more than that. So actually he might not even be that far ahead in terms of resources. He has those Fifok to generate some though, but like he's not that far ahead. So now the question is, do we go Fifok in battlefields and Zonias? Or do we go Fifok in base? Is the question, and we are most likely going Fifok into the base. No, we are going to play the Yi, accelerating it. Okay, sorry. Interesting decision here. I think the plan is to restand 2 runes and then play around having the ability to activate that Find Your Center in the upcoming turn as an action. But he messed up and tapped the wrong runes. He tapped the wrong runes though. He tapped one of the runes. He did not tap, sorry, one of the runes that he decided would be restanded at the end of the turn. But seems like it's okay, and his opponent is just like, yeah, just restand them no matter, like, whatever. Seems like a chill dude. That Katchouze guy seems like a chill dude in my opinion. Don't know him, by the way. Not from any other TCG or whatever, but like, seems like a chill. What the fuck? What the fuck? We are on Brynir Thundersong in the main deck. What? Wait. So this card is somewhat interesting. It says when you play me, opponents can't play card this turn. This is a card that I could see in like the Katchouze matchup, for instance, being dropped so that you play around them, blasting your units. But why would you play this card into Yi? Why would you play this card into Yi? Is it to like play around something like DeFi plus battle tricks? Interesting. It's still a 5 might unit, so it's not so bad of a might stat. But the effect seems like situational at the very least. Interesting that we are on that Brynir Thunderstorm card. Not a card that has seen play so far, but definitely a card that has been mentioned in those that have potential in the future of the game. Especially if combos spawn and you have the ability to play that card during your opponent's turn, then it would get like very stupid, of course. Basically telling your opponent to skip a turn. I guess if that ever happens, Brian here would be banned, most likely. Because you don't want to have some, like, this kind of combo ramping around your game. But we have so many options on Case's side. We could value a Fox play here, for sure. But we don't have one. We do have a lot of smaller spells though that could help us get rid of that board. But that's far from perfect. Especially if you're looking to try and establish some of these big mid-games units such as Fox and Darius here. So for 6 we are going to be dropping that Brian here. And now you have a shot at chaining something to it being played. But once it resolves, you can't do anything. So right now, he plays it, effect activates, his opponent has a shot at playing cards. So he will be flipping these Zonias. And then, now, he can't activate anything else. But that's also one of the bigger problems of Brian here, is that you can the effect activates, so it starts a chain, so you can basically react. So if you are able to get the proper understanding of the game state, you can sometimes use your cards like Smokescreen, Engage, Discipline, and so on before Brian here's effect is online. Let me just clear my throat, sorry. Okay. Should be better. I think I won't be able to speak properly tomorrow, but I guess that's props of being a streamer, right? Some things you have to deal with. So we are still thinking on that Case's side, dropping that Brian here was decent, but not enough, for sure. And if we are letting that Yi player settle into both those battlefields and start building a base, then most likely we will reach that point in which Yi has managed to convert his advantage in resources, in tempo, and then it's becoming more of a threat for Case. So we need to find ways to play around these boards, and we definitely do have some in the end right now. With Falling Star, Double Stupefy, and also, sorry, that X-Tech Ray being there paired with the Smokescreen. So we could basically kill everything. I think we could also kill everything through the Zonias, right? Like if you go Smokescreen on Yi, but you don't have enough runes because you drop Brian here. So Brian here was to force Zonias? And then what? Because if you just go Smokescreen on Yi, then you go Falling Star on Yi, Zonia is forced, and you are still killing Yi. Because you know that what was hidden at this battlefield was Zonias. So maybe the play was actually Smokescreen on Yi, then Falling Star twice on Yi, so you burn the Zonias, and then something like Stupefy, but Stupefy Ray is not enough on Thifolk. But there was for sure a play among those lines. Because he's at 8, so you could just... Yeah, there was a play among those lines for sure. Yo, Jacob. How you doing, brother? How you doing? I'm dying of sickness, but I'm also having a very cool time with you all. So, I guess we could say it's like a good afternoon. What is my hair looking like? Terrible. Okay, perfect. Let's keep it at that. So we are dropping this Smokescreen now. What is the bait counter? Pretty good question, my friend. Bait counter is the amount of time we have had the opportunity to either see a Kiana or a Time Warp either being played or potentially being played, and it was not the correct play. Just to prove people that Kiana and Time Warp are baits. And so far, we are 3-on-3 on Time Warp, by the way. We've seen 3 Kaisa games and 3 times in which Time Warp was a trash court. Thanks for the follow, Golden Donkey. Welcome here, brother. Hope you're having a nice Sunday. So Dati is going to live through the Zonia, and we are going to pass being full tapped on Case's side, not something that you want to do, right? Why is Kiana a bait? It's basically too slow of a chord, and people are over-evaluating the deflect keyword, as in Kaisa can't deal with this chord, whereas most of the time Kaisa is more than happy to burn 1 or 2 runes to trade with Kiana. Thanks for the stream, very cool. Oh, nice to know that you are having a great time. Thanks for the kind words. As a new player, I was wondering if you knew if there will be an official online client. So far, nothing we know about. Most likely yes, because it's Riot. But also, regarding the past with like Runeterra and all, that would also be like releasing two like similar products. So not sure if there will be an official one. I think so at some point. That being said, you can already play on some sims such as Tabletop. I think TCG Arena you can play on too. And you should be able to play on Pixelborn in a few days / weeks. So there are online scenes, but nothing official so far. Tabletop Simulator and TCG Arena, I'm affirmative work. No problems, brother. By the way, if you guys in the chat have any question regarding anything, feel free to ask. We are both here to cast and have a great time together, so feel free. That Yordle is going to be dying, that Yi is going to be conquering, and we are now on 4 points. Are we going to be able to close that game? We have a charm in the end to deal with that Briner, which is basically the only strong body that Kaisa has left. So we are going to charm Briner into the Yi for it to die. And now Kaisa is left with almost an empty board, while Yi still has a lot of runes open to try and convert into a bit of a base setup. And we are going to tap 7 runes to drop another tasty and pass turn here. Time to build a terrible deck with Malzahar. Terrible it will be for sure, but good luck trying, my brother. Never stop experimenting, that's how you find the cool stuff too. What about Brainer? Is it not a bait? Who the fuck is Brainer? Oh, Brainer? Him? Because if it's him, I think it's bait. I think this card is cap. But this guy is playing it, so like maybe. Maybe this has a shot. I think if this card just had an extra line that said, whenever you drop this card, your opponent can't play cards for the turn, and also your opponent can't respond to this card's activation with any cards of his own. So basically you drop it, they can't play anymore, they have no chance of responding. Then I guess it could be decent. But right now, the fact that it triggers a chain that allows your opponent to react to a card that forces them to not react, I think makes it a not so much of a great card so far. But like, meh. In your opinion, what would be okay decks? Obviously not S tier, not to relent on tons of epic cards. Let me do something for you, brother. Lists. So you click that link, you find my Piltover archive profile on which I upload most of my lists for free. You guys can get the intel. And there are several cheap lists in there, including Blue Victor and Blue Ari. Blue Ari is one of the cheapest decks in the game. You don't need to play Fox. You don't need to play any epic but the champion, which is like something like 10 euros or something like that. And in my opinion, it's one of the best decks in the game. Like top 5 for sure, and maybe more. That's what I'm currently playing if I'm going to regional. Well, you need to create a chain even if they don't have when play me effect. But Brainier does have that effect. Brainier is when you play me, opponents can't play cards this turn. Look at Brainier. So the when you play me mention makes it so that you can react to it. So like this makes no sense. Like you can't react to it, but then you can react to it. So sorry, getting back to the game, we found a way to push through the Yi with a falling star, allowing us to reconquer one of these battlefields and set up that 5 might shield unit in the base. But now Yi has a Fifolk available in base to try and contest once again. We have a few runes open that time though, so maybe something interesting that we could use to try and do combat tricks with. But we are still in a difficult situation if we are on Case's side. Is it fair to say this game is kinda like the Pokemon model, most cards are super cheap and the money is in our... Yep, exactly. Like, I don't think it will be the case for Set 1. I think some cards will be extremely expensive even in their basic form for Set 1 because we will be lacking products. But like the base model is exactly that. I think in like 2 to 3 sets, when they've caught up on printings and realized how much demand there is, this game will be extremely cheap. And yeah, most of the value of it will be in epics, for sure. So I think you're right, yeah. Sorry. So we are thinking on his side, something that we want to do right now is try and reconquer to not lose to a time warp, obviously, because if he odds with that Yordle and then drops the time warp, that game would be over. So we have to play around that, obviously, but we also have to make sure that while doing so, we are generating pressure in the base. And that's what we are doing, dropping that Watt Flame in the other battlefields while buffing that Tasty. And now Tasty is going to push into the Yordle. Even in case of like double smokescreen, nothing is bound to happen to that Tasty, which is now 14 mites. Say that to some cards that are ×3. Yeah, because it's set 1 and like first wave and something. And they kinda underestimated demand, so they are a bit on the lower end of what's needed in terms of printing. But I think once wave 2 and like maybe wave 3 kick in, everything will be cheap. Like it's just a phase, but the overall economic model makes it so that this game is fated to be cheap at some point. So we are going to see Stupefy on that Yordle to try and draw a card. We do have another Stupefy available to try and draw another one, and we are just going to see the retreat being played here to add back that Yordle, probably fish for another draw in the upcoming turn. Yeah. Thousand Tail Watchers and Dead Bloom are expensive now, but like in a few months, I think this game will be cheap and will stay like that forever because of the game system. I think it will be rather cheap. I think they just underestimated the hype, which is weird to me, but like whatever. And they just did not print enough wave 1. Maybe they did not have the ability to. But like, they already announced that they will be printing enough cards for everyone to be able to get their hands on some. So now we are on 6 points. Once again, Time Warp is cope. But let's see if he can create a setup in which Time Warp wins him the game next turn. Let's see. Yeah, right now they are expensive, but it won't be that way for long. And like, since we don't have a regional in Europe until like February, I think it would just be right that most stores still allow proxies until at least wave 2. Like, no reason not to, right? We are using that Stupefy on Fifolk once again to try and dig for a potential play. And he is in the driver's seat once again. Here. Everything good. This Stupefy is resolving. We are drawing a card. And this is another copy of Retreat. Nothing to help us here. So we are now fated to live or die by what we have in hand. We could still drop a Yordle to draw an extra card, but then that would diminish our amounts of interactions, because since we played Stupefy already, if we draw into Darius, we have played 2 cards already, and so Darius won't be able to activate. Thanks for the fellow actor. Welcome to the community, brother. So we are thinking, but the end is not good enough here, in my opinion. And remember, by the way, that Katchouze lost game 1, so he started this game 2 and still is not able to value this time warp. Real question is, when can I get those little point counter? Yeah, bro. These Poros, like, no cap, if one of you guys is a 3D printer or like has access to some of these, there is a business to be made in the industry of printing little figures for counting points, for sure. Like little Darius, little Airy, and so on and so on. Like, if they don't, I would be very surprised if they don't do it at some point. I would be very, very surprised if they don't do it at some point, because it seems like such an evidence to me that this would be a huge success. Like, these figures are so cool, but like, imagine if you could have your very own champion to score points as a little figure. That would be so sick. And not a card to help us once again. And we are in a tough spot here. We are going to be using that cleave. And DeFi will be used on cleave to prevent retaking one of these battlefields. And then that game was almost sealed with that play, because now we don't have enough power to push into the boards, in my opinion. Thanks for the follow, Purple Erecross. Welcome to the community, brother. So we are going to be accelerating one of our cases to try and find a push, but that definitely won't be enough here. So Katchouze and Shield Dude going there. We are now on 7 mites, so we are killing either Katchouze or the Shield Dude. I guess we are killing Katchouze. No, we are killing the shield dude. So like, whatever you draw, you don't have runes open anyway. Little Teemo to score point, yeah. Like, little whatever legend to score points seems sick. And we end up drawing the Thousand Tales Watcher, but just one card too late, because now it does not make value anymore. And we are on 7 runes. We just need to retake this battlefield to close the game. Katchouze only has 2 runes open, and we have a White Flame Protector in hand, ready to push to win game 2 and reach these finals. White Flame is there, it's okay. He says, go for it. And that's a scoop. And we will see Master Yi qualifying for the finals of this event. So will we have a Yi or will we have a Katchouze winning it all is something really interesting. But once again, we can add a point to the time warp is cap counter. Because once again, even going first post side into Yi, if he happened to have a time warp in this specific game, it would have been a completely dead card. Because guess what? Opponents have learned to play around it, and now you are stuck with time warps forever, because time warp is bait for sure. So great. Let's get to the other top 4 match. Okay, a bit deep in there. So this is still top 4, I'm not mistaken, on the overlay, but this is still top 4. This is just the other top 4 match, and we are once again seeing a Katchouze into Yi matchup, Yi being slightly favored. Also, we saw this Yi play earlier, and he was a really good player, but I already remember that his name was not what Flesh was telling me before, so most likely his opponent is an insane player, and we will have to see if he manages to make up for the slightly unfavored matchup to try and win that game and qualify to the final. Do we have a Yi mirror in the finals, or will we see a Katchouze being able to make it all the way? Omega Zero is the name of the dude. So we have Omega Zero on the left, and we have ARB Delay on the right. A guy that we already saw on stream playing Easy, and he was playing very good Riftbound. Just before the round starts and we get into deep casting and focus, if you guys like competitive Riftbound, make sure to drop a follow to the channel, because we are going to be streaming a lot of it in the upcoming future, starting at 8 PM Paris time every Wednesday, and we'll also be having extra streams for events such as these nationals. So feel free to drop a follow, it's free. You will only have a notification whenever I go live, and also you can hit my YouTube channel and you can hit the votes. Everything's free, so feel free to use them and to improve using the data at playing Riftbound. And also big shout out to Turn Them Sideways. I could not find another broadcast, so I'm using their broadcast as a support for me commenting. So thanks a lot to them, big shout out. Feel free to go follow and subscribe to them because they do make a really cool job at covering Riftbound content in my opinion. All these are ramp or there are auroras. So the first Yi that we saw in the top cut was aurora, but since then in the later stages of top cut we've seen only ramps, and I think that's the play. Like literally I did not put an aurora is bait counter because this is not something that I need to convince people about, that aurora is cap and Yi is a better deck without aurora than it is with aurora. But now we've been seeing 2 Yis in the top 4 and the 2 deck builds were on ramp, but no aurora. Maybe the kitty cat woke up. She was having a nap on the computer and she woke up. Maybe. Oh, oh, what's up? She's attacking me. Alright, so we are developing that Kai'Sa in base. And Yi has no boards at all, so pretty free to drop that Kai'Sa here. Only thing that could happen is like accelerate Yi and then charm, which would be somewhat of a punish, but then they would have to pay 2 power to do this. So still something that could happen, but requires a combination of cards, requires 2 powers, so I guess you are fine with that. And if they don't have that specific combination of cards, then you are rather happy as a Kai'Sa player to have developed that cards. We are seeing Tasty being accelerated here, trading over the Sentry, so we will be scoring a point. And now if Kai'Sa decides to fed back into this Tasty, we will be channeling runes and drawing an extra cards. We still have a free draw with that Kai'Sa though. Also Yi is on that Altar of Unity battlefield, which says whenever you hold here, you spawn a token. So pretty interesting decision, mostly in my opinion, to play into Kai'Sa, because then you drop a big body there and you have a lot of tokens that you are able to use to force cards out of Kai'Sa's end. And then like let's say you have a token in base, you can just white flame it to put it to 9 might and it's a big threat to Kai'Sa. So I think this card is pretty good, this battlefield is pretty good in the Kai'Sa matchup and is probably specifically been picked out to fight that specific matchup. Kitty cats want to go out, let me just open the door so she can do so. Kai'Sa is going to be conquering, we are going to be drawing a card, and now we are on several reigns in the main deck and we are drawing a time warp. Will that guy be able to make me lie on time warp being more than a cope card? Maybe. Maybe. Something that I could see going time warp's way there is that like on the local scene, people are still not used to playing around time warp, or they are not trained enough to think about it. So like you could value time warp at locals to like bait people and then outplay them. But like at this stage of a regional, if your opponent is not playing into time warp, then he's not in top 4, right? Like he's just not there. So this obviously does not have the same impact on the local scene than it has on the bigger stage. So we are dropping Darius and Ravenbloom for 2, and then for 5 is Darius. Okay. Sorry, so we are dropping Darius and Ravenbloom there. Interesting decision. So this makes a total of 11 might. And we know that this Yi is on... What's the max amount of might? He has like 9 runes? He has like 9 runes, exactly. So with 9 runes, could you beat that amount of might? No, you can't, I think, in this spot. Or maybe, no, you can, but you have to play Primal Strengths. So maybe he knows he's not on Primal Strengths, or maybe he's betting that he's not on Primal Strengths. But like, if you don't have Primal Strengths, there's no way you beat this range. If you do play Primal Strengths, though, you could go untap, so Fiffolk to base, then First Mates, and then Primal Strengths on Fiffolk, and you clear everything. Because then Fiffolk would be 13, and the board is 12. No, sorry, it's 11. My bad. But like, no way you don't, if you don't play Primal Strengths. And you obviously don't have enough runes to play something like White Flame plus something, of course. You could still take a decent trade with like Deadbloom Engward. Like Deadbloom Engward clearing everything but Ravenbloom seems fair enough to me though. Like, you are using a Deadbloom, sure, but like, you are taking away so much. I think it's like decent Deadbloom Engward. You kill Kai'Sa and Darius. Yeah, Deadbloom Engward is a strong play here too. So we are seeing that Deadbloom drop, I think. And we have the Engward. So yeah, that's the exact play that we are going for. Deadbloom getting there, and then we are dropping the Engward on that Deadbloom to get to 10 mites. And so we are trading for both Kai'Sa and Darius. Only Ravenbloom is left there. And then we are adding a Zhonya's to make sure that we don't fall too short out of units. Like, this is odd losing to Rain though. This is odd losing to Rain though. Because if he goes Rain into 6 pings on the Fiffolk, since you are full tapped, there's no way you buff. So like, Rain is pretty strong, and we know he has Rain here. He's on how many runes? 8? Okay, so he can't Rain plus a 2-drop unit. But like, Rain is good here. Rain is for sure a good card. By the way, I'm a big advocate of swapping Time Warps for Rains in the main deck. I think Rain is way better than what people say it is. And I think Time Warp is way worth than what people think it is. And also we got access to a token thanks to the Altar of Unity. So we do have a card to conquer once we are done clearing, once we're done clearing the boards. It's tapped right now, so we can't use it this turn. But in the following turns, that could be something that we would want to do. So let's see how he uses those 8 runes. Most likely he's going to go for a warp play, I guess. Like, this is Zhonya's. You just put 6 pings on like this Fiffolk, and then it's like it dies and it dies again. So we are going to see that Rain being dropped. And we are going to force both the Zhonya and the Fiffolk on these single cards. As I told you before, Rain is a wonderful tool to play around Zhonya's. So we are seeing that Fiffolk died, and Fiffolk effect is going to activate to channel 2 runes and draw a card. So we are channeling 2 runes, drawing an extra card. And then we are going to pass on Kai'Sa's side, having a rune open to either go for Cleave. We are retreating that Ravenbloom, the smart play. I like that play. Ravenbloom is way stronger in Dreaming Tree. Also, we could use it to cleave on or to retreat on and make value out of it drawing cards. So I like that play of retreating. You're not losing Ravenbloom to the Accelerate for free. And you still have a rune open to protect it in case of needs. And will the Yi player be able to set up right now something that is able to resist a second Rain that is far from certain so far? We are seeing the Yi drop for 7 runes. Going to, I guess you are going to alter, no? Like, you don't want to give free cleave and stuff trade next turn. Yeah, you are going to alter to prevent like free cleaves and stuff, for sure. And then you still have 3 runes open that could either be like used as bait or dropping something. Yeah, you are dropping that clockwork right now to draw an extra card, but that is also giving even more value to a rain here that could be 4 pings on Yi and then 2 pings on clockwork, and once again the board is left empty. Even if you play that Engward, you have no way of saving any unit there. So that's probably another rain turn into, I would say, double conquer. That's probably another rain turn here. Has to be, right? Yeah, rain is such a strong card. Like, right now, something that's very important in the game is that Yi is forced to play a lot of units because he's having his board cleared every turn. And so at some point, if he falls short of units, then that game is automatically over. So it's 1, 2, and then 4. Yeah. So both die. You can't use Engward to save any of these. And then you have Token and Ravenbloom able to go out there and grab 2 free points. So that's one already. And that is the second one. We are now on 5 points. And Yi once again needs to find a way to establish some boards, having used already 2 Fee Folks and the Yi champion, sorry. So for 8 might and 2 orange runes, we are going to see a Dead Bloom Predator that will most likely be made with a retreat, drawing a card and channeling an extra rune while adding back that Ravenbloom to end, and we are drawing an upfall that could come in useful, if you see what I mean, in the later game. So now we are able to generate another token through the Battlefield effect of Altar of Unity. And then we don't need to be so aggressive. Like, oh, we have a fox though. We found a fox though. And that could be the turning point. Because now Fox Cleave is available next turn. And that's a play that you are really, really, really happy about. A lot of stats for not so much. So you could wait to be on 10 runes next turn and go for that Fox Cleave play. Just establishing something like Sentry, Ravenbloom, and then like Hopeful this turn in base. And also Yi needs to find another way to contest the token field. Because if they don't, then you are in Time Warp range. And he's had Time Warp in his hand since the very beginning of the game, by the way. So maybe Time Warp is cap, but maybe he's trying to value it to the best of its abilities to win the game on the spot. And we are sinking arts on that case's player's side. On Omega Zero's side, I should use name now that I know them. Extremely strong Hearthstone player. That's what Flesh told me, and Flesh is a decent TCG player at the very least. So I'm kind of interested to see how good this guy can get and how impressed I can be. So are we going to be able to value that warp, or are we just deciding to set up units in the base right now? A lot of thinking going there because it's the crucial moment. It's the turning point of the game. And you have to make sure that you are picking the right play. Else, you might be losing your spot in the final and your spot at being the first ever Riftbound national champion. By the way, don't know if you guys have seen it, but like winner, the only guy that wins the tournament, is going away with such a beautiful like winner ring. It's insane. Like, I love this idea of having rings for winners, just like they do in the NBA or like in US sports traditionally. So we are seeing a Fox being accelerated here. And we are now going to push into that Dead Bloom Predator. So we are able to use that cleave to have a 10 might push, which will be met with an Engorge on his side. So he draws. Yes, he draws off of cleave. And then do we have another buff? We don't find another buff, so we just use that Engorge to cycle and draw cards. But that Fox is able to make the most out of it and kill that Dead Bloom. And now once again, he is stuck in that you have to find an accelerate card situation. And it's a tough one, because he's already found a lot of Thief Folk, used the champion, and 2 Dead Bloom if I remember correctly. Fox and Cleave is the play. Could be the play, could also be met with like Defy Engorge, so something you definitely have to consider. But he decided that it was the right time to try and push. And he was right. And now if you or ye, what are your odds of winning this one? He is thinking, but I don't think there's a way out for this Yi player. Because now you can use First Mate to restand your Clockwork, but that does not change the fact that it's a small unit, and so it won't be able to do anything here. Thinking here. But we don't have a play, I think. Might as well use Discipline to try and draw cards and see if we find one. And we don't. It's game over. If we found a Charm, maybe we could have done something here, but this Zhonya draw is sealing the deal. And Omega Zero is winning game 1 with a Time Warp in hand for 100% of the game and never needed to use it. So once again, 100% on Time Warps being cap. 5 games where Time Warp could have been played. 5 games where Time Warp was useless. Let's get going to game 2. Another bait. Yup. +1 to the counter. For sure. That's my point. It's that he could win through Time Warp, but most of the time you can just win without it. So +1 to the Time Warp counter for sure. Okay, so let's jump into this game 2. So far, Omega has been doing a tremendous job in this game 1. I think also this, like, when you old create a token was kinda bait in this specific game. So let's not be result oriented, but like it might be what cost the game to the Yi player on like this specific match. Thank you, Mia. Yeah. You guys are a lot, and I can't thank you enough for that. If you like competitive Riftbound, feel free to drop a follow. And well, let's just have a great time together, because we are seeing amazing Riftbounds unfold before our eyes. And I could not be more than happy that I decided that I would do it, even though I am sick as hell. Because we are having a great time, and you guys are here to let me know that you are enjoying the show too. Sorry. I can't shake and speak at the same time. Like, I'm such a one-brained guy, like one neuron brain guy. Like, I can't speak and think, okay, I need to shake at the same time. My brain goes, ugh. Talk about being a man, huh? Talk about being a man. I envy you, women. If there are any women in the chat, the fact that you guys are able to do 2 things at the same time, I don't think there's anything better than that in the world. Maybe we should nerf it, like something like Errata or Banlist. Like, I can't fight. I'm so dumb, boss. Like, I'm thinking talking and shaking, and then I'm like stupid. Like, perfect. Shaking down. We are seeing both players on a God of the Growth Willow field. You ever think about coaching? Want me to reveal something? I have I have exclusive intel for you, but I'm still working on it. Want me to reveal? I could give you a secret link. A very secret one. I think no one saw it yet, or like maybe 1 or 2 people. Send it? Huh. Here you go. But shh. I'm not done working on it. It's a secret. It's a secret. I'm not done working on it. I'm hoping I can release the first article in a few days. But I will tell you about all of this once everything's set up and ready. This is just a preview. But I have a lot scheduled. Don't get me wrong. There are a lot of school stuff coming. We will be doing a lot of Riftbound, and I can't be more excited. So, we are thinking very hard about that mulligan on Omega's side. Oh no, mulligan is done already, my bad. So we will be dropping that Ravenbloom to try and contest that Clockwork, one of the better early game units to contest Yi, because of the cleave interaction that puts it at 6 mites. Oh, Kiana! Do we add one to the Kiana bait counter? Maybe not. Supposedly it's her best spot, right? Into Kaisa, on curve. Supposedly it's her best spot. Let's see if this changes the game and the way this match is being played. We are seeing both a Stupefy and a Ray in hands. We also see a Cleave to be able to fight into that Clockwork and prevent Yi from drawing extra cards through the battlefield. What does this Kiana need to do to be a bait? So either you play it and it does nothing, or you have it in hand and you would have wanted another card, or you add a winning play and you play Kiana instead and you lose. But like, most likely that's not happening, right? Like, not at this level of play. But like, if it does nothing, or if you would have preferred any other card in your hand, then Kiana is bait. Which I think it is. Because like, right here, Kiana is going to conquer, score probably, draw 1. We're not going to, like, we're going to be like, it was not bait. It was decent. But like, to be, oh, so it's channeling, okay. But like, to be fair, she's just going to get traded by Darius. Probably not be good enough. That charm is very good though. So Kiana was not bait, I guess. Because like, in this specific scenario, having a 4-mite body, and then like, having that charm to value it, extremely strong. So in this scenario, it was not bait. Let's be like honest about what happens. It was not bait. Or there event listings somewhere. I guess so. What do you mean event listings? Like locals or regionals? She channeled, she killed OP. Well, she did not kill. Charm killed. Any mid-game unit would have killed that Kaisa. Poro would have killed that Kaisa. But like, it was decent. So I'm not going to say it was trash or bait. It did the job it was supposed to do. We are going to see a Stupefy dropping on that Kiana. And we are paying for the deflect costs with the Legends ability. Drawing an extra card, and then we have a Darius to get down there and push with 7 into 5 mites. So we will need to be able to find several buffs on his side to protect that Kiana, else she is getting traded. And that's what I don't like about... Okay, so tell me, in this exact situation, how Kiana is OP. Like, if she dies, she burnt a power to land into play, then conquered and channeled a power. So basically, you played a 4-4 vanilla so far. Like, I play a 4-4 vanilla, it does the exact same thing. Exact same thing. And we can, like, kind of say that we are in a scenario in which Kiana is rather successful. She was able to survive, she was able to conquer, she was able to channel. And the exact result of the operations is I played a 4-4 vanilla. I mean, don't be mad at me for spitting facts. I just add a bait counter no matter what. And we see a cleave being activated on that Darius, putting it at 10 might potentially, which is way more than what Kiana can handle. So it's basically DeFi or nothing, and this Darius conquers. And that's going to go through. So Kiana is indeed a bait, once again. Like, this guy literally just played a 4-4 vanilla. That's it. That's it. It was a 4-4 vanilla. What would you play over Kiana then? That's... Alors, wait, sorry. Depending on decks, there are several options. A build that I could see valuing Kiana is a build in which you would play Confronts, First Mates, and War Ops, which is also a spell that, like, allows you to restand units. But, like, overall, I prefer faster courts. Like, in Sett, I'd prefer Fiora if you're on triple bar. But in my list, I'm not playing, like, any of these. And I'm still, like, not missing a mid-game unit. No cats yet. 4-4 vanilla with deflect is still a good coordinate. So, like, let's say you drop a 4-4, but you burn a power to play it, which is exactly Kiana, right? If your opponent only has to pay 1 deflect to deal with it, then it did not make advantage, because, like, you burnt a power, they burnt a power, that's it. If your opponent is on Kai'Sa, which is, like, the deck that's most represented in the metagame, they don't pay a power because of Legend's effect, which is exactly what happened here. So then, you are on, like, okay, but then they got a positive trade, right? And also, something else that you have to consider, sorry, the cat wanted to come in. And also, something that you have to consider is the whole purpose of ramp Yi is to ramp Yi. So to have a lot of runes, right? So why would you play a slow unit that if she conquers, you are ramping a rune to pay for the rune that you used to play her? Like, that makes no sense, in my opinion. I think this card is, like, it's not the worst card in the game. Don't get me wrong. It's just, like, not a top card by any means. And, like, I think people are just overvaluing it a lot. So why would you play in Rampy instead of Kiana to have a better matchup into Kai'Sa? That's an interesting question. I'm not so much of a Yi player myself, so I would have to tinker around a bit. But I think there's a 5-5 green vanilla, no? Because I would rather play a 5-5 green vanilla than play a 4-4 Kiana, for sure. Like, no question about it. Or maybe you could play Mage Seeker Warden, but, like, I'm talking about Ghost something? Yeah, play Full Phantom. I'd rather play Discord. I'm not saying Discord is the goo, right? But I'd rather play Discord than playing Kiana. No cap. Also, you guys have the right to disagree, right? Like, I'm not a god. I don't have, like, the absolute science. I could be wrong. But, like, nah. If you want to prove me wrong, you will have to convince me. And I'm far from convinced that Kiana is a good court. I'm just a man. Indeed. Indeed. Now, it's very important that you guys keep thinking about your deck building process and have the idea that you have the right to disagree. And even though you might think I'm a good player and I have experience, sometimes I'm wrong. And if you disagree, sometimes you're right. and that's bound to happen. And that's not like too bad. The only thing is I don't make pointless assumptions. Like I'm saying, yeah, this is bad because I think this is bad. Then we have a problem. But if I'm like, I think this is bad because this, and like these facts add up together to make me think that this card is bad, then I'm trying to bring a debate. And then you can agree or disagree. But like we are trying to like improve our understanding of the game. So, like, you can disagree, but then you have to bring a point to the table that is valid and that counters everything that's been said before, basically. I like your argument, let's be fair. All of us are trying to counter Kai'Sa. Maybe Ki could be a later counter to it. Well, my point is, like, if you're asking Kai'Sa players what they think about Qiyana, they will always, all of them, be like, nah, bro, it's broken in the matchup. I hate this card so much. Like, they all do this. And then when it's played on the table against them, they just go like, Stupefy, Falling Star, Recycle 3, and they don't give a fuck. And the cards did nothing. Like, literally nothing. And they're like, nah, it's the strongest card in the game. Like, bro, I can't deal with it. And then they recycle 3 and they stomp your ass. So, like, try it if you want. From my experience, it's trash. From my theory, it's trash. And I've tried to explain it to you why I think it's trash. Now, if you disagree, well, you might be right and I might be wrong. But I think I'm not ready to change my stance on this card yet. You need to be like Lee Sin and buff it to have relevant board presence. Yeah, it's somewhat better in Lee Sin. But like, why would you play? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like, why would you play Lee Sin to value Qiyana? Like, your last bait count on Time Warp is wrong. It's exactly why Time Warp was good on spot. If Omega doesn't top deck Watcher, Time Warp was win condition. Top deck Watcher should not transform a winning card in baits. This is something that I would need to review though. You might be right. You might be right. We might review this before the finals. Actually. Thanks for the follow, Wysach. We might review this before the finals to make sure I was not wrong. Thank you for the follow, Chaffin. Welcome to the community, brothers. I will check that, Flesh. Just remind me because I will forget. But like, I will check that for sure. Hello Kappa, how you doing, brother? So sorry, we are trying and establishing a bit of boards on Yi's side, buffing that Yi champion with a pit rookie, which puts us into a terrible spot into Icathian Rain once again, which is a card we've seen Omega playing a lot. But like, we don't have it, so we might not get punished by these Time Warp cards. Also, we are on holding this, we are very strong on holding this Code of the Grove Willow on Case's side. So we will be drawing cards anyway. So now the question is, are we able to retake that point? Because Yi is at a half point advantage, the now infamous half point theory. Which is like, okay, we are on 3-3, but if I pass turn, then Yi goes to 4, then I go to 4, then he goes to 5, and so on until Yi wins by achieving 8 points. Time Warp is a card that could help in these setups, but now that he has 2 Time Warps in hand, we will have to see if this card can find value, because if it does not, then it's really restricted his options in the mid game. Like right now, it's too early for sure to drop a Time Warp. But he only has 3 cards in hand, like virtually. On paper, he has 5, but like in like what's happening in the game right now, he can only play 3. Thanks for the follow, Aricon, and welcome to the crew, brother. I'm not Time Warp fan. Yeah, I know, Flesh. Like, if there's one person out there that can tell me, don't be result-oriented on display, it's you. So no worries. Like, I hate being result-oriented. Which is why I've decided to run this Time Warp counter, by the way. Because like, if there's a game in which I'm saying Time Warp is bait, and then a game where Time Warp wins, but I don't keep track of it, then it's a problem. I think the cord is necessary against Aurora decks. Yeah, so like, just like Key, and I'm not saying the cord is absolutely trash in every situation possible. I think it should at best be a side deck cord for some very slow matchups. And not like a main deck mandatory 2-off, like it is these days. Into Aurora specifically, in the sideboards, yeah, why not? Why not? Because like, what you need to make Time Warp work, once again, is being ahead in resources, tempo, and score. And Aurora is one of these matchups in which you can be ahead in both scores, resources, and tempo, and on a consistent basis because they don't do anything. They don't do anything, so like you can just like be ahead for sure. You can afford to lose 100% against Aurora first game. Do you? Maybe you do, but like it's like you go to 9 points and blah 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 blah. You can lose this one and then you win the other ones, no? Maybe not in case, because like you don't have good gear removals. Though. If Mage Seeker is in the battlefield, do Darius get ready with the second chord? Nope. Nope. Mage Seeker says you can't ready because of chord effect, and the effect to ready Darius is indeed an effect. So, nope. You can't. So we have a lot in this specific battlefield. The only problem that I have with this strategy so far is that, once again, Omega is a half point behind. But this time, Time Warp might prove useful at filling that half point gap that we are seeing right now. And if he manages to Time Warp once or twice in this game, he will be back in the lead with this huge battlefield setup. And supposedly, he knows about it and knows that Time Warp exists. So he's going to have to try and push into this battlefield. Or something else that he could do, and is also one of the reasons I don't like Time Warp, he could just play for Windwall if he plays it in the side deck. I think if you are a green deck these days, you should definitely be on Windwall in the sideboards. And one of the things that I like to do as a green player myself is committing Kaisa players into Time Warps. Like, I give them winning Time Warps on purpose, and then they activate Time Warp, and I go Windwall, and the game is over. Basically. Because, like, they pay 10, they recycle 4, and they do nothing. And, like, then the game is over. So, like, I think you have a lot of strong options to play around Time Warp. And it's too much of a commit to be a sick chord, in my opinion. So we are going to be tapping 8 runes to play a Dead Bloom Predator from the end, trying to push into that field. We have the Zonia already, so we know that we are not going to lose this body for free. And we want to retake at least a bit of that, because once again, Time Warp could become a threat in the later turns of the game. So we are trying to play around it by sending that Dead Bloom to sacrifice and trade into some of these units. I guess if it does not do anything, I'm keen to trading 2 Raven Blooms and a Hopeful. Because like Dariuses can move around, but if they move around, the whole holding strategy falls apart. So yeah, that's exactly what I would have done. Raven Blooms could become a bigger problem in the later game, but like killing them right now is very, very beneficial. And like if Dariuses decide to move around, well then, they are not holding anymore, and so you have a shot at retaking this. So pretty interesting the way he plays this turn. I really like it. And he decides also to retreat, not to be met with a free Darius Cleave or something among those lines. And so now we are onto next tech ray, and I think a sentry, not so sure what the second card is, and 2 Time Warps to try and win this game. It's Smokescreen, alright. How many runes do we have? We have 9, so we are not in Time Warp range yet. We are not in Time Warp. Oh, they missed a rune on the overlay. Okay, so we do have enough runes to time warp, so we are going to be paying 4 of these runes to score an extra point and draw an extra card through this Code of the Grove Willow battlefields. And so we are now passing on 7, so we will be back to 9 runes, so we can't go for the back-to-back time warp. That being said, we are still channeling 2 runes and we are still drawing an extra card of the battlefield, so a lot of options just landed in the hands of Omega. And now we are thinking on the play. We could concur with this Darius, but that would mean that the whole board is getting traded here. Because we have that smoke screen, we have these spells, but he more than likely has options to either play another body or play around those spells. So we are thinking on Omega's side in a very interesting situation here. By the way, how many runes do we have now? We have 9. So last turn we were on... So we channel 2, so we were on 7, so we were on 11. So we actually had a rune after time warp. Because like, wait. Was it not so good to like use that ray onto Darius, and then this Darius restands because you have played 2 cards with time warp, and then you can conquer here, and then you get to 6-7 and you draw out of both battlefields? This is definitely something that I would have considered. Not sure if it's the play. Ooh, thanks for the raid, Rift Lab. Thanks for the raid, brother. Whoever is behind the channel, be it Jakub or Jibs or whoever. Thanks for the raid, brothers. Hope you're doing great. Welcome to the stream, and thanks for the follow, by the way. If you were too lazy like me to wake up to watch the Nationals in Shanghai at 3 AM in the morning, well, welcome to the stream. We are recasting them. I am discovering them. I've not seen the games. I've not spoiled anything. And we are trying to recast these games and have a great time doing so. So welcome to the stream. Hope you had a great time on Rift Lab's channel. Doing great. We just did 6 best of 3. Who? Talk about training, huh? Who won? This is what I need to know about. Who won? With this ray, you would not have energy for time warp. I think it was on 11 now. I'm pretty sure it was on 11. Because now he's on 9. And so 9 means that he did +2 of the turn, so he was on 7. And then 7 plus the 4 recycles of time warp are 11. So if he was on 11, I think that's the play you could consider. I'm not saying that's the play, but that's a play you could consider. Also, it puts you in that 7 points range that sometimes you don't like. So maybe it's not the play, but like something you have to consider, definitely. Is TCG Arena good for training? I think so. Welcome to the chat, Sivbe. If you have some friends that are willing to play with you, I think it's very good for training. Nothing is automated, so we are using that Void Seeker onto the E to try and draw cards and find an out to that situation, and we find the Fox once again. One is from Kaisa, so he was on 10. Oh, you're right. So, my bad, forget me about that 11 runes thingy. He was indeed on 10 and did not pay a power because of Kaisa. You're right, Jakub. You're completely right. So, no Ray. That being said, even though he, let's say he has 11 runes, I'm not so sure it's the play, because it's very committing. You have to commit both your Dariuses. So, we are now seeing a Ray being used on Yi to try and clear it, which will be met with a discipline here, so that he is not dying to that ray. Maybe we could add another spell on top though. And that's what we'll be doing. We'll be adding the smoke screen on top, recycling a blue rune. So now that he is on... So he's on 7, minus 4 is on 3. Then he takes 3, but he goes up 2. So he's on 2. Then he's minus 4. So now he's at minus 2 if everything resolves. And I think he has 2 Eng wards. So maybe he could save that he... Maybe he could save that here. Not sure that's the play, but maybe he could save that here. Also, he could draw something of Discipline that could be able to save him. So there are a lot of interesting options here on his side. And we still have that Dead Bloom ready to put on a fight on the other battlefields. So we are thinking whether we slam it all or not. And on Omega's side, we are forcing Lei onto committing. Something interesting though is that Omega needed to recycle 2 runes this turn, so he is now on 7 runes if the stream layout is correct. And if that's the case, that also means that he won't be able to time warp on the upcoming turn. So something you have to take into consideration for sure if you master Yi, because you can play completely differently if there is no time warp available. And we see an Engward, but also I think we see an Unyielding Spirit now, which would be such a strong card here, being able... Oh, so it resolves. And then Smokescreen was kinda worst case scenario, because like, if you are on that Unyielding Spirit, you are drawing off of Discipline, yeah, for sure. What's the problem? Because if you are on that Unyielding Spirit, then Smokescreen is the only thing you have to care about. And maybe that's a bit of a misplay on Master Yi's side to not slam it already at the very first spell being used, so that he is certain his bodies will be able to conquer. And are you not drawing off of Discipline right now? Why would you not, though? He is for sure drawing a Quartz off of Discipline. Except if he already drew, but I don't think he did. Now he's drawing, yeah. Great. Oh, and the DeFi. 1 card late, the DeFi. Good news is that there is no time warp play on the upcoming turn. Bad news is that that DeFi would have been crucial to setting up a winning play here. Are we going to see, okay, a buff onto that Dead Bloom? Then he's going to try and hold this code of the Grove Willow. And then our bench is packed with smaller bodies ready to receive White Flame's Benediction to try and fight into the next turn. But that would also mean that we don't lose on this specific turn. That being said, no way for Omega to time warp here, because he is missing a rune, so no way to lose right now on his side. Green is on Yi, and blue-red is on Keisa. So left is on Keisa, and right is on Yi. And we are thinking on Omega's side, will the Time Warp's power burns come biting back? We had to use that smoke screen. We had to use that X-Tech Ray. No way we could let that Yi conquer, else we are most likely not able to retake. And that would also mean that Time Warp has no value. So you have to try and make value out of it. But now, how do? You like me and I like you, as per a wise man's words. How do you do to try and conquer these battlefields and create a winning situation? We can see Omega sinking in this crucial turn. And he's smiling. The man, the legend, is smiling at what's happening before his eyes right now. Are we going to see a game 3 between Master Yi and Keisa to decide if the grand finals are going to be Yi into Yi or Yi into Keisa? Or will this hand of 4 cards be enough to deal the finishing blow? We have access to both Dariuses, but we need to play 2 cards if we want to reactivate them. Darius is going to push, score the 6 points, and we are going to drop a Watcher directly into this battlefield to reduce the might of every unit on the board by 3, and then we can kill that Dead Bloom using Falling Star, because he was on 9 with the buff, but now he's on 6 and we decide not to do so, trying to play around potential Angwards and or Disciplines. Wise play on Omega's side, and now on Lei's side we need to deal with this battlefield, because don't get faked by the overlay. We are on 6 points on Omega's side, so a Time Warp would seal the deal on the upcoming turn if we don't find a way to deal with this battlefield. 17 might is a lot. How many runes do we have available? We apparently have 9. Oh, we have more than that. We have 12 runes available. They are not sharp with this overlay thing on runes and stuff. We have all 12 available. So something like First Mate could be extremely good. Something like Dead Bloom could be decent. We are also playing into Smokescreen, but we did find the DeFi to play around that. So we most likely don't care about Smokescreen now. We just need to find the correct count, the correct sequencing to push into these 17 might boards, and if we manage to do so, we aren't afraid of anything. Also, something that could happen is Omega finds a way to play 2 cards to have both Dariuses gain +2. Let's say Stupefy for example, but then we have the DeFi to defy that second card and prevent that from happening. So we just need to find the calculations to clear that battlefield, and that game is most likely over and won for Yi. We are starting with a strong play of a Dead Bloom Predator here. And we still have 4 runes available, so this Dead Bloom is now 12. Because we are going to use double Angwards. So this guy is now 12. He will be able to reduce this battlefield down to 5 might, and then all those smaller units in the back will be able to retake from here. And we are seeing only a single Darius left here. And then it's 6 into 5, which will be met by an X-Tech Ray, but we have the DeFi for that specific scenario. Do we want to play DeFi or do we want to play Unyielding? I think it's DeFi all the way. Oh, it's... Alright, it's Unyielding, my bad. So no damage done. We are able to find the... I think it was DeFi though. Because like then if he has Stupefy, Darius kills everything. Well, you can still DeFi, but you are forced to DeFi, so I think it was DeFi. And we are hiding that Zonia. And we are more than ever back into this best of 3. Because I can't tell you what, Lei just won this game. Such a cool scenario here. And the Mega Mech won't change anything. Lei has made his way back into this game. And he's going to be winning it all. And tying this best of 3 at 1-1 to have a game 3 for a shot at being the first ever Riftbound national champion. Such a sick best of 3. We are dropping that Time Warp to see if we found an option here. And do we find it with the extra draw? We found a Yodel. Maybe we draw something like a Darius? A Stupefy is not what we were looking for. And that seems like it seals the deal. On Omega's side, look at his face. Look at his attitude. He knows that this game is most likely doomed. Time Warp double bait? Guess who could have predicted that about 3 weeks ago? Like, to be fair, that mid-game Time Warp was for sure, because Time Warp was replacing a potential useful card in his hand. And that second time warp was just like, maybe I can find a solution, but he could not. And so that's it. We are adding a 1 stat to the time warp bait counter, and we are heading to game 3 of these semifinals of this top 4. And what a game it's been, ladies and gentlemen. What a game this was on both players. I went way too far. What a game this was on both players' sides. Let me just clear my throat for this one, so that I am able to shout if needed. Just a bit. Yep, perfect. Alright, sorry guys, I'm back. Yo, Jibs! Thanks for the follow, people. We love time warps. So far, so, on game 1, someone in the chat told me that I might have been a bit harsh on time warp being a bait. So we will need to rewatch this game. But so far, we've seen 6 games of Katchouze. 6 of them, time warp was in the end, and 6 of them, it was a bait and not the correct code to have in that situation. So far, let's not be result oriented, but there is something to learn about that card in my opinion. Let's get started with game 3 there. So Katchouze will be starting for sure. Sorry, by the way, bear with me being sick, sorry guys. So Katchouze will start, we are dropping that Raven Bloom, we are also on that battlefield that allows us to get an extra rune at the beginning of the game. So we are on 3 and then he is on 4 and able to drop that Catalyst already to find such a strong play in the early game at establishing resources. Thanks for the follow, Mac Broly, thanks everyone coming from Rift Lab and everywhere else. Feel free to drop a follow if you like Riftbound competitive content. We do it every Wednesday at 8 PM Paris time on stream, and also when there are special occasions like this one. But also feel free to drop a follow and a like to the the Turn Them Sideways channel, also the Rift Lab channel, but like the Turn Them Sideways channel. I was not able to find another live stream of this except theirs, so I'm using theirs to cast. So they are doing tremendous job covering Riftbound, so feel free to drop them a follow, and that will be very nice because I'm currently using their feed and I'm so thankful to be able to cast because of that. Dead Bloom second turn, this is possible. That's a lot of pressure and that's a very great start on Yi's side. Most of the time, Dead Bloom second turn, you can kinda play around by like not dropping a unit, and so then they kinda need to like drop Yi champion, so you are forced to trade into Yi and then they trade into what you used to trade. But like, yeah, so that's exactly what it does. It does not give a Dead Bloom target, so now Dead Bloom is a slower card, so we are not going to be dropping that Dead Bloom for sure. But that being said, we still have a lot of runes available, and so we will be doing exactly what I said, sorry, which is dropping that Yi champion, then using it to conquer in a battlefield that is burdensome enough so you have to trade it back, else they are making a lot of value out of it, and then they could potentially use Dead Bloom to trade what you used to trade. So basically, don't be in a rush to drop Dead Bloom, you have better things to do at this point in the game. Both players are on 0 points, so like, might as well value that Yi. What turn are we on? Turn 3? I think? So like, turn 5, but like, third turn of Katchouze, and Yi played 2. So Katchouze went first, then Yi, then Katchouze, then Yi, and now we are in the 5th turn. So we are going for that Darius Cleave play, probably expecting something like a DeFi out of that single open rune. That Darius is now on 10 might, Yi is on 8, so we are going to use that Angwards to make it a 10-10 trade, but that will be met with a Stupefy on Omega Zero's side, so we are able to trade with that Yi and clear the board. And now that's exactly the scenario we were talking about. It's the moment you would want to use this Dead Bloom to get back at that Darius and trade for the board. Now we also know that Yi is full tapped, so we are more than likely to go at a battlefield with that case. We are going all together there. Okay, interesting decision, something that I was not expecting. So we are now on 11 might. We know that our opponent is on 8 runes, and so the best play he could potentially provide with these 8 runes would be Dead Bloom plus Engward, which is 10 might, and so we would not be able to trade for that battlefield. So we are certain of holding for at least a turn. Now the question on his side is, do you want to try and gain resources out of this fight? Or are you just using this turn to set up and try and fight in the upcoming ones? Thanks for the follow, Kappa, by the way. Thanks for the follow, welcome to the crew, brother. So there is a lot to process here on his side. You know that you won't be able to retake, but either you send a Dead Bloom or a Fifolk to try and find a trade, or you decide that you are just putting Fifolk in base and like taking it slow for a turn, and that you are trying to push next turn. So both of these are interesting options with their pros and cons. One of the big pros of trying to trade right now is that, and we are setting up, is that Kai'Sa was fully tapped, so no Ravenbloom tricks, no Darius tricks. We decided not to though, and that might bite us in the ass in the upcoming turns. We see Qiyana in end. Let's see if Qiyana adds 1 to the bait counter so far. Let's see. I might be wrong. I don't think I am, but I might be wrong. But I'm pretty certain I'm not. So, will we find the time to drop that Qiyana? Because, like, now we are kinda in that, like, late game scenario in which we need to drop back-to-back big units to try and retake those battlefields. So, will we find the time to drop that Qiyana? Or will we have it stuck in the end for the entirety of the game? That would be weird, though. Who could have predicted that Qiyana is such a great card? Just kidding, of course. Well, not kidding, but like, don't take me too much as a serious person that's like biased on opinions. It's okay. You have the right to disagree for sure. So we are thinking on Omega's side with that 11 might battlefields. Do we want to try and use that Darius to get a free conquer? Or do we want to try and make that battlefield bigger by dropping extra units in there? Seems like we do have a mech in end that could be a useful unit here. A great way to set up and a great way to fight into both Dead Blooms and incoming White Flames. What do you not like about Qiyana specifically? Might seem like I'm ranting because you guys keep asking me that. It's too slow off a chord. It's too slow off a chord, and you have to burn a power in a deck that is like primarily purpose is to ramp. Oh, great play. I love that play. Also, if you manage to have it survive and conquer, then you are ramping a rune, so you just played a 4/4 vanilla without a power cost. Well done. And if you are drawing a quartz, well, it's okay-ish, but not good. Then you get traded back with Darius and stuff. It's just way too slow. The only way I could see Qiyana being played is if you are on a first mate, woe up, come front list. And then basically Qiyana has accelerate printing on it because of your other cards, then maybe. People are overrating deflect as a keyword, in my opinion. So that Fifolk is going to be able to conquer. Good news though is that on Omega's side, we have been able to set up a tremendous base, and we know that he is particularly trash at dealing with base. And this, by the way, is one of the best ways you can play around Dead Bloom, by not And exactly, we are forced to drop it in base. So one of the best ways to play around Dead Bloom is that you just don't have units in battlefields. And that might seem like a dumb plan, but let's say you are on Darius's, exactly like we are right now. What prevents you from like conquering with them and then playing 2 chords, restanding them and putting them back into base? You are still scoring points, you are still, getting closer to that 8 points threshold or like that time warp threshold, whatever you want to consider it is. But still, you are conquering Kaisa, so this is so strong here. But still, you are establishing a strong base, and Dead Bloom is not able to go and conquer. That might not be the case in this specific scenario because we decided to send Kaisa. But something that I could see is that we do retreat Kaisa, and then we let the Dead Bloom settle, so we are able to punish it next turn. That's something that we could look for. Or we are sending everyone back to one of these battlefields again to make sure we ult. But I think that would be too much of a commit here. Because like if they go White Flame on Dead Bloom, tough times ahead, for sure. But don't worry guys, Qiyana will come and save the day. Qiyana is so OP into Kaisa, she will for sure come and save the day. Don't worry, just you wait. Just you wait, Qiyana is getting there. Like, we are talking about White Flames and Dead Blooms. Why the fuck would you drop a Qiyana when you can drop such powerful cards? So we see a Fox being played here. Do we have something like a Falling Star to accompany it? I think we don't. If we did have a Falling Star, that would have been a tremendous play here. But I think we don't. So we are just establishing board presence, basically. And now we are thinking, but we might end up sending everyone to that battlefield once again. Oh, we are trading with that Darius into the Fee-Folk. Stupefy is going to get in there, and we are going to see that Darius going up to 7 might into that 4 might Fee-Folk. So we are playing around an Engwards for sure. Do we want to use that DeFi on that Stupefy? It's not so bad actually. Because now it's 5 in 5 if you use DeFi there, but you still... Yeah. This DeFi is not bad at all. Like, it prevents Darius from going +2, it prevents your opponent from drawing a card, and it makes it a 5-5 trade. So I don't dislike that DeFi at all. That being said, Omega could still use that smokescreen to win that trade. But like, that DeFi was pretty good, in my opinion. Pretty strong DeFi there. And we are thinking on Omega's side. A lot to process. Do you want to use that smokescreen? Did not know that DeFi will cancel the Darius text. So basically DeFi makes it so that the chord has never been played. Like, you counter it, so not only does the effect not go off, but you did not play the chord. So does not work with Darius saying you have to play a second chord, because then you did not play your second chord. Does not work with Ravenbloom saying if you play a spell buff me, because you don't, and so on and so on. And we decide not to use that smokescreen, I think, on Omega's side. And I think he is happy with this trade. Fee-Folk dying, we are channeling 2 rune, and we are drawing a chords. Did you pull any good showcase? I pulled the Victor Legend, and that's about it. I opened a seal case, and I only pulled 1 showcase legend. I'm not mad, I'm just furious. Thanks for the Prime sub, Kappa. Thank you, brother, for the supports. Means the words. Thanks for the supports. So we are seeing that Sabotage being played on his end. We gain a lot of intel here as to could we snipe a Time Warp or could we snipe something useful in the hands. New to the game, what is a showcase? It's the alternate version of a legend. It's this. look at the camera on the bottom side of the screen. Like, this victory is a showcase. It's the alt version of a legend. Sorry, you can't see properly, but like, you get it. It's in the background for now. Yeah, that art is sick. That art is indeed sick. But, I mean, I don't intend on playing Victor, so... so we are getting that Watcher back into our hands. Can't be discarded, because Sabotage only discards non-unit cards. And then we are, of course, going to get rid of that smokescreen. I think Teemo is even cooler than Victor, but I like both. To be fair, art-wise, I like both. But like, in a seal case, you are supposed to get 2 art legends. I only got 1. So, guess you could say I got fucked. Life, I guess. Life of an unlucky man. If you guys stay on the stream and see me from time to time, you will see that I'm... Like, there are not many people that are as unlucky as I am when it comes to, like, pure randomness. Like, there are a lot of stuff you can have an impact on, and then it's about, like, not about being lucky, but, like, about you maximizing the odds, right? But when it comes to, like, 100% randomness, no. That's not what I'm good at. I can tell you that. So we still have a lot of runes on that Yi player's side, and we got rid of that potential, like, unknown in hand with that Sabotage. So right now, we have to find the potential best trades, knowing that there are 2 Watchers in hand to come and fight us in the upcoming turns. So we have to play around this, and we also have to find a way to push these boards to not let our opponents get in time warp range, because this is something that is pretty scary. A potential time warp top deck, could seal the deal here. So we are having Dead Bloom, killing that Kai'Sa for sure, scoring an extra point, and now we need to establish board presence. But do we have another unit on his side? This I'm not certain about. I think we don't have another unit. Oh, we have Kiana. Yes. Woohoo! Kiana! Kiana pass! Woohoo! Oh. Oh, the misery. Everybody wants to be my enemy, once said a Wasman. And we draw a 3rd Watcher though. Alright, so kinda limited in what we want to do, but still pretty threatening. Kiana value. It's a body. Now, my take is I'd rather play a 5/5 vanilla than this. But like, in this spot you needed a body, so I guess it's still a body. 5/5 vanilla would have been better though. Kiana value. Woohoo! Look at Kiana conquering a battlefield to then drop down to 1 might because of Watcher. Such a strong power play. But maybe you drew a card. Actually, I drew a card of Kiana. So, it's not that terrible, actually. Woohoo! Oh my god, sorry guys. I guess I'm unbearable. Please bear with me. I'm sick, tired, dying. Just kidding. Yo, Nico, sorry, can someone explain the interface here? Only the bottom half. What's this about bait and the chords at the bottom? So, the chords at the bottom are things that are on the official stream, and this allows you to have a quick peek at what's in base, what's in battlefields, and what's in the other base, right? This is the official stream. Now, bait counter is mine. It's something that I added myself. Because I'm crusading against Kiana and Time Warp. I think people are over-evaluating these cards as fuck. I think they are at best decent, if not bad cards. And so I kinda wanted to, since we are casting the whole day, I kinda wanted to have a counter of like whenever these cards are good and whenever these cards are not. And so we are counting So far, they've been bad every time they had the opportunity to do so. But actually, maybe I draw a card. So we are going to go ahead and trade into that Dead Bloom, which is now on 7 might, so could kill the Watcher, but would still leave Darius and Hopeful in these battlefields. But we might have some combat tricks up our sleeve in the hands. We are starting with that Discipline here, drawing an extra cards and giving +2 to that Dead Bloom to draw a Zhonya. This is not something that we want to see at this point of the game. So we are now killing both these units, being at 9 might, but there is still a Watcher on board. And Omega is now on 5 points. No worries, Nico. This is just my personal crusades. And then, on his side, we have 5 rune up. No, sorry, we are restanding everything and we need to find a way. Ravenbloom is retreated, so Kiana will have a chance at conquering. We will draw, actually, I drew a card. we will draw a card. Nice, you played a vanilla. Now, if Kiana makes extra value, we'll have played a strong card. For sure. Clockwork, oh, basically the same card as Kiana. Irrelevant stats and drawing power. Exact same cards, just 2 energy cheaper. So we are drawing an extra card. We know we have the Zhonya in hands, but we need to find a body to try and trade with that Watcher. And we have 2 Zhonyas. Ooh, big problems ahead. I think we don't have a big body there to try and play on Lei's side. So we are losing to that Time Warp and to that Watcher and to that any accelerate card I could draw would win me the game. On Omega's side. So we have these Zhonyas, we have that first mate. But that's far from enough if we are looking to retake these battlefields. Nah, we don't have an option at making a proactive play. So are we fated to perish to the Watcher? We know that Omega has another Watcher in hand too. So it's not like we don't know what lies ahead of us. It's a big fox with 1,000 tails, and he might be slapping our face with it. Because I think we have no way to play around that fox right now. So we are dropping double Zhonya, and we are now passing, maybe hinting at a potential Primal Trance play or something along those lines. But right now, Omega is on 7 points, and Watcher should close the game. Like, you make that play, right? There's no reason not to make it. You are for sure making that play, dropping that Watcher. And then you try and push into Kiana. And even if you don't find a way to make it work, next turn you have another Watcher to try and score on another push. The other option though could be to play it safer and to send everyone to the leftmost battlefields. And that would probably be decent. You just throw everything you have on your field and try to hold it now. Thank you for the fellow XO. Maybe, but then you lose into White Flame now. Like, you are 7-7 plus Ravenblooms, you are on 16. And then White Flame on Clockwork is... Yeah. You lose to White Flame. Because then White Flame on Clockwork is 10. So you are left with 6. And then he goes first mate on White Flame and conquers. So you are... No. You actually have to try and conquer, I think. Because then you lose on White Flame top deck. Because White Flame on Clockwork is 10. So it trades a Ravenbloom and a Fox. And then... Oh no, White Flame is not enough. Because then you are on... Oh, but you have Zhonyas. So you have Zhonyas, so it's even better. You can just Clockwork at 10, dies, Zhonya brings in bat, first mate, once again at 10, and you clear for sure. So you have to try and win this game on this turn, in my opinion. Which is not unlikely, by the way. Which is not unlikely, by the way. Like, the odds of you winning this one, going in with both Watcher and the Ravenbloom in base, are like pretty high. You would need to have... So this Kiana is now 1, so she's 3. You are attacking at 9, so you would need to have 6 in terms of buff. Like 7 even to... Like 6 to match and 7 to win. Which is not possible. So yeah, that's game. GG's Big Push onto Omega, and we are going to see Omega advancing to the finals. What tremendous Riftbound we are witnessing there. Such a cool game, such a cool match, and unfortunately for the Mastery player, he did end up drawing too many cards that were not useful enough in this scenario in the late game. So let me just update the counters. Kiana was a bait for sure. And Time Warp we need to check. So we are at the like 10:30 mark. We need to check if game 1 Time Warp was bait or not. Because like I said it was bait, but then Flesh told me it was not. So let me just check. And let me clear my throat, by the way. Hold on, voice. Just one more game. Just one more game. You can do it. So, what the fuck? 1-0. So we have to go back a bit. Jump back in time and find that winning scenario. So here, Flesh is telling us that if we don't have access to Fox, we are winning of Time Warp. Because we did top deck Fox, I think. Here, yeah, we top deck Fox. But is Time Warp winning here? So we need to see the hands. Yeah, hand. Show me the hand. Is Time Warp winning here? For sure not, right? Like, let's say what you don't top deck is Fox. How do you retake that? What do we have in base? We have a token that's sleepy, that's exhausted. So there's no way that we retake this Dead Bloom with double cleave on token. Does not work. And then if we look at our other cards in hand, we don't have a way to hold if he plays another body. What's his base state? Do we have a unit in base? No, we don't. So we are basically betting that he is not on a first mate or a Count Front or a Dead Bloom or I think that's it. But we are not winning if we don't draw that Fox for sure. Like, the game goes further, but Time Warp does not win it on the spot. So I would still say that Time Warp was bait, and so we can go to 7 because like we don't need to take one off the counter, right? So how about that them finals? Where are we at? It's a pain that I can't see the preview though. Okay, right, perfect. If you Time Warp right now, then Fox next turn into Dead Bloom, does that win? I would have to go back and check. Maybe, but you still need to draw Fox. Like, you are still on top decking, I guess. So if you are using Time Warp to top deck, well, just use any codes, like use Stupefy, that's the same. Thanks for the follow, Novocaine. Welcome to the crew. If you guys do like Riftbound competitive content, feel free to drop a follow. I'm live every Wednesday at 8 PM Paris time. Votes are free, and you can also check my YouTube channel. And also make sure to check Turn Aim Sideways just up there, because I'm using their VOD as to recast these games. These guys are doing an amazing job at covering Riftbound, and they were brave enough to wake up at like whatever time in the night to cast it live, while I was like not brave at all, and I rather prefer doing it live with you guys now. Now I will stream in English only, except if I have the opportunity to jump onto other French streams, which I've been doing a few recently. I did stream with Robalas. I might end up streaming with Gudio also, which is a good friend of mine from my Yu-Gi-Oh days. I will also be doing other stuff with Robalas soon. So I will be creating content in French on other people's streams, but like my content will always be in English. So sorry about that. That being said, if you can't understand English, you can wait for the YouTube votes. The YouTube translating AI got like kinda good, and you can use the auto translate feature to have an AI talking into your ear in French, and it's pretty decent. I've tried it myself, and you can get like 99% of what I'm saying. So like if you know the game, it's fine. So sorry for the non-English speakers, but that's one of the ways I can try and make up for it. Don't worry, when I'm a billionaire of stream, I'll hire someone to do several translations, but that's not the case as of now. But welcome to the crew, Novo. Welcome, glad to have you here. We are getting started with the finals of our first ever Riftbound National Championship, trying to guess and decide who will be the national champion for China, who will be the best deck in the format so far. Basically the... Sorry, cat wants to come out. There are priorities in life. Kitty cat should always be number one. We are at the epitome of the format, having Yi facing Kaisa, two tremendous players that we've seen on stream before and that have shown to be able to play very good Riftbound. Still seeing top 4. Oh yeah, my bad. I should update it. You got me there. Thank you, Selenia. Finals. The guy that wins this all will be able to go away with a national champion ring that is probably worth thousands, a promo misfortune that is worth thousands, and also both these guys have already secured the metal cards for their respective champions, which are also worth thousands. So they've made it to the top, they've made their money's worth already, but who would not be eager to become the first ever Riftbound national champion for China and show us that his deck and his list are the best available right now for this specific event. So we will have a tremendous best of 3. I can only hope we have 3 games of Riftbound, because why not have a bit more of it, right? Ooh, Kiana. And let's hope that we have a great time casting this one. Thank you guys for being here with me. Thank you girls for being here with me. It's been a tremendous day, and it's been such cool Riftbound to cast and analyze together that I'm hoping that we get to do it soon, and I might as well think about like doing Houston. I will for sure be doing Houston. We're having such a great time right now. So we will be mulliganing 2 cards on Omega's side, and then on the opponent's side, which unfortunately I can't remember the name of, we are considering our options. If you end up mulliganing Kiana into the Kaisa matchup, then the card is already worthless. So I'm not surprised that he's keeping it, because like if you play it, it's for this specific matchup. Now let's see if it can have a bigger impact than it's shown so far. The deck is being flipped upside down. Let me just clear my throat. Thanks for the follow, Bubo. Welcome to the crew, brother. And we are getting started. The MF is on the line, the ring is on the line, the legacy is on the line as the first ever Riftbound national champion. So let's get started with the finals. And Omega is the one starting on this case set that we've seen him pilot so well throughout the day. Sorry, bear with me, I'm still sick, nothing changed. We will be seeing a Raven Bloom, once again one of the better units at contesting his board in the early turn, especially because of the cleave interaction. And on the other side of the board, it most likely is a first mate or pass. Do we have a find your center? That could be a great play here. I think we see one, so we will be finding the center here, drawing an extra card and channeling an extra rune. And then we have Omega going back at it with that Ravenbloom available, and we draw a Hopeful out of it. So we could probably go something like Sentry Hopeful. We know that he has no units. Next turn he will be on 6 runes, so no way for him to contest our board that early in the game. So we are for sure getting that 3 point of Ravenbloom, and we are most likely setting up boards to be able to keep doing so in the upcoming turns, be it Sentry and Hopeful, or accelerating Kaisa and drawing an extra card. Oh no, we are on 4 runes, so we can't accelerate that Kaisa, my bad. So we most likely are dropping that Sentry and that Hopeful in the base. Big thinking here, money on the line, legacy on the line, as I was saying before. And Omega has proven to be a very consistent player at finding the correct play so far. So we can only hope for him to keep doing so in these finals. And I think these finals are untimed, by the way. So great way to not apply too much pressure on them players. We are just developing a Kaisa and passing here on Omega's side. So no Sentry and Hopeful so far. We will most likely be retreating that Ravenbloom next turn, because I guess it won't die right now. Nothing he could do to put pressure on it. And that's also why we accepted to tap all of our runes. So we are seeing a Kiana hit the board. And then we will be passing, I guess. And we are indeed passing here. So will that Kiana be able to impact that game a bit more than what it did in the previous games? Or will we have to add a +1 to debate counter? It's something that we will have to look at. But Omega is thinking here. Now we have that Kaisa that has a free Conquer. Remember that he is not playing any of these damage spells, because like there are no damage spells in the green and orange colors. So we could Conquer with that Kaisa for free and draw a card, and that would still be a pain for Kiana to deal with, because that would be a 4-in-4 trade. So you would need to use a buff if you're Mastery to be able to trade into that Kaisa. And we are drawing into the Icatian Rain, very good card in that matchup, at removing White Flames and other cards. So we are now on 3 cards, a lot of them are also in our hands. Sorry, 3 points, and a lot of cards are also in our hands. And if you're on Kaisa's side, you just want to develop board here. Put pressure in there. Let me just update the stream title, by the way. Shanghai Finals. Shanghai Nationals recast. Perfect. So we are now thinking, but we might be just going for that Sentry into Hopeful play, keeping 2 runes open. We do see a cleave, so we know that that Ravenbloom is going to be valuable and able to trade into that Kiana potentially, or that we have a very strong Darius play in the mid game right now. So we are considering our options on Omega's side. And that guy is for sure calculating everything. By the way, if you don't know Omega, apparently, I don't know him personally, but apparently he's one of the GOATs of Hearthstone, being consistently extremely impressive, both in his plays and deck building. So we are probably seeing one of the GOATs of court games as a whole, trying to win his first ring in this very young Riftbound scene. And he's calculating everything. But he will now need to commit a play, else judges are going to get back at him. Are we seeing a Kaisa here being developed again? Kaisa, ooh, who's shaking the camera? Stop that, please. I beg you. Maybe that guy also could develop Kai'Sa into hopeful, retreating that Ravenbloom. Could be something. Is there a turn time rule? So basically yes, but these finals are untimed for like gameplay purposes. So I don't think in this final they are particularly attentive on this particular criteria. So we are dropping that Kai'Sa, retreating that Ravenbloom, and we are dropping that hopeful too, in my opinion. Is it hopeful or sentry? I think it's hopeful to apply pressure on that board. We know already that he does not have a great way at dealing with what's setting in the base. And so we'll be dropping another card and passing. And he is a sentry and not an hopeful. Okay, interesting decision on Omega's side. Maybe we want to try and conquer next turn with that sentry to gather extra points and potential draw power. And we are on 3 points already, but it seems like the Master Yi player did not find a single unit there. And it's very important. He has the first mate, he has the E champion, but you want to see those dead blooms, those white flame protectors right in your starting end in this matchup, so you are able to chain them back to back. We do have a dead bloom though, my bad, so we would potentially be able to try and fight with that dead bloom. Also, we are on that Vilmo's battlefield, so we don't want to to dead bloom into Vilmo, because Vilmo says whenever a unit is in there, you can't retreat it back to base. So you basically want to contest that one with the Yi champion, because he has the ganking ability, and so you are able to go straight to the other battlefield without going back to base, and so it's a very strong play. Can we stop having an earthquake on stream though? That would be cool. That would be cool. So we are thinking a lot also on this side. Let me just jump to like 2 times the, or 1.5 times the speed, so we could be a bit quicker on these thinking processes. So we have Kiana that is able to conquer and to basically become a vanilla now that she resolved her effect once. And we are going to be either drawing a card or channeling a rune. And we are going to be drawing here into a Zonia. Okay, pretty decent card to find off the top here. We are going to charm that Kai'Sa into Kiana, getting the kill out of it, and now we still have a Kai'Sa to deal with in the other battlefield, but we are playing it slower, keeping a lot of runes open to be able to fight back next turn. Let me just mute myself while they think, so I can sneeze. Alright, I'm back. Just an hour or so and you won't have to care about me dying live. So we are seeing another crucial turn here on Omega's side, because if you are able to overtake that Kiana, and remember I told you that Ravenbloom is one of those crucial pieces at overtaking that Kiana because of the cleave interaction, if you manage to do so, you are already on 5 points, and Yi is backed up to a corner because you are getting closer to time warp. So we are seeing that Darius dropping here, followed most likely by a cleave to be able to outmight that Kiana. But we could also see it I guess actually we are on, oh, it's not Darius, we don't have Darius in end. I thought we had Darius, but we don't, so no Darius play potentially. But we could have that Ravenbloom enter the Dreaming Tree, or we have Darius. We have Darius. So Darius goes there. We are withstanding it because of Hopeful, and then if we are met with a potential power play on this side, we can match it with the cleave. So now it's 7 to 8, and then we could cleave to draw another card out of the Dreaming Tree, and then most likely Darius is going, Yi is going to reply with a discipline of his own, so that Kiana dies but procs Zhonya's and you have a fair trade. So this discipline is extremely important here. So now it's 10 in 10, Darius dies, but Kiana is going back to base because of Zhonya's. And so she will have an opportunity to reconquer next turn. And that might actually be the very first Kiana that is valuable, because of these Zhonya's that give her the ability to conquer one more time. So I won't be adding a bait counter on that Kiana. You will note that she did not proc deflect a single time though. But like, if she activates her effect twice, then I guess she's not a bait, right? Thank you for the follow, one last. Welcome to the community, brother. Glad to have you here. So we are now thinking on his side that Kai'Sa is still holding strong in Vilmo's lair, but that sentry seemed rather weak, so we could try and push into that one. Kiana will activate her effect right now, available to either draw a second card or channel, which this time she did what she needed to. And we are channeling a rune this time, since we do already have a lot of options in our hands and a lot of runes open. We will be accelerating that Fifolk, and granted that the Kai'Sa player Omega is fully tapped, we know that this trade will go through, and we have managed to secure both battlefields, and now Omega is in the player's spot that needs to retake temple, fight for the boards, and guess what? He has one of the best cards at doing so in several Icatian reigns in his main deck, and 2 of them being in his starting hands. Very, very good in this spot. You are able to make sure you kill both Fifolk and Kiana's here. So, are we able to retake that play? Is this fine? Is this fine? I guess it should be. Like, he did not commit to an attack and say like, I attack and then, oh my bad, I retreat. But like, he was still holding on to it. But I guess they will have to talk about it still, because it's grand finals and you don't want to have a ruling mistake in the grand finals of the first ever national championships. So he's thinking still. I guess he was able to take it back. Sorry, I'm trying not to die. So we are sending both units to the battlefield and then using Ray on that Fifolk. Okay, so we have a trade here. Fifolk is -3, and then if we find an opportunity to trade with that Fifolk, but we won't. It was just to proc the Ravenbloom, have it gain an extra might, and then have it survive and conquer that Dreaming Tree. We also have a retreat, so we could potentially ramp 1 and draw 1 in the upcoming turns on that Ravenbloom. So we are going to be retreating right now, trying to draw an extra card, which happens to be a another X-Tech Ray, so we can now kill that Fifolk for sure. And we won't. Oh no, it healed because of the showdown. So it's now fully healed, but we set up a base play, and we are still on 6 points, which means if you are on Mastery's side, you can't let him conquer this Dreaming Tree for free, because if he does so, next turn you are potentially losing to Time Warp dropping, because he conquers and then he just plays Time Warp, scores twice, game is over. So you have to play around it and find a way to at least not give a free conquer next turn if you are Mastery. And that one might not be an easy one. Else you could also pray that it does not have Time Warp if you don't have a way to play around it. Is he taking notes, like calculations? Pretty interesting. So for those who don't know, you are able to come in with basically what is this? Oh, these are trashes. You are able to come in the game with basically any notes that you would want to take during the game, And then during the siding process, so between game 1 and game 2 and game 2 and game 3, you also are able to look at notes that you bring out from like before the tournament or whatever. So you have you have a lot of options in taking notes and like remembering what your opponent is on. What if you see the end, you can take notes of everything that's in the end. So might as well do that rather than have people cheating, right? At least you allow everyone to do so, and then we are all standing on an equal footing. So we are still out there calculating if we have what it takes to play around that time warp, or if we have to throw an Hail Mary and hope that... Wait, just a small crash, okay. And hope that there's no time warp. Wait, am I lagging? No, stream seems to be fine. Maybe it's just the video. Give me HD, please. So we are using the charm to get rid of that hopeful, then dropping the pit rookie to buff that Fifolk, and now we need to try and find a way to fight into that dreaming tree. But will we be able to find one? We have discipline clockwork, and we also have bigger units, but we need to use that first mate to push that pit rookie if we want to be able to conquer that dreaming tree. And that is apparently something that we are thinking about. We are going to conquer that dreaming tree right now, knowing that Sentry and Ravenbloom won't be enough to conquer it by themselves. But if there's a spell there, something like Extech Ray could be very detrimental. And now we are on 3 runes open, and we need to find a way to hold on for dear life. And I guess we are passing here. No, for 2 runes we are playing that Clockwork Keeper in base to be able to draw a card, another one. And we find that Confront off the top would have been a very good card to drop in the earliest plays of this turn. And now if we find the Time Warp, that might be it. I did not see what we found though. If we find the Time Warp, that is most likely it. I don't think it's a Time Warp though. But ain't Omega winning anyway. We found a Darius. So do we have a winning play here? We have an insanely strong Rain available, and we are only against 2 runes. So we could drop a big Rain on the board, and then Double Conquer would seal the deal. And that's what we are looking for, trying to seal that game 1, already going for the winning play, using that Equestrian Rain to try and kill both units on the board right now. So this is most likely 5 pings on that Fifolk, and then 1 ping on that pit rookie, I think is the play. It's 2 on rookie? But that Fifolk is 7 though. But you have access to that Extech Ray still. So these are dying, and we are seeing it happen. Omega finding the removal in this first game to get us into game 2 with a 1-0 lead for Katchouze. Because now that Fifolk is on 2 HP. And we are dropping the Ray. And we are conquering both battlefields. And that game is now over. Time Warp was indeed bait, and Omega is indeed up 1-0, sorry, in this final series. Once again, we win without Time Warp. Let's jump straight into game 2. Such an interesting game 1, but we clearly saw Omega take the lead in the early stages of the game, and he managed to keep it up until he won these first points. and secure that lead in the best of 3. Now, will he be able to do the same, going second into Master Yi? Supposedly a tough matchup, supposedly an unfavored matchup at the very least. But Omega, with his multiple reigns, seems to be finding the plays over and over to win these games. And I think Rain is a big part of it. Could we get to the game though? Hello? Like, how many times do they have to sideboard? Or are they sideboarding for like 10 minutes straight? What the fuck? What the fuck? Uh-huh. And why is it lagging, by the way? Huh? Maybe if I do this, it's cleaner? Could we get into the game? Bro, how long are they siding for? Like, no cap. What is it about? Wait, what the fuck? Like, I'm getting closer to the end of this timeline, which scares me. Don't tell me the finals are cut. I would be mad. I would be damn mad. Can we have a finals game? Do you guys know anything? Alright. So we are now going into game 2 of the finals. Omega is up 1-0 and we are seeing Yi go first to try and win that second game and get back into this best of 3 to force game 3 and try and become the first ever Riftbound national champion. It was a long time siding. I think there might have been a judge call or something, because like, why the fuck would you side for so long when you're in the finals and you've probably played this matchup like 10 times in the previous day and you know exactly what you want to side in and side out. So Yi is going to be going first, dropping a Sonya and passing to Omega. Omega is now on 3 runes and will need to make a turn 1 play happen to be the first one to have a unit on board. We are going to go Sentry and pass here. Oh no, it's Ravenbloom actually. So once again, one of the best units at retaking Yi's boards. Yi has access to the Confront cards. That could be something we want to drop so that we can accelerate something like a Poro that we would draw off the top. Because like if you go Confront and you draw a turn 2, then it enters ready. Confront is this card. Let me just show you Confront actually. Maybe some of you don't know what the card does. So Confront is this card, and you can make your units enter ready. So if he finds a 2 energy unit off the top, he could have it enter play ready and conquer on this very first, second turn. Rather, but to do that, he would need to find a unit though. And we are still thinking. Very unlucky though that we did not find a single ramp card, nor a single in passes. We did not find a single ramp card, nor a single unit. So tough times ahead for Yi. And on the other end, Kaisa is able to score her first point in this game and to set up into the God of the Grove Willow battlefield. So we are seeing that Confront drop down. And did we just draw a Kiana here? I think we did. So now we have that Confront Kiana play that I was talking about. That is the only reason I could see Kiana seeing play. And she is still met with that Stupefy. And once again, as we were talking about, Kiana is so broken, nothing I can do, but you are more than happy to pay 1 or 2 power, or at least to trade them with your legend effects, to try and deal with that Kiana, and that's exactly what happened here. With only a single rule open, we were able to get rid of the pressure and send Kiana back to base while being able to conquer with our Kai'Sa. Pretty good play on Omega's side. Nothing too fancy, but like, you don't have to be so afraid of that deflect. Like, even if you burn a rune, that does not change anything basically. We are going to see that sentry drop down, and then we are also seeing that Hopeful trying to hold with that Kai'Sa to draw in these extra cards. And now bigger problem is that we did burn a power to play Kiana, so we are only on 7 runes, which means if we are playing that Yi champion, we are completely tapped out of runes, and we can't play any battle trick to prevent it from dying next turn. And that's also one of the bigger problems of Kiana, that power that you have to pay sometimes puts you in a tough spot in the upcoming turns. And now if Kiana has to go into that God of the Grove Willow, and you have to use DeFi to play around something like a Void Seeker, then you can't play that Yi. So we are opting for a safer play, and we are indeed playing that Pit Rookie to not die to a single Void Seeker. So we are now conquering with that Kiana. Good job, you're a vanilla now. And we are deciding on drawing an extra card, which is once again a DeFi. We are in desperate need of plays here if we are Master Yi. So we are dropping that Poro. Sorry. And passing already, I think. But that also means that Omega is drawing 2 cards for his turn because of the God of the Grove Willow, and generating so much advantage already. We have the Time Warp, we have them Void Seekers, so great play on his side to not fall for the Void Seeker and try to buff his Kiana without having to use that DeFi, but still we are far behind while going first in the second game. Okay, perfect, they probably had a crash or something, but this should be good to go, and we should be able to see the unfolding of these beautiful games. So now we are once again thinking on Omega's side. Am I still 1.5? Yes, I am. So it should be great. Let me clear my throat and let's get back to casting. If you want to get out alive, they said. Try not to. So here we are still in the finals. Game 2 of these finals. Reminder that Kai'Sa is up 1-0 in this best of 3, and he is in a tough spot, not being able to find any of his big hitters. So far, no Dead Bloom, no White Flame, and we only have the champion left to use in the upcoming turns. But Omega is already so far ahead that it's going to be a tough one getting back in there. Will we have what it takes to make up for it? We are seeing a Fox drop down right now on Omega's side, recycling 2 blue runes and debuffing this Kiana. And that's exactly one of my big problems with Kiana, is that you don't see value when you are matched with Darius Cleaves, with Fox, and you have to find several buffs to defend it, else you are just losing it for free, and deflect is just an empty keyword. So once again, Kiana being bait if she dies here. But we might be proven wrong. Let's see what this Yi player has in store for us. We are thinking, or maybe we are faking that we think, because he does not have so much buff, so he is bluffing in my opinion, that maybe he has a way to outplay this but then does not. But I guess Omega is good enough to recognize that if you had the opportunity to defend this one, you would do so. So I'm just adding one more point to the Kiana bait counter here. And then we are still thinking on Omega's side, but a lot of the job is done. We managed to get this point with the Fox, and we are retreating that Kai'Sa so that if Hopeful gets cleared, we have a shot at drawing another card next turn. And what are we drawing? On his side, nothing too useful, I'm afraid. I think it's a Poro that we just got. What a cruel unfolding that would be if we just happened to break in game 2 of these finals. But what a cool champion Omega would be too. So we are thinking hard on both players' sides. But he is left with nothing but a bad end to play with, in my opinion. We did have a Dead Bloom? Or is it a Fiffolk? What is this? It's just a champion, right? No, it is a Fiffolk that we found. Okay, so we have a Fiffolk to play with, trying to trade into that Noxus Hopeful. And hoping we don't get met with something like Ray. Because then we would be having problems. And we are met with Ray. Do we have to defy Discord. We for sure have to defy, but don't we have green runes under there? I think, yeah, we do. So we are forced to defy here that Ray, and then we get the trade onto that Hopeful, allowing Tasty to conquer and maybe hold onto that battlefield for the next turn. But we are also completely tapped out of runes, so we are left defenseless into whatever Omega could try to achieve now. And we have the time warp too, so let's not have him get too close to this 6-point threshold, else this game could go wide real fast. And we are once again thinking on Omega's side. My voice is trying to survive, but she can't. Sorry, give me a second. Alright. Just one more game, please. Stay there. We are dropping another Fox onto that Fiffolk, which is now dying. And we have met that 6-point threshold. Now every conquer would be game over for that E player. And even though we get to draw one out of Fiffolk, we are still in a tough position. Sentry is being retreated and we are passing here on Omega's side. And that's it. You have to find the answer if you are the E player. We are seeing the Clockwork drop, drawing a card, and we draw into a Find Your Center. Unfortunately, not the card we would want to see at this point in time. So now we are fated to lose, I think. We have that Engward though. We have that Engward now. So we could go for Yi. Do we have enough runes to go for Yi into Engwards? And no, we don't. No, we don't. And so now what's the plan? We have resolved that discipline on a Poro, so we could charm one of them folks back to base, then go with Poro into the battlefield, and then charm the other fox in there. But that would require a lot of resources, and you still lose to Time Warp, but you still lose to basically anything. Another fox is still game here. And we know that Omega has it in his hand. We can see it, the fox. So easy checkmate already. Let me just schedule the ad 5 minutes later. Easy checkmate already. I think it is, right? I think Omega is in the driver's spot, in the driver's seat, and it does not want to let go of this one. And we are desperately looking for an out on Master Yi's side. I think the best out here is just charm one out, then go in with Poro, and then charm another one in. But that would leave you with only 4 runes and not much to defend that Poro. And if you're met with any big body, then that game is over. But I think that's probably the best plan of action you have. We are thinking here. That's definitely the only option you have available. Kitty Cat wants to go out. Give me a second. Oh, baby. Oh. She's staying in, finally, in the end. So we are going with everyone to try and beat that fox. But now we are being met with a Stupefy to make it a 7-in-7 trade. Most likely we are going to defy that card. Because then we have the... So we are going for the Engward play. Okay, interesting. Why would you go for an Engward play here when you can Defy and then Engward and then Charm? So we are killing... Yeah, it was a Defy situation, right? But I think the only not losing play was Charm a Fox in base, get in there with Poro, then Engward on Poro, then Charm Fox into Poro, and that's it! Game is over! Time Warp was one more time bait, and Omega is our first ever National Riftbound champion for China. Omega making it all the way after being such a legend on Hearthstone is becoming even more of a TCG global legend now with his first win in his first ever Riftbound National Championships, getting away with the Kaisa Battle card, with the MF promo card, and also with the championship ring. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm going to try to dive in there and see if we can find him getting that ring. Oh, no, that's so cool. That's actually so cool. Oh, sign on the camera. On the camera, on the camera. We missed the camera. No! We missed the camera. Oh no. What the flop? What a flop. We missed the camera. What a flop. Can we see the ring though? Do we have the ring? We do have the ring embedded with both colors of Kaisa, the blue and the red tones. Is he going to wear it? Oh, it looks so great. It looks so amazing. Is he going to wear it? Like, you wear it, you put it on your finger, and then you throw a fist into the air. I thought I recognized the name Omega Zero. He is a Hearthstone legend from what people have been telling me so far. And I'm a big advocate of TCG skills being able to transfer from one game to another, and seeing how tremendously he played throughout this top cut to get to this final and claim the final victory. I can only tell that he's been playing TCGs for quite some time and has experience doing it.